The city is quiet, the lights are low. You've closed the door on the day's noise, and now we dive into the silence. Welcome to Midnight Narrative. This content is a narrative based on public records and is intended as a non graphic, peaceful bedtime story. Tonight, the case file is open on Ed Gein. The rain had stopped by the time Sheriff Archley turned his patrol car onto the dirt road leading to the Gein property. It was late afternoon on November 16th, 1957, and the Wisconsin sky hung low and gray over Plainfield, a farming community of fewer than 1,000 souls scattered across Waushara County. Beside him sat Captain Lloyd Schofhorster of the Green Lake County Sheriff's Department, and behind them, Deputy Sheriff Dan Chase followed in a second vehicle. None of them knew they were about to step into a scene that would redefine American horror. They were looking for Bernice Worden. Bernice was 58 years old, a hardware store owner known throughout Plainfield for her practical nature and steady temperament. She had taken over Wharton's hardware after her husband's death, running it with the same no nonsense efficiency she applied to everything in her life. She opened the store every morning at 8, closed it at 5, and could be counted on to know where every nail, hinge, and tool in the place could be found. She was not the type of woman to simply disappear. But that morning, when her son Frank Worden had arrived at the store, he found the front door unlocked and his mother gone. The cash register stood open, its drawer removed entirely. On the counter sat the store's receipt book, still open to the last transaction. Frank had bent down to examine it, and what he saw there made his blood run cold. The receipt was written in his mother's handwriting, dated that very morning. It was for a half-gallon of antifreeze. The customer's name wasn't written down, but Frank knew who had been asking about antifreeze prices the day before. Ed Gein had been in the store on Friday afternoon, November 15th, making conversation as he often did, asking questions. Frank Worden had never liked Ed Gein. There was something about the man, something he couldn't quite articulate, but felt nonetheless. The way Gein looked at his mother, the way he lingered in the store, talking about nothing in particular. Frank had called the sheriff immediately. Art Schley had known Ed Gein for years, as did most people in Plainfield. Gein was odd, certainly. Everyone agreed on that. He lived alone on the old family farm, doing odd jobs around town, sometimes babysitting for neighbors, despite his peculiar ways. He was 51 years old, small in stature, with watery eyes and a tendency to laugh at inappropriate moments. People said he was harmless. Strange, but harmless. Yet when Schley began asking questions that morning, pieces fell into place with disturbing precision. A clerk at a local gas station remembered seeing Gein's truck in town that morning, around the time Bernice Worden would have been opening her store. Gein had been one of the last people to see Bernice the day before, and there was the antifreeze receipt, the last transaction before she vanished. Schley had driven out to Gein's property earlier in the day, but Ed hadn't been home. A neighbor mentioned that Gein had gone to visit friends in nearby West Plainfield. Schley had found him there at the home of Lester and Junice Hill, eating dinner as if it were any ordinary Saturday evening. When the sheriff asked him about Bernice Worden, Gein said he hadn't been to the hardware store in over a week, maybe two. The last thing he bought there was a few cents worth of something or other. He couldn't quite remember. It was a lie, and not a particularly good one. Schley knew it. By the time the sheriff left the Hill residence, he had already decided to search the Gain farm, warrant or no warrant. A woman was missing, and time mattered. Now, as the vehicles rolled to a stop in front of the dark farmhouse, Schley felt the weight of the November afternoon pressing down. The Gain property sat on a slight rise, isolated from its nearest neighbors by empty fields and thick woods. The house itself was a two-story structure, weathered and gray, with peeling paint and a front porch that sagged in the middle. Behind it stood a collection of outbuildings. A barn, a shed, a smaller structure. Locals called the summer kitchen. Junk littered the yard, old car parts, rusted machinery, scrap wood piled in haphazard heaps. The men climbed out of their vehicles. The air smelled of damp earth and wood smoke. Somewhere in the distance, a crow called out, its voice harsh against the silence. Schley approached the front door and knocked. No answer. He tried the knob. Locked. Moving around to the side of the house, they found another door, also locked. The windows were dark, some of them covered from the inside with paper or cloth. The place had an abandoned quality to it, though Schley knew Ed had been living here alone since his mother died 7 years earlier. Check the outbuildings, Schley said. Deputy Chase headed toward the barn while Schopenhauer walked to the summer kitchen, a small structure attached to the back of the main house. The door hung slightly ajar. Schopenhauer pushed it open and stepped inside. The light was failing now, the interior dim and shadowed. He could make out shapes, tools hanging on the wall, a workbench, various objects stacked and scattered. The smell hit him first, thick, sweet, organic, wrong. He pulled out his flashlight and switched it on. The beam of light swept across the room and stopped. Hanging from the rafters, suspended by ropes at the ankles, was the headless, gutted carcass of what appeared to be a deer, except it wasn't a deer. The skin was too pale, too smooth. The shape was wrong. Captain Lloyd Schaffhorster had served in World War II. He had seen death in various forms, but nothing had prepared him for this moment. For the seconds it took his mind to understand what his eyes were seeing. The body had been dressed, that was the term, dressed like a game animal, slit from groin to sternum, organs removed, hollowed out. It was Bernice Worden. Schopenhauer backed out of the shed, his face drained of color. Art, he called out, his voice tight. Art, you need to see this. Sheriff Schley entered the summer kitchen and stood beneath the body of Bernice Worden. She had been decapitated. Her head was missing. The body had been butchered with what appeared to be considerable skill, the kind of skill one develops dressing deer after a hunt. But this was no deer. Jesus Christ, Schley whispered. For a long moment, the two men simply stood there, the flashlight beam illuminating the horror before them. Then training took over. This was a crime scene. They needed to preserve it, document it, and find out what else was here. Chase returned from the barn, and they told him what they'd found. His face went white. Schley sent him to radio for backup and to contact the state crime lab. Then the sheriff and the captain turned toward the main house. They forced the door. If the summer kitchen had been a descent into nightmare, the interior of the house was something else entirely, a different order of wrong, a different species of darkness. The first thing they noticed was the smell, rot, must, decay, and beneath it all, something chemical and preservative. The second thing was the clutter. Every surface, every corner, every available space was packed with objects, newspapers stacked to the ceiling, old cans, boxes, jars filled with unidentifiable substances, tools, utensils, dishes crusted with ancient food. But it was the other things, the things scattered among the refuse, that stopped them cold. On the kitchen table sat a bowl made from the inverted top of a human skull. Hanging on the wall were masks. At first glance, they appeared to be leather, some kind of craft project. Then, Schopenhauer's flashlight caught the details: eye holes, facial features, the unmistakable contours of human faces. These were not masks made of leather. They were human skin, carefully peeled from skulls, tanned and preserved. In the bedroom, they found a shoebox. Inside were 9 vulvae, preserved and wrapped carefully. There were more skulls, some mounted on bedposts, others sitting on shelves. There was a wastebasket made of human skin, lampshades made of human skin, chair seats upholstered in human skin, a vest made from the tanned skin of a woman's torso, complete with breasts. In a paper bag, they found Bernice Worden's head. It had been prepared for mounting, with hooks inserted through the ears. The inventory would go on for hours, then days. Human bones in every room, organs in jars, lips on a string. 10 female heads in total, some fresh, some ancient and dried. A corset made from a human female torso. Leggings crafted from human skin. Skulls used as soup bowls. As state crime lab investigators arrived and began the meticulous process of cataloging the house's contents, a picture began to emerge. This was not simply a murder scene. This was a workshop, a gallery, a shrine. Ed Gein had been living among the dead for years, creating objects from their remains, wearing their skin, arranging their bones. By the time full darkness fell on November 16th, 1957, the Gein farmhouse was lit up like a carnival, portable lights blazing, investigators moving in and out, neighbors and curious onlookers held back by a hastily erected perimeter. The word spread through Plainfield with the speed of wildfire. They found body parts at the Gein place. They found Bernice. They found other people too. Inside the house, Sheriff Archley stood in the kitchen and tried to process what he was seeing. He had known Ed Gein, had spoken with him countless times, had considered him an oddball, but nothing more. Now, looking at the skull bowls and skin lampshades, Schley felt something break inside himself, some fundamental assumption about the nature of the world and the people in it. How long had this been going on? How many were there? And perhaps most disturbing of all, how had Geen seemed so normal, so ordinary, while living in the midst of this? The questions hung in the air like smoke, unanswered and unanswerable in those first terrible hours. But one thing was clear: Plainfield, Wisconsin, population 857, would never be the same. The house on the hill had given up its secrets, and those secrets were more terrible than anyone could have imagined. As the investigation continued through the night, Ed Gein sat in custody at the Watoma jail, some 20 miles away. When asked about Bernice Worden, he had eventually admitted to killing her. Shot her in the head with a .22 rifle, he said, loaded her into his pickup truck and took her home. He seemed almost relieved to talk about it, his words spilling out in a flat, matter of fact tone. But when asked about the other remains, the bones and skin and preserved flesh, Ed Gein's story became stranger still. He didn't kill those people, he insisted. He found them, dug them up from graves. He'd been doing it for years, he said, visiting the local cemetery at night, opening fresh graves, taking what he needed. The investigators exchanged glances. Grave robbery, body snatching, it seemed impossible, medieval. Yet the sheer volume of human remains in the house suggested either a killing spree of unprecedented scale or something equally grotesque: systematic desecration of the dead. They would have to excavate graves to verify Gaines' story. They would have to match remains to missing persons. They would have to piece together a timeline of death that stretched back years, perhaps decades. But that work would come later. Tonight, in those first hours after the discovery, the investigators simply bore witness. They photographed and documented, bagged and cataloged, moving through the rooms of the farmhouse like archaeologists exploring a tomb. Except this tomb had been occupied, lived in, maintained as a kind of museum of the dead. In a cupboard, they found fingernails. In a drawer, human teeth. Suspended from the ceiling on strings, pieces of bone arranged in abstract patterns. The line between object and evidence, between furniture and corpse, had been utterly erased. Ed Gein had transformed the dead into his environment, had surrounded himself with their remains so completely that the house itself had become a kind of body, assembled from the parts of the many. When dawn finally broke on November 17th, the investigators were still at work. They had filled dozens of evidence bags and boxes. They had photographed hundreds of items. And still, the house revealed new horrors: a skull hidden in a sack, a bone used as a tool, a piece of preserved skin tucked between newspapers. The word had spread far beyond Plainfield now. Reporters were arriving from Milwaukee, from Madison, from Chicago. Police from surrounding counties came to offer assistance. The Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory sent additional technicians. The house on the hill, so long ignored and avoided by the locals, had become the center of attention for the entire state, and in his cell, Ed Gein slept soundly, or so the guards reported. He ate his breakfast without apparent concern. When asked if he needed anything, he politely declined. The man who had lived surrounded by death, who had worn the skin of the dead and eaten from their bones, seemed utterly unburdened by conscience or remorse. This disconnect between the enormity of what had been found and the ordinariness of the man who created it would haunt investigators for years to come. How could someone do these things and still function in society? How could neighbors fail to notice? How could the monster and the man exist in the same skin? These questions would drive the investigation forward in the days and weeks to come, but they would never be fully answered. Not really, because Ed Gein himself seemed not to understand what he had done wrong. When told that people were horrified by his actions, he appeared genuinely puzzled. They were already dead, he would say, as if that explained everything. To understand what happened in the house on the hill, one must first understand the place itself. Not just the structure, but the land, the isolation, the particular character of rural Wisconsin in the mid 20th century. The Gein farmstead sat approximately 2 miles from the center of Plainfield along a dirt road that became nearly impassable during wet weather. The property encompassed 160 acres, though only a fraction of that was under cultivation by the time Ed lived there alone. The rest had returned to wilderness, scrub brush, second growth forest, wetlands that froze solid in winter and bred mosquitoes in summer. The house had been built in the 1890s, a simple two-story farmhouse of the type common to Wisconsin homesteads. White clapboard siding, a peaked roof, a front porch facing south. In its early years, it would have been a center of activity, a working farm with crops and livestock, seasonal labor and harvest, the rhythms of agricultural life. But by 1957, those days were long gone. The paint had peeled away to bare wood in places. The porch sagged dangerously. Windows were broken and patched with cardboard. The roof leaked. The entire structure leaned slightly as if tired, ready to collapse in on itself. The isolation of the property cannot be overstated. The nearest neighbor lived a quarter mile away, close by rural standards, but still distant enough that sounds from the game farm, should there be screams or other disturbances, would likely go unheard. The dirt road that passed the property carried little traffic. Woods pressed in on three sides. A person could do almost anything out here and never be seen. This isolation had been deliberate, at least for Ed's mother, Augusta. She had moved the family to this farm in 1914 when Ed was 8 years old, specifically to get away from the corruption and sin she perceived in the larger town of La Crosse. Augusta Gain was a woman of fierce religious conviction and equally fierce contempt for the outside world. She wanted her family separated, protected, pure. The farm had fulfilled that function for decades. Augusta ran it with iron control, allowing minimal contact with neighbors, educating her two sons in the evils of the world beyond their property line. The farm was fortress and prison both, a place of enforced isolation. After Augusta's death in 1945, Ed had maintained that isolation, but its character changed. Where once the farm had been Augusta's controlled environment, it became Ed's private kingdom, a place where he could pursue his obsessions without interference. The outbuildings told their own story. The barn, once used for livestock, now housed only junk, car parts, scrap metal, tools in various states of rust and decay. Ed had worked as a handyman, and he was a collector, unable to throw anything away. The barn had become a warehouse of potential, every broken thing saved against some future need that never came. The summer kitchen, the scene of Bernice Warden's body, was a small structure attached to the back of the main house. In the era before refrigeration, summer kitchens served a practical purpose, a place to cook during hot weather without heating up the main house. By the 1950s, most had been converted to storage or torn down entirely. Ed had maintained his, though not for its original purpose. The summer kitchen had become his workspace, the place where he dressed his kills, both animal and human. Between the house and the outbuildings lay the yard, if it could be called that. No grass grew there, just hard packed dirt and weeds. Junk lay everywhere in seemingly random piles: car bodies, old appliances, lumber, wire, machinery parts. It gave the property a sense of disorder, of slow dissolution. Neighbors who visited, and few did, describe the feeling of decay, of things falling apart. But it was the interior of the house that truly defined the Gein farmstead, and it was there that the full scope of Ed's isolation became clear. The downstairs consisted of four rooms: a kitchen, a sitting room, a bedroom, and a small pantry. These were the spaces Ed used, though used hardly captures the reality. He lived in them the way an animal lives in a den, moving through narrow pathways in the accumulated debris. The kitchen was perhaps the most revealing space. Dirty dishes covered every surface, some of them encrusted with food so old it had fossilized. Empty tin cans stood in towers. Newspapers dating back years lay in moldering stacks. The sink hadn't functioned in months, perhaps years. Ed had been drawing water from a pump outside and heating it on a wood stove when he needed it, which appeared to be rarely. Among the ordinary squalor of a neglected kitchen were the extraordinary items: the skull bowls, the chairs with seats made of human skin strips woven together, lampshades that proved to be made from the skin of human faces, stretched and tanned. These objects sat among the dirty dishes and old newspapers as if they were perfectly normal, just another part of the household inventory. The sitting room contained more of the same: furniture buried under junk, narrow pathways between piles, and scattered throughout the remains of the dead: a box of bones, a shade pole made from human lips, skulls used as bookends or simply placed on shelves like decorative objects. Ed's bedroom was small, dominated by a saggy bed covered in dirty blankets. Here, too, skulls mounted on the bedposts, bones decorating the space, skin covered objects placed with what seemed like care. This was where Ed slept, surrounded by death, perhaps finding comfort in the presence of the deceased. The pantry had been converted to a kind of workshop. Here, investigators found the tools of Ed's craft: knives for skinning, preservatives, salts, materials for tanning. He had taught himself the techniques of taxidermy and leather working, applying them to human remains with the same methodical care another person might apply to a hobby like woodworking or model building. But it was upstairs that the true character of the house revealed itself. The second floor consisted of three rooms and a hallway. Every single one of these spaces had been sealed shut since Augusta Gein's death in 1945, 12 years earlier. Ed had nailed the doors shut, covered them with boards, and never entered them again. When investigators finally pried these doors open, they found Augusta's rooms exactly as she had left them: her bedroom preserved like a shrine, her sitting room, furniture covered in sheets, everything in its place. The dust lay thick, undisturbed for over a decade. It was as if Ed had entombed his mother's memory, sealing off those spaces where she had lived and ruled. He lived only in the downstairs rooms, and even there he had left certain spaces untouched. Augusta's chair in the sitting room remained empty, positioned as it had been when she sat there reading her Bible and lecturing her sons on the wickedness of women and the corruption of the flesh. The contrast was profound. Upstairs, preservation and stasis, everything frozen at the moment of Augusta's death. Downstairs, decay and transformation, the dead repurposed into objects of daily life. This division spoke to Ed's psychological state in ways he could never articulate. Augusta's spaces remained holy, untouchable, perfect, but the spaces where Ed lived alone had become workshops of death, laboratories where he could explore the obsessions his mother had both created and forbidden. The property's isolation enabled all of this. No one came to visit uninvited. No one dropped by to check on Ed. The nearest neighbor might see his truck come and go, might wave if they passed on the road, but no one entered the house. No one saw what it had become. This privacy was essential to Ed's activities. The grave robbing he described, visiting cemeteries at night, digging up fresh burials, taking bodies or parts of bodies, required secrecy and isolation. The farmstead provided both. He could leave after dark, drive to one of several nearby cemeteries, do his work, and return without being observed. He could bring bodies or parts of bodies into his home, work on them in the summer kitchen or pantry, and never fear interruption. The land itself seemed complicit. The woods that surrounded the property could hide anything. Ed admitted to investigators that he had buried certain remains on the property, parts he didn't want or couldn't use. Search teams would spend weeks combing the grounds, looking for bone fragments and other evidence in the forest floor and abandoned wells. The farmstead had another quality that investigators noted: a sense of timelessness, of being removed from the modern world. While Plainfield had electricity and telephone service by the 1950s, the Gain farm seemed frozen in an earlier era. Ed had electricity, but it was spotty. He had no phone, no television, no radio that anyone could recall seeing. His connection to the outside world came through occasional trips to town for supplies or odd jobs, and those trips were brief, transactional, impersonal. In this isolation, Ed had created a world entirely of his own making, governed by rules that made sense to him alone. The dead were not dead, but transformed, turned into useful objects or decorations. The grave was not final, but merely a storage place from which he could withdraw what he needed. The boundaries that separated life from death, person from object, sacred from profane, all of these had dissolved in the darkness of the farmhouse. Neighbors would later tell reporters that they had always found the Geen place unsettling. There was something wrong about it, they said, though they couldn't explain what. The way it sat on that small rise, dark and sagging, the junk strewn yard, the sense of abandonment and decay. Children rode their bicycles past quickly, not wanting to linger. Adults felt uncomfortable driving by after dark, but no one suspected the truth. How could they? The horror inside the house was so far beyond normal experience, so outside the range of imaginable human behavior that even the most unsettled neighbor couldn't have guessed it. This disconnect between the vague unease the property inspired and the specific atrocities it contained would haunt Plainfield residents for decades. They had sensed something wrong, but they hadn't acted on it. They had left Ed Gein alone in his isolation, and that isolation had allowed him to create his house of the dead. In the days following the discovery, as investigators continued to process the scene, the property took on a new character. Police cars lined the dirt road. Portable lights lit up the farmhouse at night. Armed guards prevented looters and curiosity seekers from approaching. The isolated farmstead became the center of the world's attention, photographed from every angle, described in newspapers around the globe. But for those who had to enter the house and catalog its contents, the property remained a place of profound horror. Each investigator who walked through the door came out changed, having seen things that would revisit them in nightmares for years to come. The physical structure of the farmhouse, its rooms and layout, became a kind of map of Ed Gein's psychology. The sealed upstairs represented his relationship with his mother, worship, preservation, fear. The cluttered downstairs represented his daily existence, isolated, degraded, surrounded by the evidence of his obsessions. The summer kitchen represented his actions, methodical, practical, horrifying in their ordinariness. And the land around it all, the fields gone to seed, the woods pressing in, the dirt road rarely traveled, represented the isolation that made everything else possible. When the investigation finally concluded and the property was released from police custody, the question arose, what should be done with the house? Some suggested preserving it as a kind of museum or educational exhibit. Others wanted it torn down immediately, erased from the landscape. Before any decision could be made, the question became moot. On the night of March 20th, 1958, the farmhouse burned to the ground. The fire was ruled arson, though no one was ever charged. Plainfield residents generally approved. The house needed to go, they said. Some places are too tainted to let stand. But the land remained and remains still. The foundation of the house is still visible for those who know where to look. The property has changed hands several times over the decades, and various owners have tried to use it for different purposes. But the stigma persists. This is the place where Ed Gein lived. This is the ground where Bernice Worden was butchered. This is the soil that might still contain fragments of the dead. The farmstead, even in ruins, even overgrown and returned to nature, retains its dark significance. It is a place where the normal order of things was inverted, where the living made themselves at home among the dead, where isolation and obsession combined to create something that still defies easy understanding. In those first days of investigation, standing in the yard of the Gain farmstead, looking at the dark house with its terrible secrets newly revealed, the investigators faced a simple truth. This place had enabled evil, not caused it. The darkness was in Ed Gein himself, but enabled it, provided the privacy and isolation necessary for his obsessions to manifest in their full horror. The house on the hill had been many things: a family home, a fortress against the world, a workshop of death, a shrine to the deceased. But most of all, it had been a secret, kept for years in plain sight, hidden not by walls or distance, but by the simple fact that no one could imagine what was occurring inside. Now the secret was out. The house had given up its dead, and Plainfield, Wisconsin, along with the rest of the world, had to confront the reality of what one man, given enough isolation and enough time, was capable of creating. The investigation stretched through the night of November 16th and into the early morning hours of November 17th. What began as a search for a missing woman had transformed into something unprecedented in Wisconsin criminal history. A scene so grotesque that even experienced investigators found themselves struggling to maintain professional composure. Dr. Russell Jorgensen, a pathologist from the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, arrived shortly after 8 o'clock that evening. He had been briefed on the drive from Madison, but the clinical description, human remains found at residence, had not prepared him for the reality. Stepping into the summer kitchen and seeing Bernice Worden's body hanging from the rafters, Jorgensen felt his professional detachment waver. The body had been decapitated, with the head removed cleanly at the neck. The method showed precision, knowledge of anatomy. This was not frenzied violence, but methodical butchering. Jorgensen documented the body's position, the rope configuration, the nature of the wounds. He noted the skill evident in the evisceration, the clean cuts, the systematic removal of organs. But it was inside the house proper that Jorgensen's examination became truly nightmarish. As investigators brought items to him for documentation, the skull bowls, the skin masks, the preserved organs, He was forced to confirm what everyone already knew but didn't want to believe. These were genuine human remains, prepared and preserved with considerable skill. The skin masks particularly troubled him. There were several of them, each carefully crafted from the facial skin of a female corpse. The skin had been peeled away from the skull intact, preserving the features, eyebrows, lips, facial contours. It had then been treated with some kind of preservative and dried. The result was a flexible, wearable mask that retained the appearance of the person it had once been. Jorgensen's examination suggested that whoever had created these items possessed knowledge of tanning, taxidermy, and anatomy. The work showed practice, refinement, technique developed over time. This was not the work of a single night or even a single year. This was the product of sustained effort, repeated practice, accumulated skill. As the night wore on, the catalog of horrors grew. Investigators found more skulls, including several that had been sawed in half horizontally, the tops removed to create bowls or containers. They found bones that had been fashioned into utensils or tools. They found organs preserved in jars, labeled and stored like specimens in a laboratory. In one box, carefully wrapped in newspaper, they found four noses. In another, a collection of fingernails. A bag contained nine vulvae, each preserved separately. These items weren't scattered randomly, but stored with care, organized, cataloged in Ed Gein's own fashion. The investigators worked in rotating shifts, no one able to stomach the scene for more than an hour or two at a time. Several of the younger deputies had to step outside to vomit. Even the experienced officers found themselves shaken, questioning what kind of mind could create such a collection. Sheriff Schley remained at the scene throughout the night, coordinating the investigation, but also bearing personal witness. He felt a responsibility to see it all, to understand the full scope of what had been happening in his county under his watch. Every new discovery felt like a personal failure. How had this gone unnoticed? How had Ed Gein seemed so harmless when this was his reality? Photographers documented everything, their flashbulbs popping in the darkness, creating momentary freeze frames of nightmare: a skull on a shelf, a skin lampshade, a chair upholstered in human flesh. These photographs would later be sealed from public view, considered too disturbing for general circulation. Even hardened crime scene photographers found themselves affected by what they captured through their lenses. By midnight, word had spread throughout Plainfield and beyond. People gathered at the end of the dirt road, kept back by sheriff's deputies, trying to see what was happening at the Gein farm. Rumors flew: dozens of bodies, torture chambers, unimaginable depravity. The reality, terrible as it was, became exaggerated in the telling, legend layering over fact, even in those first hours. Inside the house, investigators continued their painstaking work. Every room had to be searched, every object examined, every potential piece of evidence collected. The sheer volume of material made the task overwhelming. The house was packed floor to ceiling with junk, and buried in that junk were human remains. One investigator, moving a stack of old newspapers, discovered a box containing 10 photographs. They showed Ed Gein at various ages, posed formally, looking directly at the camera. In every photograph, he appeared utterly ordinary, a plain man with plain features, the sort of person you'd pass on the street without a second glance. The disconnect between these images and the horrors surrounding them seemed to crystallize the essential mystery. How could this ordinary looking man have done these extraordinary things? As dawn approached, the investigation showed no signs of concluding. If anything, each hour brought new discoveries, new horrors, new questions. The house seemed bottomless, an archaeological site of atrocity that revealed new layers with every shovel of debris removed. Dr. Jorgensen, exhausted and shaken, provided a preliminary assessment to Sheriff Schley around 4 in the morning. Based on his examination, there were remains from at least a dozen different individuals in the house, possibly more. Some remains were quite fresh, days or weeks old. Others showed signs of considerable age, years, perhaps decades. The full accounting would require extensive laboratory analysis, comparison with missing persons reports, possibly forensic anthropology to assess the age and identity of skeletal remains. I've never seen anything like this, Jorgensen told the sheriff. I don't think anyone has. It was a sentiment echoed by everyone at the scene. This was unprecedented territory. Police had dealt with murder before, even multiple murders. But this transformation of the dead into household objects, this integration of corpses into daily life was something entirely new. As the sun rose on November 17th, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the Gain farmstead took on a surreal quality. The beautiful autumn morning seemed to mock the darkness inside the house. Birds sang in the trees. The air smelled of frost and fallen leaves. It was the kind of Wisconsin morning that residents treasured, perfect and clear. But at the house on the hill, the lights still blazed, the investigators still moved in and out, and the terrible work of documentation continued. The night had revealed the scope of Ed Gein's activities, but daylight brought no relief, only clearer views of the horror he had created. To fully understand the Gein farmstead, one must understand the geography and culture of central Wisconsin in the 1950s. This was rural America in its most isolated form. Small farming communities scattered across a landscape of fields and forests, connected by dirt roads that became impassable in bad weather, served by party line telephones and weekly newspapers. Plainfield itself was tiny even by rural standards. The 1950 census recorded 857 residents, most of them farmers or involved in farm related businesses. The town had a main street lined with practical establishments: hardware store, grocery, bank, post office, a tavern or two. There was a schoolhouse, several churches, and a cemetery. That was it. The town sat in Waushara County, a region of glacial topography characterized by small lakes, sandy soil, and mixed farming. It wasn't prime agricultural land, nothing like the rich bottomlands of southern Wisconsin. Farmers here worked hard for modest returns, growing feed corn, raising dairy cattle, making do. The social fabric of such communities was tight knit by necessity. People knew each other, relied on each other, watched out for one another, or thought they did. The revelation of Ed Gein's activities would shatter that assumption, revealing that even in a community of 857 souls, a person could hide monstrous secrets. The Gain property sat in a geography that enhanced isolation. 2 miles from town doesn't sound far, but in practical terms, in an era before ubiquitous automobile travel, it represented real distance. The dirt road that led to the farm discouraged casual visits. The topography, the farm sitting on a slight rise, surrounded by woods and fields, created visual isolation as well. From the road, the house was visible but distant. From the house, visitors could be seen coming from a long way off. This geography had been deliberately chosen by Augusta Gein. When she moved the family from La Crosse to Plainfield in 1914, she was looking for exactly this kind of isolation. She wanted her sons, Ed and his older brother Henry, removed from the corrupting influences of town life. The farm provided that removal, a buffer zone between her family and the world she despised. The property itself reflected the history of Wisconsin settlement. The 160 acres represented a homestead claim, the standard allotment under 19th century land policies. The house, built in the 1890s, followed a common pattern: two stories, simple construction, focused on function over form. It was meant to shelter a farming family, provide workspace, serve as the center of agricultural operations. But by the 1950s, the original purpose of the property had long since faded. The Gaines had never been successful farmers. Augusta's husband, Ed's father, George, had been a drinker and generally ineffective. The farm had provided subsistence, but never prosperity. Most of the acreage remained unused, slowly reverting to wilderness. After Augusta's death, Ed made no pretense of farming. He rented out some land to neighbors for cash, did odd jobs in town, and essentially lived as a squatter on property he owned. The farm buildings deteriorated, the fields grew wild, and the entire property took on an air of abandonment. This abandonment was both physical and social. Neighbors stopped visiting. Why would they? Ed was strange, poor company, and his property was depressing. He occasionally socialized in town, drinking coffee at the cafe, making small talk at the hardware store, but no one came to his home. This social isolation was as important as the physical geography. In a community where neighbors traditionally looked in on each other, Ed Gein existed in a bubble of privacy. People talked about him, his oddness, his devotion to his dead mother, his strange laugh, but they didn't intervene in his life. Privacy was respected in rural communities, perhaps too much so. The roads themselves played a role. The dirt track to the Gain farm was rarely traveled. Local teenagers sometimes used the remote roads for drinking or romance, but they avoided the Gein property. It had a reputation even before the discoveries of November 1957. Kids told stories about crazy old Ed, dared each other to sneak up to the house at night, usually chickened out. The cemetery where Ed claimed to have robbed graves sat 3 miles away, on the outskirts of Plainfield. The Plainfield Cemetery was a modest affair, a few acres of simple headstones, surrounded by agricultural land. It had no walls, no gates, no security of any kind. The dead were buried and left in peace, or so everyone assumed. Ed's route from his farm to the cemetery would have taken him along empty country roads, through darkness, past farms where people slept soundly, trusting in the safety of their community. He could dig up a grave, take what he wanted, and return home without ever being observed. The geography made it possible. This was true of the broader landscape as well. Central Wisconsin in the 1950s was empty space, vast tracts of land where a person could go about their business unseen. The culture of privacy and independence meant that people didn't question unusual behavior. Ed Gein hauling something in his truck, he was a handyman, always moving junk around. Ed making a trip at night, he kept odd hours. Everyone knew that. The land enabled the crimes, but it also reflected them. There was something gothic about the Wisconsin landscape, the dark forests, the isolated farms, the long winters when snow buried everything and night fell at 4 in the afternoon. It was a landscape of solitude and secrets, where the past lay close to the surface and the dead never felt far away. When investigators began excavating graves based on Ed's confession of grave robbery, they found he had been telling the truth. Several graves showed signs of disturbance. Bodies were missing or incomplete. The violation of the cemetery, like the violation of Bernice Worden, shocked the community to its core. Not even the dead were safe. The geography of the Gein case extended beyond the physical. There was a psychological geography as well, the mental landscape of a man isolated not just by distance, but by obsession, living in a world of his own creation, bounded by the walls of a farmhouse that had become a museum of death. Understanding the place, the farm, the town, the landscape is essential to understanding the case. Ed Gein didn't just commit crimes, he created an environment for them, shaped the physical space around his obsessions, turned property into a reflection of psychology. When the house finally burned in 1958, many in Plainfield felt relief. The physical reminder was gone, but the land remained and remains still a patch of Wisconsin ground that will forever be associated with the horrors that occurred there. The geography that enabled isolation and privacy, that allowed Ed Gein to pursue his activities unseen and uninterrupted, also ensures that the location will never be forgotten. The house on the hill is gone, but the hill remains, and with it, the memory of what happened there. To understand Edward Theodore Gein, one must first understand Augusta Wilhelmina Lerche, the woman who shaped him, controlled him, and ultimately created the conditions for the horror he would become. Augusta was born in 1878 in Wisconsin, the daughter of German immigrants who had settled in the state during the great wave of Germanic migration that transformed the upper Midwest. Her family was Lutheran, strict and devout, oriented toward hard work, moral rigidity, and suspicion of pleasure. These values ran deep in the German Lutheran communities of Wisconsin, but in Augusta, they found particularly fertile ground. From early childhood, Augusta exhibited a personality characterized by certainty. She knew right from wrong with absolute conviction. She knew the Bible and quoted it frequently, using scripture as both shield and weapon. She knew that the world was fallen, that people were inherently sinful, that women especially were vessels of corruption and temptation. These weren't abstract theological positions for Augusta. They were concrete realities that governed her every action and attitude. Augusta was also physically imposing. She stood nearly 6 feet tall at a time when the average woman was considerably shorter. She was heavy set, strong, with a face that neighbors would later describe as severe, humorless, forbidding. She didn't smile easily. She didn't engage in small talk. She had no patience for frivolity or what she considered weakness. By her mid-20s, Augusta remained unmarried, unusual for the era. Most women of her generation married young, often in their teens, but Augusta was selective to the point of impossibility. She had standards, requirements, a vision of what a husband should be. Most men failed to meet those standards, and Augusta had no hesitation in rejecting them. Then, in 1899, at the age of 21, she met George Philip Gein. George was, by all accounts, a mistake from the beginning. He was everything Augusta claimed to despise: weak willed, fond of drink, prone to idleness, unable to hold steady employment. Where Augusta was rigid and certain, George was malleable and confused. Where Augusta quoted scripture, George mumbled excuses. Where Augusta dominated any room she entered, George faded into the background. Why did Augusta marry him? The question would puzzle neighbors and later investigators. Some speculated that George's very weakness appealed to Augusta's need for control. Others suggested that Augusta, approaching 30 and still unmarried, felt social pressure to wed. Still others believed that Augusta saw George as a reclamation project, a sinner she could save through the force of her will and righteousness. Whatever the reason, Augusta Lerche married George Gein in 1900, and almost immediately the marriage took on the character it would maintain for the next 40 years. Augusta commanded, George obeyed or evaded, and both were profoundly unhappy. The couple settled in La Crosse, a city on the Mississippi River in western Wisconsin. La Crosse was a bustling place by Wisconsin standards, a center of commerce and industry, with lumber mills, breweries, and a thriving downtown. It was exactly the kind of environment Augusta hated: worldly, sinful, full of saloons and loose women and men who thought of nothing but pleasure and profit. In 1901, Augusta gave birth to their first son, Henry George Keene. The birth was difficult, and Augusta's recovery was slow. She approached motherhood with the same iron certainty she brought to everything else. She would raise her son properly, shield him from the world's corruption, teach him to fear God, and respect her authority above all else. 5 years later, in 1906, Edward Theodore Gein was born. If Augusta had been strict with Henry, She was doubly so with Eddie, as she called him. The boy was small, sickly in infancy, prone to infections and mysterious ailments. Augusta interpreted this physical weakness as a sign that Eddie needed her protection even more than Henry did. The boy couldn't survive in the world without her guidance, her strength, her constant vigilance. George Gein, meanwhile, drifted through his son's early years like a ghost. He worked sporadically, odd jobs, manual labor, nothing that lasted or paid well. He spent evenings at the saloon, returning home drunk to face Augusta's cold fury. He never struck her. No one who knew Augusta could imagine anyone daring to raise a hand to her, but he also never stood up to her. He simply endured, drinking to numb himself to the reality of his life. For young Henry and Eddie, their father was a figure of pity and contempt. Augusta made sure they understood George's failures, his weakness, his sin. "Look at your father," she would tell them, her voice dripping with disgust. "This is what drink does to a man. This is what happens when you give in to worldly temptation." The boys learned early that their mother's word was law. Augusta ruled the household with absolute authority. She determined what they ate, what they wore, where they went, who they could speak to. She read to them from the Bible every evening, focusing particularly on passages about sin, judgment, and the wickedness of women. The Old Testament was her favorite: wrathful God, righteous punishment, clear rules, and terrible consequences for breaking them. But Augusta saved special venom for passages about prostitutes, adulteresses, and wicked women. She would read these aloud to her sons, her voice rising with passion, then close the Bible and expand upon the text. "All women are like this," she would tell Henry and Eddie, "except me. I am the only good woman you will ever know. All others are whores and instruments of the devil. They will try to corrupt you, to drag you down to hell. You must avoid them, resist them, never let them poison your souls." This teaching, the essential wickedness of all women except Augusta herself, was drummed into the boys constantly. It wasn't presented as opinion, but as objective truth, as certain as the rising sun. Women were dangerous, women were evil. Only Mother could be trusted, only Mother was pure. Life in La Crosse became increasingly unbearable for Augusta. The city was growing, bringing more of everything she despised. There were dance halls now, moving picture shows, automobiles filling the streets. Young women wore their hair short and their skirts high. Men and women mixed freely in public. The whole culture seemed designed to offend Augusta's sensibilities. Moreover, Augusta hated their neighbors. Working class families, many of them immigrants like her own parents, living in close quarters, their business always visible. Children playing in the streets, women gossiping, men coming home drunk. Augusta wanted no part of it. She wanted distance, separation, a place where she could raise her sons away from all this corruption. She began saving money. Secretly at first, hoarding every penny she could extract from George's meager and irregular earnings. She took in sewing, did laundry for wealthier families, performed any task that brought in cash. George never knew about this money. It was Augusta's secret, her escape fund, her ticket to the life she envisioned. By 1913, Augusta had saved enough. She began looking for property, rural land far from cities and their sins. She found what she was looking for in Waushara County, in the area around Plainfield. 160 acres, isolated, cheap, perfect for her purposes. She didn't ask George's opinion. She informed him they were moving. George, as always, offered no resistance. What could he say? Augusta controlled the money, made the decisions, determined the course of their lives. He was simply carried along, a passenger in his own existence. In 1914, the Gein family relocated to Plainfield. Henry was 13, Eddie was 8. For the boys, leaving lacrosse meant leaving behind what little social life they had, the few acquaintances they'd made at school, any sense of normalcy. But Augusta was jubilant. Finally, she had achieved what she'd wanted: isolation, control, a place where she could raise her sons according to her vision, uncorrupted by the world. The farm itself was modest, the house plain but serviceable. The land was sandy, not ideal for farming. But Augusta didn't care about agricultural success. She cared about distance. The nearest neighbor was a quarter mile away. The town was 2 miles distant. The property was surrounded by woods and fields. It was perfect. Augusta immediately established the rules of their new life. The boys would have minimal contact with neighbors. They would attend school. The law required it, but they would not make friends, would not participate in social activities, would come straight home when classes ended. They would work the farm under Augusta's direction. They would read the Bible. They would listen to her teachings. They would understand that this farm was a refuge from a wicked world, and they were privileged to be protected here. George continued his pattern of failure in Plainfield as he had in Lacrosse. He was supposed to work the farm, but he lacked the knowledge, skill, and motivation. Augusta ended up doing most of the work herself, driving the boys to help her, while George disappeared for hours at a time. He found the taverns in Plainfield as easily as he'd found them in Lacrosse, and he spent what little money he had on drink. Augusta's contempt for her husband deepened into something like hatred. She barely spoke to George except to criticize or command. She slept in a separate room. She made sure the boys understood that their father was a failure, a cautionary tale, an example of masculine weakness and sin. For Henry and Eddie, childhood on the farm meant labor, isolation, and constant indoctrination. Augusta woke them before dawn. They did chores, feeding animals, hauling water, chopping wood before school. After school, more chores until dark. Evenings were for Bible reading and Augusta's lessons about the evil world and the wicked women who populated it. The boys were not allowed to play. Play was frivolous, a waste of time, a dangerous indulgence that might lead to laziness. They were not allowed toys beyond the most basic. They were not allowed to visit other children's homes or invite anyone to theirs. Their entire world was the farm and Augusta's teachings. In town, at the one room schoolhouse they attended, Henry and Eddie were marked as different from the first day. They wore strange clothes. Augusta made them herself, paying no attention to what other children wore. They spoke in an odd, formal manner, using biblical language and phrases that made other children laugh. They didn't know how to play games, didn't understand social cues, seemed frightened of normal childhood interaction. The other children mocked them, called them names, excluded them from games and social groups. Henry and Eddie ate lunch alone, spent recess standing apart, went home immediately when school ended. They made no friends because Augusta had forbidden it, but also because they didn't know how. The skills of friendship, of normal social interaction, had never been taught to them. Teachers noticed the boys' strangeness, but did little about it. This was rural Wisconsin in the 1910s and 1920s. Families raised their children as they saw fit. The Gein boys were clean, adequately fed, not obviously abused. They were odd, certainly, but oddness wasn't a crime. Teachers shrugged and let it go. Henry, the older brother, was more outgoing than Eddie. He tried harder to fit in, to understand the normal world beyond the farm. He was stronger physically, more independent in spirit. As he grew into his teens, Henry began to question Augusta's teachings, though never openly. He could see that other mothers weren't like Augusta, other families weren't like his. Maybe, he began to think, mother wasn't always right about everything. Eddie, younger and more fragile, responded differently to Augusta's control. Where Henry resisted internally, Eddie absorbed. He believed what Augusta told him because he had no framework for questioning it. Mother said women were evil. It must be true. Mother said the world was wicked. He could see no evidence to the contrary. Mother said he needed her protection. He felt weak. and frightened enough to believe it. Augusta recognized the difference between her sons and responded accordingly. Henry she treated with increasing suspicion as he grew older, sensing his interior resistance even when he showed outward obedience. Eddie she drew closer, making him her confidant, her special boy, the one who truly understood her teachings. George Gein faded further into the background. He worked occasionally, brought home a little money, but mostly he drank. The years of alcohol abuse were taking their toll. He looked older than his age, his health deteriorating, his spirit long since broken. Augusta treated him with open contempt, barely acknowledging his existence. For the boys, their father was a non presence, a warning, a ghost haunting the edges of their lives. They learned nothing from him, no skills, no wisdom, no model of masculinity beyond failure. Everything came from Augusta: values, worldview, identity, purpose. The religious instruction continued relentlessly. Augusta read the Bible to her sons for hours, particularly passages she felt illustrated her lessons. She emphasized the wickedness of biblical women: Jezebel, Delilah, Potiphar's wife, and the punishment that befell men who succumbed to feminine wiles. She read about Sodom and Gomorrah, about the destruction of the wicked, about the fires of hell awaiting sinners. But Augusta's religion was selective. She focused obsessively on sin and punishment while largely ignoring passages about mercy, forgiveness, or love. Her God was the God of the Old Testament in his most wrathful aspect: jealous, vengeful, quick to punish, and slow to forgive. This was the God she taught her sons to fear, and fear him they did. Augusta also taught her sons that she, as their mother, stood between them and this angry God. She was their protector, their intercessor, the only thing keeping them from damnation. Without her guidance, they would surely fall into sin and suffer eternal punishment. They owed her everything: obedience, gratitude, absolute loyalty. This teaching created a profound psychological bond, particularly with Eddie. He learned to see Augusta not just as a parent, but as a savior figure, the sole source of safety in a hostile universe. He learned that displeasing her was not just disobedience, but a kind of spiritual suicide, cutting himself off from the only protection he had. As the boys grew, Augusta's teachings about women became more intense and explicit. She warned them about the female body, its power to corrupt, the lustful thoughts it could inspire. She told them that women used their bodies to trap men, to drag them down to hell. She told them that marriage to any woman but one like herself, and she emphasized that there were no other women like herself, would be their destruction. The obsession with female wickedness went beyond normal religious conservatism. Augusta seemed to hate women with personal intensity, as if every other woman was a direct threat to her sons and, more importantly, to her control over them. Any woman who might attract Henry or Eddie's attention was, by definition, a whore and a devil's instrument. The boys were forbidden from looking at women, speaking to women unnecessarily, or having any thoughts about women beyond recognition of their inherent wickedness. Augusta monitored them constantly for any sign of sexual interest or normal adolescent curiosity. Any such sign was met with harsh punishment and hours long lectures about sin and damnation. This created profound sexual confusion and shame, particularly in Eddie. Normal biological impulses were not just discouraged, but framed as evil, as weakness, as betrayal of mother and God. Eddie learned to be ashamed of his own body, frightened of his own thoughts, guilty for normal human feelings. The isolation of the farm intensified all of this. With no outside perspectives, no other voices, Augusta's teachings became Eddie's entire reality. He had no way to know that other families weren't like his, that other mothers didn't teach these things, that the feelings he was supposed to be ashamed of were normal and natural. Henry, older and more exposed to the outside world through work and occasional social contact, understood that something was wrong with their upbringing. As he moved into his 20s, he began to voice quiet criticisms of Augusta, carefully at first, then more openly. He suggested to Eddie that maybe Mother wasn't right about everything. Maybe other women weren't all evil. Maybe they could have normal lives away from the farm. Augusta sensed this rebellion and moved to crush it. She increased her pressure on Eddie, drawing him closer, emphasizing that Henry was falling into sin, that Eddie must remain loyal to her. She created competition between the brothers, positioning herself as the prize to be won through obedience and devotion. Eddie, caught between his brother and his mother, chose Mother, always Mother. Henry's questioning frightened him. If Mother was wrong, then Eddie's entire understanding of the world collapsed. Better to believe, to obey, to remain in the familiar prison of Augusta's control. The dynamic was set. Augusta and Eddie united, Henry increasingly isolated within his own family. The stage was being prepared for tragedy, though no one yet understood what form that tragedy would take. On April 1st, 1940, George Gein died. He was 66 years old, his body destroyed by decades of alcohol abuse. The official cause of death was heart failure, but everyone knew the real cause was drink and a lifetime of misery. Augusta showed no grief. If anything, she seemed relieved. George had been a burden, an embarrassment, a constant reminder of her mistake in marrying him. Now he was gone, and good riddance. For Henry and Eddie, their father's death barely registered. He had been so absent from their lives, so peripheral to their existence, that his physical death changed little. They had lost a father in any meaningful sense years ago, if they'd ever really had one. The farm continued under Augusta's control. Henry and Eddie did odd jobs in town to bring in money. Augusta managed the finances and ran the household. Life went on, perhaps more peacefully, without George's presence to irritate Augusta and remind the boys of masculine failure. But George's death had one significant effect. It left the family as Augusta, Henry, and Eddie, a triangle of psychological tension that couldn't be sustained indefinitely. Something would have to give, and it would be Henry. Daily life on the Gain farm followed patterns established by Augusta and enforced with absolute consistency. There was no spontaneity, no flexibility, no accommodation to the boys' desires or needs. Augusta's will was law, and that law governed every aspect of existence from dawn to dark. The day began early, typically before sunrise. Augusta woke her sons with shouting, brooking no laziness or reluctance. They dressed quickly. No running water meant no morning washing beyond a quick splash from a basin, and came to the kitchen for breakfast. Meals were plain: oatmeal, bread, milk when they had it, occasionally eggs from their chickens. Augusta didn't believe in elaborate cooking or food enjoyment. Eating was fuel, nothing more. Before breakfast, there was prayer. Augusta led. The boys bowed their heads, and she thanked God for his provision, while reminding him and her sons of their unworthiness. The prayers were long, fervent, and often veered into sermonic territory, with Augusta using the opportunity to emphasize whatever lesson she wanted the boys to absorb that day. After breakfast came chores. In the early years, when the farm was more active, this meant feeding animals, mucking stalls, hauling water, chopping wood, repairing fences, and dozens of other tasks required by agricultural life. As the farm declined and Augusta aged, the chores became less farm focused and more about maintaining the property and house. Henry and Eddie worked under Augusta's supervision. She watched them constantly, criticizing their efforts, demanding perfection, accepting no excuses. The boys learned that nothing they did was ever quite good enough, that Augusta would always find fault. This created a psychology of permanent inadequacy, of always falling short, of never earning approval no matter how hard they tried. During school years, the boys left for the one room schoolhouse in Plainfield after morning chores. The walk was about 2 miles, manageable in good weather, but brutal in Wisconsin winters. The boys trudged through snow and wind, arriving at school cold and exhausted, sitting through classes in their strange homemade clothes, then walking home to face afternoon chores. School was their only exposure to normal society, and it reinforced their sense of being different, wrong, unacceptable. The other children had moved on from the mockery of early years to simple exclusion. Henry and Eddie Gein were strange. Everyone knew it, and there was no point in engaging with them. Teachers reported that both boys were reasonably intelligent. Henry was average in most subjects. Eddie was actually quite bright in some areas, showing particular aptitude for reading, but both boys struggled with social aspects of school, participating in discussions, working in groups, engaging in normal childhood play. Eddie was teased more than Henry, perhaps because he was smaller, more obviously frightened, more visibly odd. Boys would push him in the schoolyard. Girls would laugh at his clothes. Everyone would imitate his strange, formal way of speaking. Eddie endured this silently, never fighting back, never complaining, simply accepting abuse as his natural lot. When he came home and told Augusta about the teasing, she reinforced his isolation. "Those children are wicked," she would tell him. "They are of the world, corrupted and sinful. You are better than them because you are pure, because you listen to me. Let them laugh. They will burn in hell while you are saved." This teaching created in Eddie a profound disconnection from normal human society. Other people weren't potential friends or companions, but threats and sinners to be avoided and feared. Only Mother understood him. Only Mother cared for him. Only Mother could be trusted. After school came more chores, then dinner, another plain meal, another long prayer, then the evening's main event, Bible reading and Augusta's lessons. This was the core of their daily routine, the time when Augusta shaped her sons' minds and souls. She would read from the Bible for an hour or more, choosing passages that supported her worldview. Then she would close the book and elaborate, often speaking for hours, about the wickedness of the world, the evil of women, the need for absolute purity and obedience. Eddie listened with rapt attention. Henry listened with growing skepticism, but he kept his doubts hidden. Both boys sat still, rarely speaking, absorbing Augusta's words night after night, year after year. The content of Augusta's teachings was consistent. The world is wicked. Women, with the sole exception of herself, are instruments of Satan, using their bodies to corrupt men. Sex is evil, lust is sin. Any thought of a woman's body is the first step to damnation. Men are weak and easily corrupted. Only through absolute obedience to God's law, as interpreted by Augusta, could they hope for salvation. And most importantly, Eddie must never leave her. He must stay on the farm, remain pure, avoid the corrupting world, and dedicate his life to serving his mother. This last teaching intensified as Eddie grew older. Augusta began to speak of their relationship as eternal, transcending death. "We will always be together," she told him. "Nothing can separate us. Even death won't part us. I will always be with you, watching you, making sure you stay pure." The psychological impact of these teachings on Eddie cannot be overstated. From his earliest memories, he had been told that he was weak, that the world was dangerous, that only Mother could protect him. He had been isolated from normal social development, denied friendships, taught to fear his own sexuality, and bound to Augusta with chains of guilt, fear, and desperate need for approval. Henry experienced the same upbringing, but responded differently. As he grew into adulthood, he began to see Augusta clearly, not as a savior, but as a tyrant, not as a protector, but as a jailer. He started to work jobs away from the farm, interacting with normal people, seeing how other families functioned. He began to understand that Augusta's teachings were not divine truth, but personal madness. By his late 30s, Henry was openly questioning Augusta, at least when speaking privately with Eddie. "She's not right," he would tell his younger brother. "The things she says about women, about the world. She's crazy, Eddie. We need to get away from here. We need to have our own lives." These conversations terrified Eddie. If Henry was right, then everything Eddie believed was false. His entire identity was built on obedience to Augusta. Questioning her meant questioning himself, meant admitting that he had wasted his life, meant facing the possibility that he was alone in a world he didn't understand and couldn't navigate. So Eddie rejected Henry's words. He told Augusta about his brother's doubts. He positioned himself as the loyal son, the true believer, the one who would never betray mother. Augusta rewarded this loyalty with increased attention and affection, drawing Eddie even closer, making him even more dependent. The brothers' relationship deteriorated. They worked together, lived in the same house, but the bond between them was strained to breaking. Henry saw Eddie as mother's puppet, a man who refused to grow up or think for himself. Eddie saw Henry as a traitor, a sinner, a threat to the only security he knew. The farm itself reflected this psychological decay. By the early 1940s, it was barely functional. They kept a few chickens, a pig occasionally, a small vegetable garden. They rented out most of the acreage to neighboring farmers for cash. Henry and Eddie worked odd jobs, handyman work, farm labor for others, whatever they could find to bring in money. Augusta, now in her 60s, was slowing down physically, but her mental control remained absolute. She ran the household, managed the finances, maintained her rigid schedule of work, prayer, and indoctrination. If anything, her religious fervor intensified with age. She spoke more often of death and judgment, of the final reckoning when the wicked would be punished and the righteous, meaning herself and Eddie, if he remained obedient, would be rewarded. The upstairs rooms of the farmhouse became Augusta's domain. She kept them immaculately clean, a stark contrast to the rest of the house, which was serviceable but plain. Augusta's bedroom and sitting room were her sanctuary, places where she read her Bible, prayed, and planned her son's futures, or rather, planned Eddie's future, as she had essentially given up on Henry. Eddie was allowed in these rooms only with permission and under supervision. They were sacred spaces, extensions of Augusta herself, to be treated with reverence and fear. Eddie learned to associate the upstairs with mother's presence, with safety and authority and absolute power. In 1944, events came to a head. On May 16th, Henry and Eddie were burning marsh vegetation on the property, a routine task to clear land and prevent wildfires. The fire got away from them, spreading faster than they could control. They fought it for hours until firefighters from town arrived to help. When the fire was finally extinguished, Henry was missing. Eddie, his face smudged with smoke, told firefighters that they'd gotten separated in the smoke. He said he didn't know where Henry was. The firefighters searched and found Henry's body lying in an unburned area, face down. There was a bruise on his head. The police were called. They questioned Eddie about what happened. His story was confused, changing in details. First, he said he didn't know where Henry was. Then he led them directly to the body. The location didn't make sense. The area wasn't burned. So why was Henry lying there? The bruise suggested a blow to the head, but Eddie claimed he hadn't seen what happened. The local coroner ruled the death asphyxiation from smoke inhalation. Despite the suspicious circumstances, the unburned location, the head wound, Eddie's inconsistent statements, no autopsy was performed. Henry was buried, and the matter was closed. Whispers circulated in Plainfield. Some people thought Eddie had killed his brother, whether intentionally or accidentally. Others thought it was a genuine accident, tragic, but not criminal. The authorities didn't pursue it. Ed Gein, odd as he was, didn't seem capable of murder. The death was ruled accidental, and life went on. But Henry's death changed everything on the farm. Now it was just Augusta and Eddie alone together, the relationship Augusta had always wanted. No more Henry questioning her authority, mocking her teachings, trying to pull Eddie away. Just mother and son, bound together until death parted them. Except death didn't part them. Not really. Augusta suffered a stroke in 1945, shortly after Henry's death. The woman who had been so physically imposing, so commanding and strong, was suddenly helpless. She partially paralyzed on one side, her speech slurred, her ability to care for herself severely compromised. Eddie became her caretaker, a role reversal that both fulfilled and devastated him. Finally, Mother needed him. Finally, he could prove his worth, his devotion, his love. He fed her, cleaned her, helped her with every intimate bodily function. The woman who had controlled every aspect of his life now depended on him for survival. But Augusta, even weakened, maintained her psychological grip. She continued to lecture Eddie about purity and wickedness. Her words slurred, but her message unchanged. She continued to demand his absolute obedience. She continued to be the center of his universe, even from her sickbed. Eddie nursed her devotedly for months. He barely left her side. His entire world contracted to the upstairs bedroom where Augusta lay, slowly dying. He prayed for her recovery with desperate intensity. He couldn't imagine life without her. She had told him they would never be parted, and he believed it with every fiber of his being. On December 29th, 1945, Augusta Gein died. She was 67 years old. The cause of death was heart failure, a consequence of the stroke and her general declining health. Eddie was 39 years old and, for the first time in his life, utterly alone. The neighbors who came to the funeral, few as they were, noticed Eddie's state. He seemed lost, empty, destroyed. He clung to his mother's coffin, weeping uncontrollably. He had to be physically pulled away to allow the burial. He stood at the graveside long after everyone else had left, staring at the fresh earth that covered Augusta. He went home to the farmhouse that evening, walking into the silence of a place that had always been filled with Augusta's voice, Augusta's presence, Augusta's overwhelming personality. The house felt empty in a way that went beyond physical absence. The center had been removed. The organizing principle was gone. The only person who had ever mattered to Eddie was dead. But as Eddie would demonstrate in the years to come, Augusta's death was not an ending, but a transformation. Her body was in the ground, but her presence remained. Her voice still echoed in every room. Her teaching still governed his thoughts. Her face still appeared in his mind, watching, judging, commanding. Augusta had promised they would never be parted. In the most terrible way imaginable, she was right. She would be with Eddie always, in the preserved rooms upstairs, in the lessons that shaped his every thought, in the desperate, twisted actions he would take to keep her promise. The little boy, who had been raised in isolation and fear, taught that all women except mother were evil, denied any normal development or healthy relationship, was now a middle aged man alone in a farmhouse, carrying inside him the poison of Augusta's teachings. And in the years between Augusta's death and Bernice Warden's murder, that poison would manifest in ways that no one could have predicted, producing horrors that even Augusta, with all her talk of wickedness and damnation, could never have imagined. The foundation was laid. The psychological damage was complete. Edward Gein, Augusta's son, Augusta's creation, Augusta's victim, and eventual instrument of horror, was alone with his obsessions and his memories and his desperate need to keep mother alive no matter what it took. The seeds planted in childhood were about to produce their terrible harvest. The union of George and Augusta Gein deserves deeper examination, for in that toxic pairing lay the origins of everything that followed. Theirs was not simply an unhappy marriage, but a fundamentally poisonous relationship that created an environment of psychological abuse, sexual shame, and profound dysfunction. George Philip Gein was born in 1873 in Wisconsin to a family of modest means. Little is recorded about his early life, but what is known suggests a man without direction or ambition, someone who drifted through life without making much impression. He worked as a tanner, a carpenter, a general laborer. Whatever jobs he could find, none of them held for long. George was a drinker from early adulthood. In the saloon culture of late 19th century Wisconsin, heavy drinking was common among working class men, but even by those standards, George stood out. He drank not socially, but compulsively, seeking oblivion rather than camaraderie. It was escape drinking, the kind that signals deep unhappiness and weak character. When Augusta met George, she was 21, he was 26. The courtship, such as it was, remains mysterious. Augusta never spoke of it with affection or nostalgia. In later years, she would tell her sons only that she had made a mistake, that she had been deceived by George's promises, that she had learned the hard way that men were weak and women had to be strong to survive. Some historians have speculated that Augusta was pregnant when she married George, though no evidence supports this. Henry was born in 1901, over a year after the marriage. It's more likely that Augusta, facing the social stigma of being unmarried at 21, settled for George as the best option available, believing she could reform him through the force of her personality and righteousness. If so, she discovered her error quickly. George did not reform. He could not hold a job. He continued drinking. He showed no aptitude for leadership or providing for his family. He was weak precisely in all the ways Augusta valued strength, moral certainty, religious devotion, self discipline, and willpower. Augusta's response was not to leave. Divorce was almost unthinkable in her religious and social context, but to dominate. If George couldn't be a proper husband, she would take over his role. She would make the decisions, control the money, run the family. George would be reduced to a cipher, a unfortunate necessity for producing children, but otherwise irrelevant. This arrangement might have been merely sad, another unhappy marriage in an era full of them, except that Augusta refused to hide her contempt from her sons. She actively taught Henry and Eddie to despise their father, to see him as an example of masculine failure, to understand that men were inherently weak and women, or at least one woman herself, had to compensate for that weakness. Imagine the psychological impact on young boys. Their father presented not as a figure of authority or respect, but as an object of contempt and pity. Their mother positioned as the sole source of strength, wisdom, and worth. The message was clear. Masculinity itself was weak and suspect. Only Augusta's particular brand of domineering femininity was valuable. This created profound confusion about gender roles and identity. How could Henry and Eddie develop healthy masculine identities when their only male model was presented as worthless? How could they learn to respect women when their mother taught them that all women except herself were whores? How could they develop normal sexual identities when sexuality itself was framed as sin and degradation? They couldn't. The damage was baked in from the beginning, guaranteed by the toxic dynamic between their parents and reinforced every single day of their childhood. George, for his part, responded to his marginalization by withdrawing further. He drank more heavily. He spent longer hours away from home. When he was present, he was silent, sullen, a ghost haunting the edges of his own family. He never protected his sons from Augusta's excessive control. He never modeled healthy masculinity or normal fatherhood. He simply existed, taking up space, consuming resources, providing nothing of value. The move to Plainfield in 1914 was Augusta's decision entirely. She had saved the money, found the property, and made the arrangements. She informed George they were moving, and he complied because he always complied. He had no will of his own left, if he'd ever had any. On the farm, George's uselessness became even more apparent. He knew nothing about farming. He had no skills to contribute. Augusta and the boys did the work while George disappeared to town, to the tavern, anywhere he could escape the weight of his wife's contempt and his own failure. Neighbors in Plainfield who remembered George described him as a beaten man, someone who looked at the ground when you spoke to him, who mumbled responses, who seemed eager to end any conversation and move on. He was an embarrassment, and everyone knew it, probably including George himself. The final years of George's life, from the mid 1930s until his death in 1940, were particularly pathetic. His health failing, his alcoholism advanced, he became even more peripheral to family life. Augusta barely acknowledged his existence. Henry and Eddie, now adults, treated him with the indifference one might show a stray dog that hangs around but serves no purpose. When George died in 1940, there was no grief in the Gain household. Augusta seemed relieved. Henry was indifferent. Eddie, if he felt anything, kept it hidden. They buried George without ceremony or sentiment. Another chore completed, a problem finally resolved. But George's legacy persisted in the psychological damage he helped create. His weakness and failure, constantly emphasized by Augusta, taught Eddie that men were inherently worthless unless dominated by a strong woman. His absence as a father figure left Eddie without any model of healthy masculinity. His drinking and degradation served as Augusta's primary evidence that the world outside her control was dangerous and corrupt. In a healthier family, George might have been a counterbalance to Augusta, a tempering influence, someone who could have shown the boys that mother's extreme views weren't the only way to see the world. But George provided no such balance. He was instead a confirmation of everything Augusta preached. Men are weak, the world is wicked, only mother can be trusted. The marriage of George and Augusta Gein was a disaster from beginning to end, but its most terrible consequence was the environment it created for Edward Gein's development, an environment of psychological abuse, sexual shame, gender confusion, and absolute maternal domination that would, in time, produce one of the most disturbing criminals in American history. The fire that claimed Henry Gein's life on May 16th, 1944, deserves closer examination, for it remains one of the most suspicious and significant events in the Ed Gein story. The day began ordinarily enough. Ed and Henry were burning off marsh vegetation on their property, a common practice in rural Wisconsin. Farmers would burn marshy areas in spring to clear vegetation, prevent wildfires later in the season, and prepare land for use. It was routine work, though not without danger. The fire started in a controlled manner, but wind picked up and the flames spread faster than anticipated. The brothers worked to contain it, but by mid afternoon, it was clear they needed help. Someone, accounts differ on whether it was Ed or a neighbor who spotted the smoke, called the fire department. Firefighters from Plainfield arrived and worked with Ed and Henry to bring the blaze under control. By early evening, the fire was out. That's when the firefighters realized Henry was missing. Ed's behavior at this point was odd, even accounting for stress and exhaustion. He seemed confused about when he had last seen his brother. He suggested Henry might have been overcome by smoke, but when firefighters asked where to search, Ed led them directly to a specific area, and there they found Henry's body. The location was suspicious. The body lay in an area that had not burned. If Henry had been overcome by smoke, he should have been found in or near the burned area. Instead, he was lying in clear ground, face down, with a bruise on his head. The firefighters immediately suspected something wrong. They called the police. Deputy Sheriff Ernest Hagen arrived and questioned Ed. Ed's story was inconsistent. First, he said he and Henry had gotten separated in the smoke and he didn't know where his brother was. But he had just led firefighters directly to the body. When confronted with this inconsistency, Ed became confused, offering vague explanations that didn't make sense. The bruise on Henry's head suggested he had been struck or had fallen and hit his head, but there were no rocks or hard objects in the immediate area that would explain such an injury. And if Henry had been injured, why hadn't Ed mentioned it? Why had he said he didn't know where Henry was? Deputy Hagan suspected foul play. He knew about the tensions between the Gain brothers. Henry's increasing criticism of their mother was known to neighbors. He knew that Ed was completely dominated by Augusta and might see Henry as a threat to that relationship. The circumstances were suspicious enough to warrant investigation. But the county coroner, a local man without extensive training, examined the body and ruled the death accidental asphyxiation due to smoke inhalation. No autopsy was performed. The body was released for burial. The investigation ended. Why wasn't the death investigated more thoroughly? Several factors contributed. This was rural Wisconsin in 1944, with limited law enforcement resources. The coroner wasn't a trained pathologist, but an elected official whose medical knowledge was minimal. Ed Gein, for all his oddness, had no criminal record and wasn't considered violent. The idea that he might have killed his brother seemed far fetched. Accidents happened on farms all the time. Moreover, the United States was in the midst of World War II. Attention and resources were focused elsewhere. A possibly suspicious death in a remote Wisconsin farm didn't warrant the time and expense of a thorough investigation, especially when the coroner had already ruled it accidental. But people in Plainfield wondered. Neighbors whispered. Some believed Ed had killed Henry, either in a moment of rage or deliberately. Others thought it was a genuine accident, but Ed's strange behavior, the inconsistent statements, the confusion, made people uneasy. The truth will never be known with certainty. Henry might have been overcome by smoke in an unburned area, having fled the fire and collapsed before the flames reached him. The head wound might have come from a fall. Ed's confusion might have been the result of shock and exhaustion. Or Ed might have struck his brother with a tool or rock, killing him either impulsively or deliberately, then used the fire as cover for murder. The inconsistent statements might have been the clumsy lies of a man unused to deception. What is certain is that Henry's death benefited Ed psychologically, removing the one person who challenged Augusta's control and threatened the mother son relationship that defined Ed's existence. With Henry gone, Ed had Augusta all to himself, exactly as she wanted, and as some deep, twisted part of Ed wanted as well. The year following Henry's death, 1944 into 1945, represented the culmination of Augusta and Ed's relationship. They lived alone together on the farm, isolated from the world, existing in a bubble of religious fanaticism and psychological dysfunction. Augusta, now 66, was slowing physically, but her mental control remained absolute. If anything, Henry's death intensified her hold on Ed. With no other family members, with no competing voices, Augusta's word became even more completely Ed's reality. Ed, now 38, was completely arrested in development. He had the body of a middle aged man, but the psychological profile of a child. He had never been on a date, never kissed a woman, never experienced normal sexual development. His entire emotional life was bound up in his relationship with his mother. He worked odd jobs in town, handyman work, babysitting occasionally. Neighbors trusted him with children, seeing him as simple and harmless. Farm labor. He was known as reliable if strange, someone who would show up and do the work, but who made people vaguely uncomfortable with his odd manner and inappropriate laughter. But his real life, his interior life, was entirely on the farm with Augusta. He would come home from town and immediately seek her out, reporting on his day, asking her opinion on every decision, accepting her judgments on everything and everyone. Augusta, for her part, kept Ed close. She discouraged any job that would take him away overnight. She questioned him closely about every person he interacted with, especially women. She reinforced constantly that he must never marry, never leave her, never betray their bond by forming an attachment to another woman. Then, in early 1945, Augusta suffered a stroke. It happened suddenly, as strokes do. One moment she was lecturing Ed about some perceived wickedness in the world. The next she was slumped in her chair, the right side of her face drooping, unable to speak clearly. Ed was terrified. He called for help, and Augusta was taken to a hospital in nearby Watoma. The diagnosis was a significant cerebrovascular accident, a stroke that left her partially paralyzed and affected her speech. The doctor told Ed that Augusta would need extensive care, might never fully recover, might be an invalid for whatever time she had left. Ed brought her home and became her full time caretaker. The role reversal was profound. Augusta, who had controlled every aspect of Ed's life, was now dependent on him for her most basic needs. He fed her, bathed her, helped her to the toilet, cleaned her when she couldn't control her bodily functions. For Ed, this was both terrifying and in some way fulfilling. Mother needed him. Finally, he could prove his devotion, his worth, his love. He attended to her with obsessive care, barely sleeping, constantly worried about her comfort and health. But even weakened, Augusta maintained her psychological dominance. Her speech was slurred, but her message was unchanged. She continued to lecture Ed about purity, about the wickedness of women, about his duty to her. She continued to demand absolute obedience. She continued to be the center of his universe. The months of Augusta's decline, from her stroke until her death in December 1945, were intense and claustrophobic. Ed rarely left the house. His whole world became the upstairs bedroom where Augusta lay dying. He prayed desperately for her recovery, begged God to spare her, promised anything if only Mother could be well again. But Augusta continued to decline. By December, she was barely conscious most of the time. Ed sat by her bed, holding her hand, talking to her even when she couldn't respond. He was losing the only person who had ever mattered to him, and the prospect of life without her was literally unthinkable. On December 29th, 1945, Augusta drew her last breath. Ed was beside her, and the neighbors who later heard his reaction said his screaming could be heard across the fields. He had lost his mother, his purpose, his identity, his everything. The funeral was small. Few people had liked Augusta. Even fewer wanted to pretend to mourn her. Ed was barely functional, weeping constantly, clinging to the coffin, refusing to accept the reality of her death. When he returned to the farm after the burial, the silence must have been deafening. For the first time in his 39 years, Ed was alone. The voice that had filled his life was silent. The presence that had dominated every moment was gone. The woman who had promised they would never be parted was in the ground. But as Ed would prove in the terrible years ahead, Augusta wasn't really gone. Her presence saturated the house, her voice echoed in his mind, her teachings governed his thoughts, her rooms upstairs became a shrine, and Ed's desperate need to keep her alive, to maintain connection with her, to fulfill her promise that they would never be parted, would lead him down a path of such profound horror that it would shock the world. Augusta Gein died in 1945, but her influence lived on, twisted and darkened, in the mind and actions of her son. The child she had shaped, controlled, and psychologically destroyed was now a man alone, carrying her poison inside him, about to manifest it in ways that would make her legacy one of the darkest in American criminal history. The final year of Henry Gein's life was marked by increasing tension between the brothers, a fracture that had been developing for years but reached its breaking point in 1943 and early 1944. Henry was 42 years old, unmarried, living on a failing farm with a domineering mother and a brother who seemed incapable of independent thought. He had begun to see his situation with painful clarity. He had wasted his life under Augusta's control, and if he didn't break free soon, he would die on this farm, having never really lived. He started spending more time away from the property, taking jobs that kept him in town, socializing at the local tavern, talking to people, including women, without Augusta's supervision. These small acts of independence were revolutionary for someone raised as Henry had been, and they gave him perspective on just how abnormal his upbringing had been. Henry began voicing his criticisms more openly. He would comment on Augusta's excessive religiosity, her irrational hatred of women, her suffocating control over Ed. At first, he made these observations carefully, testing the waters. When Augusta responded with fury and Ed with frightened rejection, Henry grew bolder, more confrontational. "She's turned you into a child, Ed," Henry said on more than one occasion. "You're almost 40 years old and you act like you're 10. You ask her permission for everything. You have no life of your own. Don't you see that's not normal?" Ed would refuse to engage, would sometimes leave the room, would occasionally defend Augusta with the fervor of a true believer defending his faith. "Mother knows what's best," he would say. "Mother is protecting us from the wickedness out there. You're starting to think like the sinner she warned us about." Henry's response was usually bitter laughter. "Sinners? Ed, the only thing wrong out there is that it's different from in here. Different isn't evil. Normal isn't wicked. Mother has poisoned your mind." These conversations horrified Ed. Henry's words struck at the foundation of his entire worldview. If Augusta was wrong, then Ed's entire life had been based on lies. If the world wasn't as wicked as Augusta claimed, then Ed had been imprisoned unnecessarily. If other women weren't evil, then Augusta's uniqueness, her claims to be the only good woman, was false. Ed couldn't accept any of this. His psychological survival depended on believing Augusta was right about everything. So he rejected Henry's arguments and reported them to Augusta, positioning himself as the loyal son and Henry as the betrayer. Augusta responded by tightening her control over Ed while essentially giving up on Henry. She told Ed that his brother was falling into sin, that the world was corrupting him, that Ed must be vigilant not to follow Henry's path. She drew Ed closer, made him her confidant and ally against Henry's rebellion. The farmhouse became a Cold War zone. Henry and Ed barely spoke. Augusta would lecture Ed about Henry's failings while Henry was in earshot, making sure her disappointment was clear. Meals were silent, tense affairs. The brothers worked side by side but separately, cooperation without communication. Henry told a neighbor in early 1944 that he was planning to leave the farm, to get his own place, to finally live independently. He was saving money, making plans. He would be gone by summer, he said. He couldn't take another year of life with Augusta. Whether Ed knew about these plans is unclear, but if he did, they would have represented a profound threat. Henry leaving would prove that escape was possible, would challenge Ed's belief that he needed Augusta's protection, would demonstrate that life outside the farm was achievable. Worse, Henry's departure might anger Augusta, might make her feel abandoned, might lead her to cling even more desperately to Ed. On May 16th, 1944, all of this came to a head on a marshy section of the Gein property. The day was warm, with intermittent wind. Ed and Henry had decided to burn off the marsh grass, a task they'd performed many times before. They started the fire in mid morning, using kerosene to ignite the dried vegetation. The fire burned steadily at first, controllable, moving in the direction they wanted. But around noon, the wind picked up. The fire spread faster, jumping containment lines, moving towards sections of the property they hadn't intended to burn. The brothers worked to control it using wet burlap sacks to beat down flames, digging dirt breaks, trying to redirect the fire's path. What happened next is known only to Ed, and his accounts varied significantly. In his initial statement to firefighters who arrived in early afternoon to help contain the blaze, Ed said he had lost sight of Henry in the smoke. They'd been working in different areas. The smoke was thick, and when Ed looked around, Henry was gone. He assumed his brother had gone to get more equipment or had moved to fight the fire in another area. When the fire was finally extinguished around 4 o'clock, firefighters asked where Henry was. Ed seemed uncertain. "He must be around here somewhere," Ed reportedly said. "Maybe he went back to the house." But when someone checked the house and found no sign of Henry, the firefighters became concerned. They began searching the burned area, calling Henry's name, looking for any sign of him. Ed suddenly said, "Maybe he's over there," and pointed to a specific area on the edge of the burned section. Firefighters walked to that area and found Henry lying face down in vegetation that had not burned. He was dead. The Washara County Deputy Sheriff, Ernest Hagan, was called to the scene. He arrived to find Henry's body lying in unburned grass, a visible bruise on the side of his head. The location immediately struck Hagan as suspicious. If Henry had been overcome by smoke, he should have been found in or near the burned area. Instead, he was lying in a spot the fire had never reached. Deputy Hagan questioned Ed closely. How did Ed know where to look for Henry if they'd been separated in the smoke? Why was Henry in an unburned area? What caused the bruise on his head? Ed's answers were confused and contradictory. First, he said he didn't know where Henry was. Then he said he'd seen Henry go in that direction. Then he said he hadn't seen Henry at all. He just guessed where to look. The story kept changing, the details shifting with each telling. The bruise on Henry's head suggested trauma. Had Henry been struck? Had he fallen? If he'd fallen, what had he fallen on? The ground in that area was soft marsh grass, nothing that would cause such an injury. Deputy Hagan's instinct told him something was wrong. The circumstances were suspicious, Ed's behavior was odd, and the Gein brothers' troubled relationship was known to local law enforcement. This deserved investigation. But the county coroner, a local farmer named Harold Mott, who served as coroner as an elected position rather than through medical expertise, examined the body at the scene and quickly ruled the death accidental. Asphyxiation due to smoke inhalation, Mott declared. A tragic accident, but nothing more. Deputy Hagan objected. He pointed out the suspicious circumstances, the inconsistencies in Ed's statement, the questionable location of the body. He recommended an autopsy and a more thorough investigation. Coroner Mott disagreed. He saw no reason to put the county to the expense of an autopsy. Farm accidents happen. Henry had breathed smoke, collapsed, and died. The bruise was probably from falling. Ed's confusion was understandable given the trauma of losing his brother. The matter was settled. Without the coroner's support, Deputy Hagan couldn't pursue the investigation further. He filed a report noting his concerns, but the official ruling stood accidental death. Henry Gein was buried in Plainfield Cemetery on May 19, 1944. Few people attended the funeral. Henry had been well known in town, but not particularly liked. He was remembered as the less strange of the Gein brothers, but still odd, still isolated, still marked by his abnormal upbringing. Ed's behavior at the funeral was notable. He didn't weep or show obvious grief. He seemed detached, almost confused, as if he didn't quite understand what was happening. When neighbors offered condolences, he responded with inappropriate comments about how it was God's will, and Mother said everything happens for a reason. Augusta did not attend the funeral. She was not ill, at least not yet, but she claimed she couldn't bear to see her son buried. In reality, Augusta showed remarkably little grief over Henry's death. To neighbors who visited to offer sympathy, she spoke of Henry's recent waywardness, his questioning of her authority, his dangerous flirtation with worldly values. She implied that his death was perhaps a form of divine judgment, a punishment for straying from righteousness. More tellingly, Augusta seemed almost pleased to have Ed to herself. With Henry gone, there was no competing voice in Ed's ear, no one to challenge her teachings or encourage Ed toward independence. It was now just mother and son, exactly as Augusta had always wanted. The months following Henry's death saw Ed and Augusta living in an increasingly closed world. Ed stopped taking jobs that kept him away from the farm for extended periods. He stayed close to home, close to mother, as if Henry's death had frightened him into even greater dependence on Augusta. Neighbors noticed the change. Ed, already odd, became odder. He would show up for jobs and then leave suddenly, saying mother needed him. He would be in the middle of a conversation and abruptly depart, claiming he had to get home. His devotion to Augusta, always excessive, became total. Augusta, now 66, seemed energized by having Ed's complete attention. She increased the intensity of her religious instruction, spending hours each evening reading the Bible to Ed and elaborating on her theories about sin, corruption, and the evil nature of women. She spoke often about death and the afterlife, about being reunited with the righteous in heaven, about eternal bonds that transcended mortal existence. "We will always be together, Eddie," she told him repeatedly. "Nothing can separate us. Not in this life and not in the next. We are bound forever." Ed absorbed these teachings with desperate intensity. He had lost Henry, whether through accident or some action Ed himself might have taken in a moment of panic or rage, and he could not survive losing Augusta, too. She was everything: mother, God, purpose, identity, the organizing principle of his entire existence. This period of intense mother son bonding lasted from May 1944 through early 1945. Then, without warning, Augusta suffered a stroke. It happened in the kitchen on a cold morning in early 1945. Augusta was in the middle of lecturing Ed about some perceived wickedness. An immodestly dressed woman she'd seen in town, perhaps, or a story in the newspaper about moral decay. When her words slurred, her face drooped on one side and she collapsed. Ed panicked. He had no telephone. Augusta had never allowed one, seeing it as an unnecessary connection to the corrupt outside world. He ran to a neighbor's farm, nearly incoherent with terror, and they called for help. Augusta was transported to the hospital in Watoma. The diagnosis was a significant cerebrovascular accident, a stroke affecting the right side of her brain, causing left side paralysis and speech impairment. The doctor, a general practitioner named Dr. Everson, told Ed that Augusta would need extensive care. She might regain some function with time, or she might not. At her age, and with the severity of the stroke, full recovery was unlikely. Ed brought Augusta home after a week in the hospital. He couldn't afford extended hospitalization, and Augusta herself demanded to return to the farm. She wanted to die in her own home if death was coming, and she wanted Ed, not strangers, caring for her. The next 9 months were a grotesque inversion of their lifelong relationship. Augusta, who had controlled every aspect of Ed's life, was now helpless and dependent. Ed fed her, bathed her, helped her to the commode, cleaned her when her bodily functions failed. The woman who had loomed over his entire existence was now small, weak, trapped in a body that no longer obeyed her commands. Yet, even in this diminished state, Augusta maintained her psychological dominance. Her speech was slurred and difficult to understand, but the content remained unchanged. She continued to lecture Ed about purity, about the evil of women, about his duty to her. She continued to demand absolute obedience. She continued to remind him that they would never be parted, that their bond transcended death, that he must remain faithful to her teachings forever. Ed devoted himself to Augusta's care with religious fervor. He barely slept, constantly checking on her, worried that she might need something and he wouldn't be there. He stopped taking jobs in town almost entirely. The farm fell into complete disrepair. Nothing mattered except caring for Mother, keeping Mother alive, preventing the loss he knew was coming but refused to accept. Augusta continued to decline through the fall of 1945. By December, she was bedridden, conscious only sporadically, her body slowly shutting down. Ed sat by her bed for hours, holding her hand, talking to her even when she couldn't respond, praying desperately for her recovery. On December 29th, 1945, Augusta Wilhelmina Gein died. The official cause was heart failure, a consequence of the stroke and her general deterioration. She was 67 years old. Ed's reaction was extreme, even by the standards of grief. Neighbors who were present, Ed had finally called for help when he realized Augusta had stopped breathing, reported that he screamed so loudly and continuously that they had to physically restrain him. He tried to climb into the bed with Augusta's body. He refused to let anyone touch her. He insisted she wasn't dead, that she was just sleeping, that she would wake up if everyone would just leave them alone. Eventually, the local minister and several neighbors managed to separate Ed from Augusta's body. The undertaker was called. Arrangements were made for a funeral. The funeral, held on January 2nd, 1946, was sparsely attended. Augusta had made few friends during her years in Plainfield. Most people had found her unpleasant, judgmental, and harsh. They came to the funeral out of respect for convention, not affection for the deceased. Ed was barely functional. He wept throughout the service. When it came time to close the casket, he had to be held back by several men. At the graveside in Plainfield Cemetery, Ed stood staring at the coffin as it was lowered into the frozen ground, his face blank, his eyes unfocused, as if his consciousness had departed his body. After the burial, Ed returned to the farmhouse. Neighbors who checked on him in the following days found him in a state of near catatonia. He sat in Augusta's chair, staring at nothing, barely responding to questions. He wasn't eating, he wasn't sleeping, he was simply existing in a state of suspended animation, unable to process or accept his mother's death. Several neighbors brought food, offered help, suggested Ed might want to stay with someone for a while rather than being alone in the house. Ed refused all assistance. He wanted to be left alone. He needed to be in the house with Mother's things, in the spaces where she had lived. It was the only way he could feel close to her. The immediate aftermath of Augusta's death revealed the extent of Ed's psychological dependence. He had no identity separate from being Augusta's son. He had no purpose beyond serving her needs. He had no beliefs that weren't her beliefs, no values that weren't her values, no thoughts that she hadn't planted. Augusta had consumed him so completely that her death left him as a shell, a hollow man going through the motions of living without any internal life. But grief, even pathological grief, eventually evolves. In the weeks and months following Augusta's death, Ed's catatonic state gave way to something else, a desperate, obsessive need to maintain connection with his mother, to keep her presence alive, to somehow fulfill her promise that they would never be parted. This need would manifest in ways that began as sad and progressed to disturbing and finally arrived at horrifying. Ed's inability to let go of Augusta, combined with the twisted psychosexual development her teachings had created, would lead him down a path of such profound darkness that Plainfield, Wisconsin, and the world beyond would never forget the name Edward Gein. The first thing Ed did after the fog of immediate grief began to lift was seal off Augusta's rooms. He started with her bedroom. Using a hammer and nails he'd salvaged from his collection of junk, Ed nailed the door shut from the outside. He then took boards and nailed them across the door frame, creating a barrier that would discourage any attempt to enter. Finally, he covered the boards with old sheets as if to hide the door's existence entirely. Augusta's sitting room received the same treatment. Door nailed shut, boards across the frame, sheets covering everything. These were the spaces where Augusta had spent most of her time, where she had read her Bible and planned her lessons for Ed, where she had ruled over her small kingdom. Now they were tombs, sealed and inviolable. Ed didn't stop with just closing the doors. He made a conscious decision that these rooms would remain exactly as Augusta had left them. No one would enter, nothing would be disturbed. Dust could accumulate, time could pass, but Augusta's spaces would remain frozen at the moment of her death, preserved perfectly, waiting for her return. This wasn't a brief impulse or a temporary measure. Ed maintained the sealed rooms for the rest of his time in the house, over 12 years. He never entered them, never opened the doors, never allowed anyone else to suggest otherwise. Augusta's bedroom and sitting room became shrines, untouchable and sacred. The psychology behind this preservation is complex but revealing. On one level, Ed was trying to keep Augusta alive through maintaining her spaces. If everything remained as she'd left it, then in some sense she wasn't really gone. She might walk through the door at any moment, return to her chair, call for Ed to come listen to her read from the Bible. On another level, the sealed rooms represented Ed's fear of moving forward. Opening those rooms, sorting through Augusta's belongings, making any changes would mean accepting her death as final. Ed couldn't do that. He was psychologically incapable of accepting a reality in which Augusta didn't exist. There was also an element of worship in the preservation. Augusta had taught Ed that she was special, unique, the only good woman in a world of evil. Her rooms were therefore holy places, not to be profaned by ordinary use or presence. Sealing them was an act of reverence, of maintaining their sacred character. But while the upstairs remained frozen in time, the downstairs rooms where Ed actually lived began to deteriorate rapidly. Without Augusta's discipline and standards, such as they were, Ed let the house fall into squalor. He had never learned basic housekeeping skills. Augusta had done the cooking, the cleaning, the organizing. Ed had only done what she directed. Now, without direction, he simply didn't maintain the house. Dirty dishes accumulated in the sink and on every surface. Ed would eat from a dish, set it aside, and never wash it. Eventually, he'd run out of clean dishes and just rinse one off superficially to use again. The sink itself became clogged and stopped draining. Rather than fix it, Ed just stopped using it, drawing water from the pump outside when he needed it. Trash and newspapers piled up. Ed was a compulsive reader. It was one of the few pleasures Augusta had allowed, and he would save newspapers, magazines, anything with printed words. He stacked them in corners on furniture against walls. The piles grew higher month by month, creating narrow pathways through rooms that had once been open spaces. The wood stove in the kitchen became Ed's primary source of heat and cooking capability. He kept it going through the winter, but never properly maintained it. Soot and ash accumulated. The stove smoked. The kitchen became permanently grimy with a film of smoke residue. Ed's personal hygiene deteriorated as well. He bathed rarely, changed clothes infrequently, paid no attention to his appearance. Neighbors in town began to notice that Ed Gein smelled bad, that his clothes were dirty and ill fitting, that he looked increasingly unkempt and wild. But it was Ed's connection to the outside world, his odd jobs around Plainfield, that kept him from complete collapse into isolation. He needed money, however little, to buy basic supplies. And perhaps some part of him, the part not completely consumed by grief and obsession, needed human contact, however superficial. Ed had been doing odd jobs around Plainfield for years, even before Augusta's death. He was known as a reliable handyman, not skilled exactly, but willing to do simple tasks for very low wages. He would do yard work, haul trash, help with minor repairs, dig ditches, anything that required more labor than skill. After Augusta's death, these jobs became Ed's primary contact with the community. He would show up at people's houses, offering to work. He'd do the job adequately, if simply collect his small payment and leave. He was strange, but he was harmless, or so everyone thought. Ed also babysat occasionally, which seems remarkable in retrospect, but made sense to Plainfield residents at the time. Ed was simple, they thought, childlike himself, and he seemed to enjoy playing with children. He was gentle, patient, never inappropriate. Parents trusted him with their kids, and the children generally liked him, even if they found him odd. What no one knew was that Ed's internal world was beginning to fracture. The combination of Augusta's death, his isolation, his warped psychosexual development, and his complete lack of normal human connections was creating a psychological crisis that would eventually manifest in horrifying ways. Ed began having what he later described as episodes or spells. He would find himself in places with no memory of how he got there. He would lose hours, even whole days, with no recollection of what he'd done. These dissociative episodes suggested severe psychological distress, a mind fragmenting under pressures it couldn't process or relieve. During these episodes, Ed began visiting cemeteries at night. He started with Plainfield Cemetery, where Augusta was buried. He would walk the 2 miles from his farm to the cemetery after dark, letting himself in through a gap in the fence, and spend hours sitting by Augusta's grave. He would talk to her, telling her about his day, asking her advice, begging her to come back to him. Sometimes he would bring a shovel. Ed later claimed he couldn't clearly remember the first time he dug up a grave. It happened during one of his dissociative episodes, he said. He found himself in the cemetery with a shovel, standing next to an open grave, looking down at a casket. He had dug it up without conscious intent, in a kind of fugue state, driven by compulsions he didn't understand and couldn't control. The grave was fresh, a woman who had died recently and been buried within the past few days. The earth was still loose, easy to dig. Ed opened the casket and looked at the body inside. She was middle aged, heavy set, dressed in a funeral dress. Her eyes were closed, her hands folded on her chest. She looked peaceful, preserved by the embalmer's art, not yet showing signs of decay. Ed stared at her for a long time. Then, driven by impulses that connected to his obsession with his mother, his confusion about women, his arrested psychosexual development, and his desperate need for connection with the dead, he reached into the casket and touched her. The body was cool, firm, real, not a living woman who might reject him or corrupt him, as Augusta had warned, not Augusta herself, who was dead and buried and beyond his reach, but a woman, dead and therefore safe, available, unable to judge or condemn or abandon him. Ed later described a feeling of intense satisfaction mixed with horror. He knew what he was doing was wrong, transgressive, forbidden, but it also felt necessary, compelled, the only way to satisfy needs he couldn't name or understand. That first time, or at least the first time Ed consciously remembered, he touched the body but didn't take it. He closed the casket, filled in the grave, smoothed the dirt to hide evidence of disturbance, and went home. He was terrified someone would discover what he'd done, but also exhilarated in a way he'd never experienced. He had done something secret, forbidden, his alone. He returned to the cemetery a few nights later, and again a few nights after that. Each time his actions became bolder. He began taking items from the bodies, a piece of jewelry, a scrap of burial clothing, small personal effects. He would bring these items home and hide them in the house, secret treasures connecting him to the dead. Then he began taking parts of the bodies themselves: a hand, severed at the wrist, a foot, eventually entire bodies when they were fresh enough to transport. Ed would dig up a grave, open the casket, remove the body or parts of it, pack everything back to make it look undisturbed, and carry his prizes home to the farm. The selection of graves was not random. Ed chose recently deceased women, usually middle aged or elderly, often heavy set. He was, in effect, looking for substitutes for Augusta, women of similar age and appearance, mother figures who could replace what he had lost. He also consulted obituaries obsessively, reading death notices in local newspapers, learning about recent burials, identifying potential targets. He would sometimes attend funerals, standing at the back, observing the burial location, planning his nighttime return. The process of grave robbing required planning and effort. Ed would wait for darkness, walk or drive to the cemetery, locate the fresh grave, dig down to the casket, several feet of earth that had to be moved quietly. He would open the casket, remove what he wanted, fill the grave back in, and transport his prizes home. It was physically demanding work, requiring hours of labor in darkness and secrecy. But Ed was motivated by obsessions that overcame physical difficulty. The bodies and body parts represented connection to the dead, to women, to Augusta somehow. They were treasures, precious objects worth any amount of effort to obtain. Back at the farm, Ed began his projects. He taught himself basic taxidermy and tanning techniques, learning from books and magazines. He experimented with preservatives, with methods of skinning and preparing flesh, with ways to prevent decay. He worked in the summer kitchen and the pantry, spaces that became workshops for his increasingly grotesque creations. He made masks from the facial skin of corpses, carefully peeling the face away from the skull, treating the skin to preserve it, creating wearable items. He made vests and leggings from body skin. He created bowls from skulls, lampshades from skin stretched over frames, decorative items from bones. These objects filled the house, scattered among the newspapers and trash, ordinary household items made from extraordinary materials. Ed lived among them, surrounded by the dead, creating an environment that fulfilled Augusta's promise that they would never be parted. She wasn't there literally, but death itself was present in every room, in every object, in the very air Ed breathed. To the outside world, Ed Gein was a strange but harmless man who lived alone on a deteriorating farm. He did odd jobs, kept to himself, bothered no one. He was a familiar figure in Plainfield, eccentric certainly, but in a rural community full of oddballs, Ed didn't stand out as particularly threatening. No one suspected that the quiet man who babysat their children and mowed their lawns was robbing graves at night. No one imagined that his farmhouse was filled with the remains of the dead, transformed into furniture and clothing and decorative items. No one knew that Ed was living in a twilight world between life and death, sanity and madness, reality and obsession. The years between 1945 and 1954 saw Ed's activities intensify. He made dozens of trips to area cemeteries, Plainfield, Hancock, Spiritland, others in the region. He robbed numerous graves, taking bodies or parts as his needs demanded. He refined his techniques both for grave robbing and for preserving and using what he took. He also began to change psychologically. The shy, frightened man who had been terrified of women became someone else when he wore his skin masks and suits. He would dress in the tanned skin of female bodies, wearing dead women's faces and forms, transforming himself into a grotesque approximation of a woman. During these sessions, Ed would move around the house, looking at himself in mirrors, touching his disguised body, existing in a state that was part delusion, part costume play, part psychotic break. He was becoming the women he had been taught to fear, taking their power by taking their skin, resolving his sexual confusion by literally wearing femininity. But grave robbing had limitations. Bodies buried for more than a few days began to decay, becoming unusable. Winter made digging difficult or impossible. Sometimes Ed would dig up a grave only to find the body too deteriorated for his purposes. He needed fresher sources. He needed bodies he could obtain without the labor and risk of grave robbing. He needed to move from desecration of the dead to creation of the dead. He needed to kill. The transition from grave robber to murderer probably wasn't sudden or clearly defined. Ed himself later claimed he couldn't remember clearly when or how it happened. But at some point in the mid 1950s, Ed Gein stopped only taking the dead and began making them. His first victim was likely Mary Hogan, a tavern owner from Pine Grove, a small community about 10 miles from Plainfield. Mary was 51 years old, heavy set, outgoing, known for running a somewhat rough establishment that catered to farmers and laborers. On December 8th, 1954, Mary Hogan disappeared from her tavern. A customer who arrived that evening found the place empty, the door open, and a pool of blood on the floor behind the bar. A spent .32 caliber cartridge lay nearby. Mary was gone, and so was the cash from the register. The investigation went nowhere. There were no witnesses, no clear suspects, no body. The leading theory was that Mary had been murdered during a robbery, her body taken and disposed of somewhere. Attention focused on various drifters and transients who might have committed the crime. Ed Gein's name never came up, but Ed had noticed Mary Hogan. She was close to Augusta's age and build. She lived alone, ran a business in an isolated location, would be vulnerable to a surprise attack. She was, in Ed's twisted logic, an ideal target. If Ed killed Mary Hogan, and the evidence strongly suggests he did, it represented an escalation from passive harvesting of the dead to active creation of corpses. It crossed a line from pathological behavior to violent crime, and once that line was crossed, it became easier to cross again. For 3 years after Mary Hogan's disappearance, Ed continued his dual existence. By day, he was the odd but harmless handyman, the simple man who did odd jobs and kept to himself. By night, he was the grave robber and possibly murderer, the man who lived among the dead and wore their skin, the monster hiding in plain sight. The farmhouse continued to deteriorate. The collections of newspapers and trash grew. The human remains multiplied. More skulls, more bones, more preserved organs, more skin masks and suits. The house became a chaotic museum of death, organized according to Ed's own logic, meaningful only to him. Neighbors who occasionally visited the farm, usually to hire Ed for work or collect him for a job, noticed the condition of the property, but attributed it to Ed's eccentricity and lack of homemaking skills. The house was a mess, they thought, but Ed was a bachelor who'd never learned to clean properly. They didn't look too closely at the objects scattered around. They didn't examine the bowls on the shelves or the shades on the lamps. They didn't realize they were standing in a house of horrors. Ed's reputation in town remained largely positive or at least neutral. Yes, he was strange. Yes, he laughed at inappropriate times and said odd things. Yes, he smelled bad and looked unkempt. But he was reliable for simple work. He was gentle with children. He seemed harmless. Even people who felt uneasy around Ed, and there were many, couldn't articulate what specifically bothered them. It was just a feeling, a vague sense that something was off. But feelings aren't evidence, and oddness isn't a crime. By November 1957, Ed Gein had been living alone on the farm for nearly 12 years. He had robbed dozens of graves. He had possibly murdered at least one woman and maybe more. He had filled his house with the remains of the dead. He had created objects of human skin and bone. He had descended into a private hell of obsession and madness. But to Plainfield, he was still just Ed Gein, the odd little man who did odd jobs and lived on the old Gein farm. He was a familiar figure, part of the community's landscape, noticed but not examined, tolerated but not embraced. Then Bernice Worden disappeared, and everything changed. The secret life Ed had maintained for over a decade was about to be exposed. The house on the hill would give up its terrible treasures, and the name Edward Gein would become synonymous with a kind of horror the world had never seen before, not because murder was new, but because the particular form Ed's madness took, the specific ways he had violated the dead and integrated them into his life, represented something beyond the normal boundaries of human transgression. The years alone had transformed Ed from Augusta's damaged son into something else entirely, a creature of obsession and compulsion, living in a world of his own creation, bounded by the walls of a farmhouse filled with death. The isolation Augusta had imposed on Ed in childhood had become, in his adulthood, a horrifying freedom, free from observation, free from intervention, free from any external moral framework. Ed had descended into depths of depravity that would shock the world and change American culture's understanding of what humans were capable of becoming. The sealed rooms upstairs preserved Augusta's memory. The rooms downstairs, where Ed lived among the dead, revealed what that memory had created. A man so damaged, so warped, so psychologically destroyed that he could only connect with the world through death, could only understand women through their corpses, could only feel close to his mother by surrounding himself with the remains of women who resembled her. Alone in the house on the hill, Ed Gein had become the monster his mother's teachings created, and soon the world would know exactly what that meant. The question of what really happened on May 16th, 1944, deserves deeper examination, for Henry's death remains one of the most disputed aspects of the Ed Gein story. Those who believe Ed murdered his brother point to several compelling factors. First, the circumstances. Henry's body in an unburned area, the head wound, Ed's inconsistent statements. Second, the motive. Henry's increasing criticism of Augusta threatened Ed's psychological framework and his mother's control. Third, the opportunity. The two brothers alone on remote property, a chaotic situation with fire and smoke providing cover for violence. The scenario suggested by these believers goes something like this. Henry and Ed were fighting the fire. At some point, they argued, perhaps Henry made another criticism of Augusta, another suggestion that Ed needed to break free, another statement that challenged Ed's worldview. Ed, in a moment of rage or panic, struck Henry with a tool or rock. Henry fell unconscious or dead. Ed, realizing what he'd done, left the body in an area the fire wouldn't reach, then pretended Henry had gone missing. This theory is plausible and fits the known facts, but there are problems with it. Ed had never shown violence before. He was known as gentle, passive, almost pathologically non confrontational. Could such a person suddenly commit murder? Possibly, if pushed far enough, if the threat to his relationship with Augusta was severe enough, but it requires assuming a capacity for violence that Ed hadn't previously displayed. The alternative theory that Henry's death was genuinely accidental also has support. Smoke inhalation can cause confusion, disorientation, and wandering. Henry might have fled the fire in a confused state, fallen and struck his head on something, perhaps a rock or tool that wasn't immediately visible, and died from the combination of head trauma and smoke inhalation. Ed's inconsistent statements might reflect genuine confusion and shock rather than attempted deception. The truth is unknowable. The investigation was inadequate, no autopsy was performed. Ed himself likely couldn't or wouldn't provide a clear account. Henry's death remains ambiguous, a shadow over Ed's story that adds to its disturbing quality. What is certain is the effect of Henry's death on Ed's psychology. Whether by accident, impulsive violence, or deliberate murder, Ed was now alone with Augusta, exactly as she wanted. Henry's voice, the only voice that had challenged Augusta's teachings, was silenced forever. Ed's grave robbing activities between 1945 and 1954 represent a crucial phase in his psychological deterioration, the bridge between Augusta's death and his eventual turn to murder. The number of graves Ed robbed has never been precisely determined. During his confession, Ed was vague and contradictory, sometimes claiming dozens of incidents, other times suggesting fewer. Investigators eventually exhumed several graves from area cemeteries and found many had been disturbed, confirming Ed's claims of extensive grave robbing. The geographical range was significant. Ed wasn't limiting himself to Plainfield Cemetery. He traveled to cemeteries in Hancock, Spiritland, and other nearby communities, always seeking fresh burials of women who matched his psychological criteria. The process was ritualistic. Ed would read obituaries, attend funerals, or learn burial locations, plan his nighttime expedition. He would bring tools, shovel, crowbar, sometimes a wheelbarrow to transport bodies. He would dig in darkness, open the casket, and make his selections. Sometimes he took entire bodies, other times just heads or other specific body parts. The selection criteria seemed to relate to freshness and his intended use. A recently deceased woman might be taken whole. An older burial might yield only the skull or certain bones. The risk was considerable. Cemetery visits, even at night, carried the possibility of discovery. Watchmen, late night passers-by, or other cemetery visitors could have encountered Ed at his work. But rural cemeteries in 1940s Wisconsin were largely unguarded, and Ed's late night activities went unobserved for years. The psychological function of the grave robbing was complex. On one level, it was a response to sexual and emotional needs Ed couldn't satisfy through normal relationships. The dead women were safe. They couldn't reject him, judge him, or fulfill Augusta's warnings about female wickedness. On another level, it was a response to grief and loss. By surrounding himself with the dead, Ed was maintaining connection to Augusta, whose presence he felt through death itself. The bodies and remains represented death, and death represented mother. There was also an element of transformation and identity confusion. When Ed wore the skin masks and suits, he wasn't just disguising himself, he was becoming female, resolving his confused sexual identity by literally embodying femininity. This suggests profound gender confusion resulting from Augusta's teachings about the evil of women and the weakness of men. The years of grave robbing also represented escalation. What began as simply visiting Augusta's grave evolved into disturbing graves, then taking items, then taking body parts, then taking entire bodies, then creating objects from remains. Each step normalized the next, lowered the threshold for transgression, made the unthinkable gradually thinkable. By 1954, Ed had spent nearly a decade living this double life. The gap between his daytime persona, Simple Ed, the harmless handyman, and his nighttime activities, robbing graves, creating skin suits, living among the dead, was enormous. Maintaining that gap required psychological compartmentalization, splitting his identity into separate selves that didn't acknowledge each other. This splitting would have been exhausting and unstable. The dissociative episodes Ed described, losing time, finding himself places without memory of getting there, suggest a fragmenting psyche, struggling to maintain coherence. And then came the need for fresher sources, for bodies that hadn't spent days in the ground deteriorating. The logical progression was from taking the dead to creating the dead, from grave robbing to murder. When Ed crossed that line, almost certainly with Mary Hogan in 1954, he completed his transformation from damaged man to killer. The foundation laid by Augusta, reinforced by isolation, enabled by grave robbing, culminated in the ultimate transgression, taking human life to satisfy his obsessions. By November 1957, when Bernice Worden disappeared, Ed had been traveling this dark path for over a decade. He had normalized the abnormal, made the horrific routine, crossed every boundary of human decency in pursuit of needs he could neither understand nor control. The house on the hill had become a physical manifestation of Ed's psyche, chaos and order coexisting, the sacred and profane intermingled, life and death merged in grotesque union. And when the door finally opened and the world saw what Ed had created, the shock would be total and the horror complete. In the months following Augusta's death, Ed Gein's farmhouse became something it had never been before: quiet. The voice that had filled every room, commanded every action, narrated every thought. That voice was gone. The silence was oppressive, crushing, unbearable. Ed tried to fill it with reading. He had always been a reader. It was one of the few activities Augusta had encouraged, provided the material was appropriate. The Bible, certainly, religious texts, agricultural journals, local newspapers. Augusta had monitored his reading carefully, confiscating anything she deemed sinful or corrupting. But Ed had discovered early that Augusta couldn't control everything, and he'd developed a secret reading life, consuming whatever he could find when she wasn't watching. Now, with Augusta gone, there were no restrictions. Ed's reading became voracious and increasingly focused on subjects that revealed his deteriorating mental state. He subscribed to detective magazines, publications with lurid names like True Detective and Master Detective that featured crime stories, often illustrated with photographs of crime scenes and victims. These magazines were popular in the 1940s and 1950s, sold at newsstands and drugstores, consumed by millions of Americans fascinated by the darker aspects of human nature. Ed read them obsessively. He was particularly drawn to stories about murders involving women, about bodies discovered, about anatomical details. He would study the photographs, crime scene images, autopsy details, whatever the magazines published. He saved these magazines, stacking them with his newspapers, creating a library of death and violence. He also began reading anything he could find about anatomy, embalming, and preservation of organic materials. He obtained medical textbooks, outdated editions available cheaply or found in secondhand shops. He studied diagrams of human anatomy, learned the names of bones and organs, understood the structure beneath the skin. His interest in taxidermy grew during this period. Rural Wisconsin had plenty of hunters who needed animals preserved, and taxidermy guides were readily available. Ed studied these manuals carefully, learning techniques for skinning, preserving, and mounting. He practiced on small animals at first: rabbits, squirrels, birds he found dead on the property. He was methodical and patient, developing skill through repetition. The techniques he learned: how to skin without tearing, how to preserve tissue, how to treat leather, would later be applied to materials far different from rabbit pelts. Ed also became fascinated with Nazi Germany, particularly with the medical experiments and atrocities being revealed in the post war years. He read accounts of concentration camp horrors with intense interest, focusing particularly on descriptions of bodies, death, and the violation of corpses. This wasn't political interest. Ed had no ideology beyond Augusta's religious fanaticism, but rather a morbid fascination with death and the human body. Neighbors who visited the farm during this period noticed the stacks of magazines and books, but thought little of it. Ed was educating himself, they assumed, filling his lonely hours with reading. They didn't examine the content closely enough to understand what Ed was actually studying. Alongside this reading came an increasing obsession with death itself. Ed spent hours at Plainfield Cemetery, standing by Augusta's grave, talking to her, weeping, begging her to return. The cemetery became his second home, the place where he felt closest to his mother. But something shifted in late 1947 or early 1948. The exact timing is unclear because Ed's own accounts varied, and he claimed not to remember clearly. But at some point, approximately 2 years after Augusta's death, Ed's cemetery visits took on a new character. He began coming at night. The first few nocturnal visits were likely innocent, or as innocent as anything in Ed's psychology could be. He simply wanted to visit Augusta's grave without being observed, without having to explain his tears to anyone who might see him. The cemetery was peaceful at night, empty, a place where he could commune with his mother's spirit without interruption. But the cemetery held more than just Augusta. It held dozens of other dead, women buried in the ground, preserved in caskets, waiting. And Ed, surrounded by graves, began to think about what lay beneath the earth. He later claimed the first exhumation happened during a dissociative episode. He described becoming aware of himself standing in the cemetery with a shovel in his hands, dirt piled beside an open grave, a casket exposed at the bottom of the hole. He said he didn't remember deciding to dig, didn't remember the physical labor of moving several feet of earth. He simply found himself there, looking down at a coffin, driven by compulsions he didn't understand. Whether this account is accurate or a convenient excuse is unknowable. But what is certain is that Ed Gein began robbing graves, exhuming the recently dead, violating the sanctity of burial in pursuit of obsessions that connected to his warped sexuality, his grief for Augusta, and his profound psychological damage. The selection of graves followed a pattern. Ed targeted recent burials, within days or at most a couple of weeks of interment. Older graves were useless. The bodies would be too deteriorated for his purposes. He needed relatively fresh corpses, preserved by embalming, not yet significantly decayed. He selected women almost exclusively, usually middle aged or elderly, often heavy set, frequently women who bore some physical resemblance to Augusta. He wasn't looking for young, attractive women. In fact, he seemed to avoid them, perhaps because they didn't match his psychological template. He studied obituaries religiously, reading death notices in local newspapers from Plainfield and surrounding communities. When a woman matching his criteria died, Ed would note the details: name, age, funeral arrangements. He would sometimes attend the funeral, standing at the back of the church or cemetery, observing, learning where the grave was located. Then he would wait, not long, a few days at most, while the earth was still loose, before cemetery workers had time to properly settle and grass the grave. Fresh graves were easier to dig and easier to make look undisturbed afterward. Ed would visit the cemetery at night, usually very late, after midnight, when the chances of encountering anyone were minimal. He would bring tools: a shovel, a crowbar for opening caskets, sometimes a wheelbarrow or cart for transporting what he took. The digging was hard physical labor. Even loose earth required hours of work to move several feet down to casket level. Ed was small and not particularly strong, but he was motivated by obsessions that overcame physical limitations. He would dig for hours in darkness, working quietly, constantly alert for any sound or light that might indicate someone approaching. When he reached the casket, he would use the crowbar to pry it open. Caskets in the 1940s and 1950s weren't generally sealed as they are today. They were wooden boxes, relatively easy to open with the right tools. The lid would crack and splinter, but Ed didn't care about damage. He wasn't concerned with preserving the burial, only with accessing what lay inside. And there she would be, the dead woman, dressed in her burial clothes, made up by the funeral home, hands folded on her chest, eyes closed. Preserved by embalming, she would look peaceful, almost alive, not yet showing the signs of decay that would come later. Ed's actions at this point varied depending on his purpose. Sometimes he took the entire body, lifting the corpse from the casket, lighter than a living person, stiff with rigor mortis, or the peculiar flexibility of a well embalmed cadaver, and placing it in his wheelbarrow or cart. He would then close the casket, fill in the grave and smooth the earth to hide evidence of disturbance. Other times he took only parts: the head, removed with a saw or knife; specific organs; skin from certain areas of the body. The selection depended on what Ed needed for his projects back at the farm. After taking what he wanted, Ed would carefully restore the grave to something approximating its original appearance. He would fill in the hole, mound the earth properly, replace any flowers or markers. From a distance, in daylight, the grave might look undisturbed. Close examination would reveal the disturbance, but unless someone had reason to look closely, the violation might go unnoticed for weeks or months or forever. Ed would then transport his prizes back to the farm, traveling along dark country roads, his truck or cart carrying the dead. If he encountered anyone, which was rare at that hour, he would have some excuse prepared: moving junk, transporting salvaged materials, hauling trash. No one stopped him. No one looked in the back of his truck. Back at the farmhouse, the real work began. Ed set up a workspace in the summer kitchen and the small pantry off the main kitchen. These spaces became his laboratory, his workshop, the places where he transformed the dead into objects. He used the taxidermy and tanning techniques he'd learned from his reading and practice. Skinning required careful work. The hide had to be removed intact without tears or holes that would ruin the material. Ed became skilled at this, learning where to make incisions, how to separate skin from underlying tissue, how to preserve the integrity of the hide. Preservation required treatment with salt, alum, and other chemicals to prevent decay and maintain flexibility. Ed experimented with different formulations, learning through trial and error what worked best. Some of his early attempts failed, the skin rotting or becoming too stiff, but he improved with practice, developing techniques that produced usable results. The skulls required different treatment. Ed would remove all soft tissue, a messy, disgusting process involving boiling or chemical treatment to separate flesh from bone. The cleaned skulls could then be used as they were, or cut and shaped for specific purposes. Ed created bowls from skull caps, sawing the cranium horizontally and using the top portion as a container. He created decorative pieces from bones, sometimes carving or shaping them. He preserved organs in jars filled with preservative solutions, storing them on shelves like specimens in a museum. But it was the skin that fascinated him most. From human skin, tanned and treated, Ed created masks, vests, leggings, and other items. The masks were particularly important to his psychology. He would carefully peel the facial skin from a skull, preserving the features: eyebrows, lips, nose, the contours of cheeks and forehead. After tanning and preparation, these became wearable masks that retained recognizable human features. Ed would put on these masks along with vests and other items made from human skin and transform himself. Looking in a mirror, he would see not Ed Gein, but a woman, or his approximation of a woman, a grotesque composite creature that satisfied some deep psychological need. During these sessions, which Ed later described in vague, embarrassed terms, he would move through the house in his costume of human skin, existing in an altered state that was part delusion, part ritual, part psychotic break. He was resolving, in the most twisted way imaginable, the contradictions Augusta had created: the teaching that women were evil but also powerful, that he must avoid women, but also that his mother was the center of his existence, that sexuality was sin but also an irresistible force. By wearing the skin of dead women, Ed could safely explore the femininity Augusta had forbidden. The dead couldn't corrupt him as living women would. They couldn't seduce, manipulate, or drag him to hell. They were safe, controllable, his to use as he needed. The psychological function of these activities was complex and multi layered. On one level, Ed was trying to resurrect Augusta by surrounding himself with death and female remains. On another level, he was trying to become Augusta, to merge with her through literally wearing female skin. On yet another level, he was working out sexual confusions and curiosities in the only way his damaged psyche allowed, through necrophilia and transformation rather than normal human relationship. Ed later denied sexual activity with the corpses he exhumed. He claimed he was not interested in that way, that the bodies were too deteriorated and smelly for sexual contact. Investigators were skeptical of these denials, believing Ed minimized the sexual component of his activities out of shame or self protection. The truth is unknowable, buried in Ed's damaged psyche and contradictory statements. What is certain is that between approximately 1947 and 1954, Ed robbed numerous graves across central Wisconsin. The exact number was never determined. Ed's accounts varied wildly. Sometimes he claimed a dozen, other times he suggested 40 or more. When authorities exhumed graves from several area cemeteries, they found many had been disturbed, confirming extensive grave robbing activity. The geographical range was significant. Ed wasn't limiting himself to Plainfield Cemetery. He traveled to Hancock, Spiritland, and other communities within a 20-mile radius. Any cemetery with recent burials of women matching his criteria was a potential target. This required planning and organization. Ed maintained a system of sorts, tracking obituaries, noting burial locations, planning his expeditions. He kept newspaper clippings of death notices, marked certain items with notes, created his own catalog of potential targets. The risk of discovery was substantial. Cemetery caretakers, police patrols, late night visitors, neighbors who might notice Ed's truck on remote roads at odd hours, any of these could have exposed his activities. But rural Wisconsin in the late 1940s and early 1950s was a trusting place with minimal law enforcement presence and strong respect for privacy. Ed's nocturnal activities went unobserved and unreported for years. His daytime life continued in parallel. Ed still did odd jobs around Plainfield, still babysat occasionally, still appeared in town for supplies and small talk. The gap between day Ed and night Ed was vast, requiring psychological compartmentalization that strained his already fragile mental state. The dissociative episodes he described, losing time, finding himself in places without memory of how he got there, likely represented his psyche's attempt to manage this split identity. Day Ed couldn't fully acknowledge what Night Ed did. The two selves existed in separate mental spaces, connected but not integrated. The farmhouse accumulated the evidence of Ed's nocturnal activities. Skulls appeared on shelves, skull bowls in the kitchen, skin lampshades on lamps, boxes of bones filled closets. Preserved organs lined shelves in the pantry. The skin masks and suits hung in a bedroom closet, waiting for Ed's transformation rituals. To the rare visitor, these items might look strange, but not necessarily sinister. A skull could be from an animal. What appeared to be leather could be from a cow. The lampshades, if noticed at all, might seem like odd craft projects. No one looked closely enough to recognize human remains because no one could imagine that Ed Gein, strange, harmless Ed, could be capable of such violations. But the collection grew year by year, item by item, body by body. Ed's house was becoming a charnel house, a museum of the dead, a physical manifestation of a profoundly disturbed psyche's attempts to resolve unresolvable conflicts. By 1954, Ed had been robbing graves for approximately 7 years. He had refined his techniques, both for exhumation and for creating his objects. He had accumulated extensive remains. His house was filled with the dead, but grave robbing had inherent limitations. Bodies buried even for a few days began to deteriorate, becoming less useful for Ed's purposes. Winter in Wisconsin meant frozen ground, making digging extremely difficult. Sometimes Ed would dig up a grave only to find the body already too decayed for his needs. The solution to these limitations was obvious, though it required crossing a line Ed had not yet crossed, from taking the dead to creating them, from grave robbing to murder. The progression was probably gradual rather than sudden. Ed likely thought about it for months or years before acting. The idea would have horrified part of him, the part that still understood right from wrong, that still functioned in normal society, that still saw himself as harmless. But another part of him, the part shaped by Augusta's teachings and years of isolation and unresolved obsessions, would have recognized the practical advantages of having fresh bodies obtained on his schedule without the labor and risk of grave robbing. At some point in 1954, the need overcame the resistance. Ed began planning not an exhumation, but a murder. Mary Hogan was 51 years old in December 1954, a heavy-set woman with a round face and an outgoing personality that made her well suited to running a tavern. She had operated Hogan's Tavern in Pine Grove, Wisconsin for several years, serving farmers, laborers, and occasional travelers who passed through the small community. Pine Grove was even smaller than Plainfield, barely a crossroads, with a few houses, a store, and Mary's Tavern constituting most of the settlement. The tavern sat on Highway 51, about 10 miles from Plainfield, isolated enough to require a deliberate drive, but close enough to draw customers from surrounding areas. Mary was divorced, living alone in rooms attached to the tavern. She had a grown daughter who lived elsewhere and visited occasionally. By all accounts, Mary was well liked, known for her friendly demeanor and ability to handle the sometimes rough clientele that patronized her establishment. The tavern itself was a simple structure, a bar room with a long wooden bar, a few tables, a jukebox, a back room with a pool table. It wasn't fancy, but it served its purpose as a social center for locals who wanted a drink and conversation. Ed Gein knew Mary Hogan. He had been to her tavern multiple times, though he wasn't a regular customer. Ed didn't drink alcohol. Augusta had taught him that drink was sin, and this was one teaching he maintained. But he would occasionally stop at the tavern for conversation, for connection to other people, for the simple human interaction his isolated life otherwise lacked. Mary matched Ed's psychological template: middle aged, heavy set, somewhat resembling Augusta in build and age. Whether Ed consciously recognized this similarity or operated on unconscious drives is unclear, but Mary fit the pattern of women Ed had been exhuming from graves for years. On December 8th, 1954, Mary Hogan opened her tavern as usual in the early afternoon. The day was cold, overcast, typical for December in Wisconsin. Traffic on Highway 51 was light. A few regular customers stopped in during the afternoon, had a drink or two, and left. By early evening, Mary was alone in the tavern. At approximately 5 p.m., a customer later identified as Seymour Lester pulled into the tavern parking lot. He noticed the tavern lights were on, the door slightly ajar. This was unusual. Mary was careful about keeping the door closed in winter to maintain heat. Lester entered the tavern and found it empty. Mary was nowhere to be seen. The cash register drawer was open, money clearly missing, and on the floor behind the bar, a large pool of blood. Lester immediately went to a neighboring house and called the sheriff. Sawyer County Deputy Sheriff Alvin Johnson arrived within 30 minutes. His examination of the scene revealed several crucial details. The pool of blood behind the bar was substantial, indicating serious injury or death. Blood spatter on the wall behind the bar suggested gunshot. A spent .32 caliber rifle cartridge lay on the floor near the blood pool. The cash register had been emptied, approximately $30 missing, according to Mary's usual practice of leaving that amount in the register. There were drag marks in the blood, suggesting a body had been pulled across the floor toward the back door of the tavern. Tire tracks were visible in the snow outside the back door, indicating a vehicle had been parked there recently. Mary Hogan was gone. Her coat and purse remained in her living quarters, suggesting she hadn't left voluntarily. The blood and spent cartridge indicated violence. The obvious conclusion was that Mary had been shot, killed, and her body removed from the tavern. But by whom and why? The investigation focused initially on robbery as the motive. The missing cash suggested a criminal had entered the tavern, shot Mary during a robbery, and taken her body to prevent identification or because of panic. This theory led investigators to look at transients, drifters, and individuals with criminal records in the area. They questioned dozens of people, anyone who had been seen near Pine Grove on December 8th, anyone who had recently been released from prison, anyone with a history of violent crime. The investigation was thorough and professional, but it went nowhere. No witnesses had seen anything unusual. No one had heard a gunshot, though the nearest occupied house was some distance from the tavern. No physical evidence pointed to a specific suspect. The tire tracks were generic, matching thousands of vehicles in the region. Mary's body was never found. Without a body, without witnesses, without physical evidence linking anyone to the crime, the investigation eventually stalled. Mary Hogan's case became an unsolved murder, a file that remained open but inactive, a mystery that haunted Sawyer County law enforcement. What no one knew, what no one could have suspected, was that Ed Gein had murdered Mary Hogan, and her remains were in the farmhouse on the hill in Plainfield. The reconstruction of what happened, based on Ed's later partial confession and physical evidence found at his farm, goes something like this. Ed drove to Pine Grove on the evening of December 8th, 1954. He brought with him a .32 caliber rifle, an older weapon he kept at the farm. He arrived at Hogan's Tavern in early evening, around the time Seymour Lester would later arrive and find the crime scene. Ed entered the tavern. Mary was behind the bar, possibly cleaning up or preparing to close. She may have greeted Ed. She would have recognized him from previous visits. Ed approached the bar. Then, without warning or with minimal interaction, Ed raised the rifle and shot Mary Hogan in the head. The shot was fatal or immediately incapacitating. Mary fell behind the bar, bleeding heavily from the head wound. Ed walked around the bar and looked at what he had done. At this point, Ed faced a choice: flee and leave the body, or take Mary's body with him. He chose the latter. The whole point of the killing, after all, was to obtain a fresh body for his collection and projects. Ed dragged Mary's body toward the back door of the tavern, creating the drag marks in the blood that investigators would later find. He opened the back door and pulled the body to his truck, which he had parked outside. He loaded Mary into the truck bed, possibly covering her with a tarp or blanket. Before leaving, Ed re entered the tavern and took money from the cash register. This was either to make the killing look like a robbery or simply opportunistic theft. He then left, driving back to Plainfield with Mary's body in his truck. The drive from Pine Grove to the Gain farm was about 10 miles, taking perhaps 15 or 20 minutes on the country roads. Ed would have been alert for other vehicles, for any sign he was being observed. But Highway 51 and the back roads to Plainfield were largely empty that cold December evening. Ed brought Mary's body to his farm, likely taking it directly to the summer kitchen where he had workspace and tools. There, he began the process he had performed on so many grave robbed bodies: butchering, preserving, transforming the dead into objects. Mary Hogan's head was found 3 years later, in November 1957, when investigators searched Ed's farmhouse. It was in a paper bag, preserved, prepared for mounting with nails through the ears. Her body had been butchered and processed, parts used for Ed's various projects, other parts discarded or stored. Back in Pine Grove, the investigation continued fruitlessly through December 1954 and into 1955. Leads were followed and exhausted. Suspects were questioned and cleared. The file remained open, but active investigation gradually ceased. Mary Hogan became one of those tragic cases that occasionally occur, a person who disappears into violence, leaving only questions and grief. In Plainfield, Ed Gein continued his ordinary life. He did odd jobs, made small talk, maintained his reputation as eccentric but harmless. If anyone asked about Mary Hogan's disappearance, and in small communities, such events were always discussed, Ed expressed appropriate shock and concern, except for one comment. About a year after Mary Hogan's disappearance, Ed was in a store in Plainfield when the conversation turned to Mary's unsolved case. Another customer said something about wondering what had happened to Mary, whether they'd ever find her. Ed, who was present and listening, made a strange comment. The exact wording varies in different accounts, but the substance was this: she isn't missing. She's at the farm right now. The other people in the store laughed. They thought Ed was making a joke in poor taste or being deliberately provocative in his odd way. One person said something like, "Oh, Ed, that's not funny." Ed laughed his strange, inappropriate laugh and let the comment pass. No one took it seriously. Why would they? Ed Gein, the simple handyman who babysat children and did yard work. The idea that he could have murdered Mary Hogan was absurd. The comment was just Ed being weird, saying something inappropriate because he didn't understand social boundaries properly. But Ed had essentially confessed to Mary Hogan's murder in a public place, and no one believed him. This moment is particularly chilling in retrospect. Ed's comment might have been an unconscious desire to confess, a need to tell someone what he had done, to share the secret that isolated him even from the community where he lived. Or it might have been bravado, a private joke where Ed enjoyed knowing something others didn't. Or it might simply have been an impulsive statement without deep meaning. Whatever Ed's motivation, the comment was ignored, forgotten, filed away as another example of Ed's oddness. And Ed continued his life, secure in the knowledge that he had gotten away with murder. The 3 years between Mary Hogan's death in December 1954 and Bernice Worden's murder in November 1957 represent a crucial period in Ed's psychological trajectory. Having crossed the line from grave robbing to murder, Ed now knew he was capable of killing. The act, once unthinkable, had become part of his behavioral repertoire. If he needed a fresh body for his collection, he could obtain one through murder rather than exhumation. This doesn't mean Ed became a serial killer in the conventional sense. He didn't kill frequently or compulsively. The gap of nearly 3 years between Mary Hogan and Bernice Worden suggests Ed didn't need to kill often. His grave robbing likely continued, supplementing the murder victims with exhumed corpses. But murder was now an option, available when needed or when opportunity presented itself. The psychological barrier that prevents most people from ever seriously considering homicide had been breached. Ed had killed once and suffered no consequences, no arrest, no investigation focusing on him, no social suspicion. From his perspective, murder was a successful strategy. During these 3 years, Ed's house continued to accumulate the dead: more skulls, more bones, more skin masks and suits. The line between furniture and corpse, between household items and human remains, became increasingly blurred. The house also continued to deteriorate. The functional decay that had begun after Augusta's death accelerated. Broken items weren't repaired. Trash accumulated faster than Ed removed it. The pathways between junk piles became narrower. The smell of rot and neglect permeated everything. Ed's personal decline matched the house's. He bathed rarely, wore dirty clothes, maintained no standards of hygiene or appearance. His reputation in town shifted subtly from odd but harmless to strange and unsettling. people still hired him for odd jobs, but fewer wanted him in their homes for extended periods. The discomfort people felt around Ed was growing, though still not specific enough to translate into action or investigation. In November 1957, Ed decided he needed another body. The reasons are unclear. Perhaps his collection needed refreshing, perhaps he was planning a new project, perhaps the compulsion simply returned. Whatever the motivation, Ed began thinking about murder again. Bernice Worden, the hardware store owner, became his target. She was the right age, the right build, accessible and vulnerable. Ed had been watching her, thinking about her, planning. On November 16th, 1957, he acted. And this time, unlike with Mary Hogan, the investigation would lead directly to his door. The years of nocturnal activities, of grave robbing and murder, and creation of objects from human remains were about to end. The house on the hill would give up its secrets, and Ed Gein would be revealed not as the harmless oddball Plainfield believed him to be, but as something far darker, a man who had lived among the dead for over a decade, who had violated graves and committed murder, who had created a private hell inside a Wisconsin farmhouse. The dark apprenticeship was over. The revelation was beginning. The practical aspects of Ed's grave robbing deserve detailed examination, for they reveal the methodical, organized nature of activities that might otherwise seem purely chaotic or insane. Ed's grave robbing expeditions required planning, physical labor, and risk management. He wasn't acting on pure impulse, but following a pattern that suggests rational calculation coexisting with profound psychological disturbance. The selection process began with obituaries. Ed read newspapers from multiple communities: Plainfield, Watoma, Wild Rose, Hancock, and others. He focused particularly on the obituary sections, looking for deaths of women who matched his criteria. Age was important. Ed preferred women in their 40s, 50s, or 60s, maternal figures, women similar to Augusta in age. He largely avoided younger women, suggesting his psychology was oriented toward mother substitutes rather than sexual objects in the conventional sense. Physical description, when available in obituaries or when Ed knew the deceased, also mattered. Heavy-set women, similar to Augusta's build, were preferred. Ed was recreating Augusta in some sense, or creating an army of Augusta substitutes through his collection of bodies and body parts. Recent death was essential. Obituaries announcing deaths within the previous few days indicated fresh burials. Ed needed to act quickly before the body deteriorated significantly. Embalming preserved bodies temporarily, but decomposition still occurred. Ed learned to target graves that were 1 to 5 days old, fresh enough for his purposes, but not so fresh that the cemetery would still be actively monitored. Once Ed identified a target, he would learn the burial location. This was relatively easy in small communities where funeral and burial information was public. He would sometimes attend the funeral or burial, standing at the back, observing the grave location, mentally noting landmarks to find it again in darkness. Then came the waiting period, usually 1 to 3 days after burial. Ed would prepare his tools: shovel, crowbar, sometimes a lantern, though he preferred working in pure darkness to avoid being seen, work gloves, sometimes rope for maneuvering heavy items. He would wait for favorable conditions: overcast nights without moon, ideally with some wind to cover any noise. He avoided nights when visibility was too good or when the weather might bring legitimate visitors to the cemetery. Ed would travel to the cemetery late at night, usually after midnight and before dawn. He would park his truck some distance away when possible, approaching the cemetery on foot to avoid the sound of a vehicle near the graveyard. The digging took hours. Even loose earth from a recent burial required moving several feet of soil. Ed would dig as quietly as possible, pausing frequently to listen for approaching vehicles or people. The work was physically exhausting for a small man like Ed, but obsession provided motivation beyond normal physical limits. Upon reaching the casket, usually 4 to 6 feet down, Ed would use his crowbar to pry open the lid. Caskets of that era were not sealed vaults, but simple wooden boxes, relatively easy to open. The lid would crack and splinter, but this wouldn't be visible once the grave was filled in again. Inside, the body lay in repose, dressed in burial clothes, embalmed and prepared by the funeral home. The preservation quality varied depending on the funeral home's skill and the amount of embalming fluid used. Some bodies looked almost alive. Others showed early signs of decomposition despite the embalmer's efforts. Ed would make his selection, entire body or specific parts. If taking the whole body, he would lift it from the casket, lighter than living people, both because the embalming process reduced weight and because Ed was motivated by extraordinary psychological drives. He would set the body aside, then close the casket lid. If taking only parts, Ed would use knives or a saw to remove what he wanted. The head was a common choice, removed at the neck with a saw. Other times, he took organs, skin from particular body areas, or bones. The selection depended on his current projects and needs. After obtaining what he wanted, the critical step was concealment. Ed would fill in the grave, carefully layering dirt, tamping it down to approximate the original appearance. He would replace any sod or grass that had been removed. He would restore flowers, markers, or decorations to their original positions. From a distance, the grave would look undisturbed. Close examination would reveal problems. The earth would be looser, the positioning might be slightly off. But unless someone had reason to examine a specific grave closely, the disturbance might go unnoticed indefinitely. Ed would then transport his prizes back to his truck, carry or drive them to the farm, and bring them into his workshop. The entire expedition might take 5 to 8 hours from departure to return. The risk of discovery was significant but manageable. Rural cemeteries had no security, no cameras, no regular patrols. The chances of someone visiting a cemetery between midnight and dawn were minimal. Even if someone did drive past the cemetery and noticed something, they likely wouldn't investigate closely. Ed's knowledge of local patterns helped him avoid detection. He knew which roads were traveled at night, which nights local police were more active, which cemeteries were most isolated. He planned his expeditions with the care of a military operation. The physical evidence of grave robbing, disturbed earth, damaged caskets existed, but it often went unnoticed. Cemetery caretakers rarely opened graves or examined them closely unless there was a specific reason. Families usually visited graves during daytime and might not notice subtle disturbances in earth or grass. When grave disturbances were noticed, they were often attributed to animals, vandals, or natural settling. The idea that someone was systematically robbing graves for body parts was so far outside normal expectations that even obvious evidence was explained away through more conventional theories. Ed continued this pattern for years, hitting cemeteries across central Wisconsin, accumulating bodies and parts, building his collection. The exact number of graves he violated will never be known with certainty, but evidence suggests dozens at minimum. This extended period of successful grave robbing normalized the behavior for Ed. What had initially been transgressive and frightening became routine. The psychological barriers continued to erode, making the step to murder less unthinkable. The Mary Hogan investigation represents a significant failure of law enforcement, though perhaps an understandable one given the era and the unprecedented nature of Ed's crimes. Sawyer County authorities conducted a thorough investigation by the standards of 1954 rural Wisconsin. They interviewed witnesses, followed leads, examined physical evidence, but they were looking for a conventional criminal, a robber, a drifter, someone whose motive and methods made sense within their framework of understanding. They never seriously considered Ed Gein. Why would they? Ed was known to local law enforcement as a harmless eccentric. He had no criminal record. He had no history of violence. He lived 40 miles from Pine Grove and had no obvious connection to Mary Hogan beyond having visited her tavern occasionally. The crime itself didn't fit Ed's profile as authorities understood it. This appeared to be a robbery murder, a crime motivated by money. Ed didn't need money desperately. He lived simply, had few expenses, made enough from odd jobs to survive. The financial motive didn't fit. What investigators didn't and couldn't know was that Ed's real motive wasn't money, but body acquisition, and that the robbery aspect was either camouflage or opportunistic theft. Several factors contributed to the investigation's failure. First, the lack of witnesses. Pine Grove was isolated. Highway 51 had light traffic in December evening, and Mary's Tavern sat away from other occupied buildings. No one saw or heard anything useful. Second, the generic physical evidence. The tire tracks could have been from thousands of vehicles. The .32 caliber cartridge was from a common rifle type. There were no fingerprints, no unique identifying evidence. Third, the missing body. Without Mary's corpse, investigators couldn't determine exact time of death, couldn't perform autopsy to learn details about the killer, couldn't examine the body for trace evidence. Fourth, the geography. Sawyer County investigators had no reason to look in Washoe County, 40 miles away, for their suspect. Ed Gein wasn't on their radar because he was outside their geographical focus. Fifth, the unprecedented nature of the crime. Even if investigators had somehow focused on Ed, the idea that he was killing people to add to a collection of human remains would have been unthinkable. The crime Ed committed didn't fit any existing category in their understanding. The investigation remained active for months, gradually cooling as leads exhausted and new crimes demanded attention. Mary Hogan became a cold case, a file that sat in a drawer, a murder that haunted investigators but offered no solutions. The failure had tragic consequences. If Ed had been caught for Mary Hogan's murder in 1954 or 1955, Bernice Worden would still be alive in November 1957. The 3 year gap between murders represented a window when intervention could have saved a life. But in 1954, with the knowledge and resources available, catching Ed Gein for Mary Hogan's murder was perhaps impossible. He had planned carefully, left minimal evidence, and his motive was so far outside normal criminal patterns that even good investigators wouldn't have thought to look in his direction. It would take another murder, another missing woman, and a more focused investigation to finally expose Ed Gein's crimes and end his decade plus reign of horror. The morning of November 17th, 1957, brought no relief to the investigators working the Gain farmhouse crime scene. If anything, daylight made the horror more vivid, the details more unavoidable, the scope of what they were documenting more overwhelming. Special investigator Joseph Wilimowski from the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory had arrived during the night and taken charge of evidence collection and documentation. Wilimowski was an experienced investigator, a professional who had worked dozens of homicide scenes across Wisconsin, but nothing in his career had prepared him for what he encountered at the Gein farm. The first priority was completing the cataloging of human remains. Every item had to be photographed in place, documented in detailed notes, carefully removed, and packaged as evidence. The process was painstaking and psychologically devastating for everyone involved. The inventory grew throughout the day. 4 noses in a cup, 9 vulvae in a shoebox, each carefully wrapped, a human heart in a saucepan on the stove. Investigators initially hoped it might be an animal heart, but laboratory analysis would confirm it was human. Lips on a window shade, drawstring, a lampshade made from human facial skin, another lampshade constructed from skin with decorative bows attached. 10 female heads in various states of preservation. Some were relatively fresh with recognizable features. Others were ancient, dried to the consistency of leather, little more than skulls with skin attached. Bernice Warden's head was among them, found in a burlap bag prepared for mounting. Four chairs with seats that had been reupholstered using strips of human skin woven together like macabre cane work. A wastebasket covered in human skin, bracelets made from human skin, bowls crafted from the tops of human skulls, sawed off horizontally and cleaned, a vest made from the tanned skin of a woman's torso, complete with breasts. The craftsmanship was disturbing in its care and skill. This wasn't a crude attempt, but a carefully constructed garment, fitted and finished. Leggings made from human skin, a belt decorated with nipples. In a closet, investigators found what would become the most infamous items: several full facial masks made from carefully peeled and preserved human faces. The features were intact: eyebrows, lips, facial contours, creating wearable masks that retained disturbing verisimilitude to the women they had once been. There was also a woman suit, a full torso vest made from the skin of a female body, including breasts and vaginal area, designed to be worn. This item particularly shocked investigators as it suggested Ed's psychology went beyond necrophilia into some darker territory of identity and transformation. Organs preserved in jars lined shelves in the pantry: hearts, livers, kidneys, intestines, all floating in preservative solutions, labeled in Ed's handwriting. The labels were matter of fact, clinical, as if Ed were maintaining a scientific collection rather than a horror show. Bones appeared everywhere. Entire skeletons weren't found. Ed had apparently used bones for various purposes, dismantling the skeletal structure and repurposing the parts. Femurs used as bedposts, skulls employed as bowls or decorations, smaller bones fashioned into tools or ornaments. The sheer volume was staggering. As the inventory grew, it became clear that the remains represented not two or three bodies, but many more. The question became how many and where had they come from? Dr. Russell Jorgensen, the pathologist from the State Crime Laboratory, worked to identify and catalog the remains. His task was complicated by the fragmentary nature of the evidence and the various states of preservation. Some items were fresh, days or weeks old. Others showed signs of years of aging and treatment. Jorgensen's preliminary assessment suggested remains from at least 15 individuals, possibly more. The exact count was difficult because Ed had so thoroughly disassembled and repurposed the bodies that matching parts to specific individuals was often impossible. Certain remains were clearly recent. Bernice Worden's body and head were identifiable. The heart in the saucepan appeared fresh. Some of the preserved organs showed minimal aging. These items suggested recent death, days or weeks rather than months or years. Other remains were ancient. Some skulls showed significant aging. The bone yellowed and weathered. Certain preserved skin pieces had the consistency of very old leather. These items suggested acquisition years earlier, perhaps at the beginning of Ed's collecting activities. The farmhouse itself underwent a systematic search. Every room, every closet, every space was examined, photographed, and documented. The process took days, with investigators working in shifts because no one could stomach the scene for extended periods. The upstairs rooms, Augusta's sealed chambers, received special attention. When investigators finally pried open the doors and entered, they found spaces frozen in time. Augusta's bedroom was exactly as she had left it 12 years earlier in 1945. Her bed was made, her clothes hung in the closet, her Bible sat on the bedside table. Dust lay thick over everything, undisturbed for over a decade. The sitting room was similarly preserved. Augusta's chair sat in its customary position. Her sewing materials remained in a basket. Magazines from 1945 lay on a side table. These rooms were shrines, maintained in perfect stasis, while the rooms below descended into nightmare. The contrast was profound and psychologically revealing. Upstairs, preservation, order, reverence for Augusta. Downstairs, chaos, death, the acting out of obsessions Augusta had created, but would have been horrified to see manifested. Outside, investigators searched the property for additional remains. Ed had mentioned burying certain parts, and the grounds needed to be checked. Search teams with cadaver dogs combed the woods surrounding the farmhouse, examined old wells, probed suspicious areas where earth looked disturbed. They found scattered bones, fragments buried shallowly or discarded in the woods. The exact count of these fragments was never determined. Some were clearly human, others were animal bones mixed in, the distinction difficult after years of exposure to weather and scavengers. While the crime scene investigation continued, Sheriff Art Schley and other officers began the difficult work of interviewing Ed Gein. Ed was being held at the Watoma jail, about 20 miles from Plainfield. He had been arrested Saturday evening and had spent the night in custody. By Sunday morning, he seemed almost eager to talk, as if relieved to finally share the secrets he had been keeping. The initial interview began around 10 o'clock Sunday morning, November 17th. Present were Sheriff Schley, District Attorney Earl Kylene, and several other officials. Ed waived his right to an attorney. He didn't seem to understand or care about legal protection and began talking. He admitted killing Bernice Worden almost immediately. The confession came easily, without much prompting. He had gone to the hardware store Saturday morning, November 16th, he said. He knew Bernice would be alone. Her son Frank usually left the store to go hunting on opening day of deer season. Ed had been thinking about needing another body, and Bernice fit his requirements. He entered the store. Bernice greeted him. She knew Ed from his previous visits. Ed asked about antifreeze, the item he had inquired about the day before. Bernice turned to get the antifreeze from the back of the store. Ed returned to his truck and got his 22 rifle. He came back into the store. Bernice had her back to him, reaching for the antifreeze on a shelf. Ed raised the rifle and shot her in the head. The shot killed her instantly, or nearly so. Bernice fell. Ed stood over her for a moment, processing what he had done. Then he went to the register, removed the cash drawer, not because he wanted the money particularly, but because it was there and might be useful. He got a piece of canvas or tarp from his truck and rolled Bernice's body into it. He dragged the body out the back door. The hardware store had a rear entrance and loaded it into his truck bed. He then drove home to the farm, taking back roads to avoid being seen. At the farm, Ed took Bernice's body to the summer kitchen. There, he hung it from the rafters by the ankles, using techniques he had learned from deer hunting. He decapitated the body and eviscerated it, removing the organs and preparing the remains for his purposes. Ed's recitation of these events was calm, matter of fact, showing no apparent emotion or remorse. He described butchering Bernice Worden the way another person might describe changing a tire, a task performed, steps completed, nothing more. The interviewers were disturbed by Ed's flat affect and casual tone. This was murder he was describing, the brutal killing of a woman he knew, and he showed less emotion than someone discussing the weather. When asked why he killed Bernice Worden, Ed's answer was simple. He needed a fresh body. The grave robbing had become difficult, he said. The bodies from cemeteries were often too deteriorated by the time he dug them up. It was easier to just shoot someone and have a fresh body immediately available. The logic was monstrous, but within Ed's framework, rational. He had a need for bodies, for skin, for parts to add to his collection. Murder was simply the most efficient method of fulfilling that need. Then came the question that would break the case wide open. Were there others? Had Ed killed anyone else? Ed thought for a moment, then mentioned Mary Hogan. The name meant nothing to Sheriff Schley or the other Washoe County officials present, but when they checked with neighboring counties, Sawyer County Sheriff Alonzo Beggs immediately recognized the significance. Mary Hogan, the Pine Grove tavern owner who had disappeared in December 1954, could Ed Gein have killed her? Ed confirmed it. He had shot Mary Hogan in her tavern, he said, then took her body to his farm. He described the killing in the same flat, emotionless tone he had used for Bernice Worden. Mary had been behind the bar. Ed shot her. She fell. He took her body and some money from the register. He drove home and processed the body. Investigators immediately connected Ed's confession to the physical evidence. Mary Hogan's head was among those found at the farmhouse. Sawyer County authorities were contacted to bring dental records and other identifying information to confirm the identification. The confirmation came quickly. One of the preserved heads found in Ed's house was definitely Mary Hogan, identified through dental work and distinctive features. The 3-year-old mystery was solved. Ed Gein had murdered Mary Hogan and kept her remains as part of his collection. Now, the crucial question, were there more murder victims? The farmhouse contained remains from many more than two bodies. Where had they come from? Ed's answer was as disturbing as his murders. He had dug them up from graves. He claimed that besides Bernice Worden and Mary Hogan, he hadn't killed anyone else. All the other remains, the heads, the bones, the skin, and organs, came from bodies he had exhumed from cemeteries across central Wisconsin. The interviewers were skeptical. Grave robbing on this scale, systematically digging up bodies and taking them home, it seemed impossible, too grotesque to believe. But Ed insisted. He had been robbing graves for years, he said, since about 1947 or 1948, a couple of years after his mother's death. He would read obituaries, find women who had recently died, learn where they were buried, then dig them up at night. He described his technique in detail: the nighttime visits, the hours of digging, the opening of caskets, the selection of what to take. Sometimes he took entire bodies, he said, other times just the heads or other parts. He had done this dozens of times across multiple cemeteries. The investigators needed verification. If Ed's claim was true, there should be evidence in the cemeteries: disturbed graves, violated caskets. They would need to exhume graves to check his story. District Attorney Colleen authorized the exhumations. Over the following days, teams of workers opened graves in Plainfield Cemetery, Spiritland Cemetery, and other burial grounds Ed had named. The results confirmed Ed's horrifying claims. Grave after grave showed evidence of disturbance. Caskets had been opened and closed again. Bodies were missing or incomplete. In some cases, only fragments remained where complete bodies should have been. The exhumation of Mrs. Eleanor Adams, buried in Spiritland Cemetery in 1951, found her casket empty except for some bone fragments. Mrs. Mabel Everson, buried in Plainfield in 1950, was missing her head. Mrs. Mary Hale's grave, also in Plainfield, had been opened and the body removed. The pattern repeated across multiple cemeteries. Ed's claim of extensive grave robbing was verified by physical evidence. He had indeed been systematically violating graves for years, taking bodies or parts to feed his obsessions. The exact number of graves Ed robbed was never definitively established. His own accounts varied. Sometimes he claimed a dozen, other times 40 or more. The exhumations verified at least 9 specific instances of grave robbery, but investigators believed the true number was higher. Some graves that showed disturbance couldn't be definitively linked to Ed. Other graves that Ed claimed to have robbed showed no obvious signs of violation. though subtle disturbance might have gone unnoticed or been obscured by time. What was clear was that Ed Gein had been robbing graves extensively over a decade, taking bodies and parts and incorporating them into his house and his life. The farmhouse of horrors was built not primarily from murder victims, but from the violated dead, pulled from their rest and repurposed for Ed's grotesque needs. The community response to these revelations was profound shock layered upon horror. The murder of Bernice Worden was terrible enough. The discovery of remains in Ed's house was nightmarish. But the revelation that Ed had been robbing graves, that the dead buried in local cemeteries weren't resting in peace but had been violated, dismembered, turned into furniture and clothing, brought a new level of revulsion and fear. Families of the deceased women Ed had named demanded answers. Had their mother, their wife, their sister been among Ed's victims? The exhumations brought answers, but no comfort. Learning that a loved one's grave had been robbed, that her body had been taken and desecrated, was a violation almost as terrible as murder itself. The psychological impact on Plainfield and surrounding communities was devastating. People questioned everything they thought they knew. How could Ed Gein, whom many knew personally, have done these things? How could he have seemed so normal while living this nightmare? How could an entire community have failed to notice or suspect? The investigation continued through late November and into December 1957. Every item from the farmhouse had to be cataloged, analyzed, and documented. Every confession Ed made had to be verified against physical evidence. Every grave he claimed to have robbed needed to be checked. The work was exhausting and traumatizing. Investigators developed symptoms of what would later be recognized as post traumatic stress: nightmares, intrusive thoughts, difficulty eating and sleeping. Several investigators requested reassignment. Others continued working but would later describe the Gain case as the worst experience of their careers. Sheriff Art Schley was particularly affected. He had known Ed Gein for years, had considered him harmless, had failed to suspect anything despite being the county's chief law enforcement officer. The discovery of what had been happening in his jurisdiction under his watch tortured Schley. On December 8th, 1957, exactly 3 years after Mary Hogan's murder, Schley entered Ed's cell at the Washara County Jail and beat him severely. The attack was witnessed by other officers who had to pull Schley off. Ed was hospitalized with injuries, including a head wound and broken ribs. Schley was immediately suspended from duty. He would later claim he had no clear memory of the attack, that he'd had some kind of breakdown brought on by the stress of the investigation and the horror of what they'd found. Ed's attorneys would later use this incident to challenge the admissibility of Ed's confession, though ultimately unsuccessfully. The beating of Ed Gein became a controversial moment in the case. Many in Plainfield and beyond sympathized with Schley, understanding his rage and breakdown. Others worried about the implications for justice and due process. The incident revealed the profound psychological impact of the case on everyone it touched. By late December 1957, the investigative phase was largely complete. The evidence had been collected, the confessions documented, the graves exhumed. The case against Ed Gein for the murder of Bernice Worden was overwhelming. The evidence linking him to Mary Hogan's murder was similarly conclusive. The grave robbing had been verified through exhumations and physical evidence. Now the legal system would take over, attempting to apply law and procedure to a case that defied easy categorization. Ed Gein would face trial, or would he? The question of his sanity, his mental competence, his ability to understand the wrongfulness of his actions would dominate the next phase of the case. But before the legal proceedings could begin in earnest, the world needed to understand what had happened. Investigators, psychiatrists, and the public struggled to comprehend not just what Ed had done, but why. What could drive a human being to these acts? What combination of factors created Edward Gein? The gap between what Ed claimed and what the physical evidence revealed became a central focus as investigators and psychiatrists tried to understand his actions and motivations. Ed consistently maintained that he had killed only two people, Bernice Worden and Mary Hogan. All other remains found in his house, he insisted, came from graves he had robbed. He was not a serial killer, he claimed, but a grave robber who had killed only twice out of convenience. The physical evidence supported this claim to some extent. The condition of most remains suggested they had been embalmed and buried before Ed obtained them. Embalming leaves chemical traces and creates particular patterns of preservation. Most of the remains showed these characteristics, consistent with Ed's claim that he had taken them from graves. However, investigators remained skeptical about the count of murder victims. The mathematical problem was simple. Ed admitted to robbing 9 specific graves, later verified through exhumations, and claimed there were more he couldn't remember specifically. But the farmhouse contained remains from at least 15 individuals, possibly more. The numbers didn't perfectly align. Several scenarios could explain the discrepancy. Ed might have robbed more graves than he remembered or admitted. His accounts were vague about total numbers, and his memory seemed genuinely unclear about many details. Some remains might have been from graves robbed so long ago that even exhumation couldn't verify the violation. The evidence had been concealed by time and natural settling. Ed might have killed more people than he admitted. This was the theory that particularly worried investigators. If Ed could kill Bernice Worden and Mary Hogan with such cold efficiency, might there be other victims he concealed? The question would never be fully resolved. Investigators checked missing persons reports across Wisconsin, looking for unsolved disappearances of middle aged women that might be linked to Ed. Several cases were examined, but none could be definitively connected. The most probable explanation is that Ed was telling the truth about the victim count. He killed two women and robbed numerous graves, creating a collection that combined both sources. His vague memory about exact numbers of grave robberies accounts for the mathematical imprecision, but absolute certainty was impossible. Ed Gein might have taken secrets to his grave, murders never discovered, bodies never found, or he might have been exactly what he claimed, a grave robber who escalated to murder twice when the need arose. Ed's stated motivations for his actions evolved and shifted depending on when and how he was asked. He gave different explanations to different questioners, and his accounts often contradicted each other. To law enforcement during initial interviews, Ed claimed practical motivations. He needed bodies for his projects, he said. Grave robbing was difficult and often produced unusable remains. Killing provided fresh, intact bodies immediately available for his purposes. This explanation was monstrous, but rational within Ed's framework. He had a need. Murder fulfilled that need. Therefore, murder was a logical solution. The complete absence of empathy or moral consideration was itself diagnostic of profound psychological disturbance. When asked what projects required human remains, Ed became vague and embarrassed. He talked about making things, creating objects, but he resisted detailing exactly what or why. The skin suits and masks were particularly difficult for him to discuss. To psychiatrists who evaluated him later, Ed offered different explanations. He spoke about wanting to be close to his mother, about death being a connection to her. The dead women were somehow Augusta or like Augusta, and surrounding himself with their remains kept his mother's presence alive. He also spoke haltingly and with obvious shame about wanting to be a woman. He had thoughts about changing his sex, he said, about becoming female. The skin suits allowed him to feel what it might be like to have a woman's body, to be the thing he had been taught to fear and hate. but also to idealize in the form of his mother. This explanation suggested deep gender confusion and sexual identity disturbance. Augusta's teachings that all women except her were evil, that men were weak, that sexuality was sin, had created profound psychological damage. Ed had internalized these contradictory messages and could only resolve them through the grotesque literalism of wearing women's skin. The woman suit became a focal point of psychological analysis and public fascination. This was the vest made from female torso skin, including breasts and vaginal area, designed to be worn over Ed's body. When asked about this item, Ed initially denied knowing what investigators were talking about. When pressed, he admitted to creating it, but claimed not to remember wearing it. When pressed further, he acknowledged wearing it, but became extremely agitated and refused to elaborate. Investigators believed, based on the suit's construction and evidence of wear, that Ed had worn it multiple times. There were also indications he had worn the skin masks while wearing the suit, creating a full transformation costume. The purpose seemed to be both sexual and psychological. Ed was, in effect, wearing women's bodies, experiencing femininity through literal embodiment. Whether this was accompanied by sexual activity, masturbation, other acts. Ed refused to discuss clearly. He denied necrophilia, claimed he was not interested in that way, insisted the bodies were too decomposed and smelly for sexual contact. But the skin suits and the particular body parts he preserved, breasts, vulvae, nipples, suggested profound psychosexual disturbance with sexual components Ed couldn't or wouldn't acknowledge. The psychological evaluations began in late November 1957, shortly after Ed's arrest. The court needed to determine whether Ed was competent to stand trial and whether he could be held criminally responsible for his actions. Dr. Edward F. Schubert and Dr. Robert H. Levitt conducted the initial psychiatric examination at the Waushara County Jail. Their sessions with Ed revealed a man of average intelligence who understood the basic facts of his situation, but seemed emotionally disconnected from the gravity of his actions. Ed could describe what he had done in detail. He understood that killing people was illegal and that most people would find his actions wrong, but he showed no genuine remorse or emotional connection to his victims. Bernice Worden and Mary Hogan were not people to him, but objects, sources of raw material for his projects. The psychiatrist noted Ed's flat affect, his inappropriate laughter when discussing serious subjects, his tendency to dissociate when topics became uncomfortable. He would sometimes claim not to remember things that clearly had happened, would contradict himself without apparent awareness, would shift between different emotional states without obvious transitions. Ed spoke extensively about his mother during these evaluations. Augusta dominated his thoughts, his memories, his emotional life, even 12 years after her death. He described her as the most wonderful woman who ever lived, the only person who truly cared about him, the center of his universe. When the psychiatrist suggested that perhaps Augusta's control had been excessive or damaging, Ed became agitated and defensive. Mother had been protecting him, he insisted. The world was wicked and dangerous, exactly as she had said. She had kept him safe, kept him pure, kept him from corruption. The sealed rooms upstairs were discussed extensively. Ed explained that he could never enter those rooms because they were mother's spaces, sacred and inviolable. Opening those doors would be a betrayal, a desecration worse than anything he had done to the bodies in the cemetery. This logic, that violating Augusta's rooms would be worse than violating graves and committing murder, revealed the profound distortion in Ed's moral framework. His mother's spaces were sacred. Other people's bodies were merely materials. The inversion was complete. The psychiatrists also explored Ed's daily life and routines. He described a lonely existence, working odd jobs, coming home to the empty farmhouse surrounded by his collections. He had no friends, no social life beyond superficial interactions in town. His entire emotional world existed within the walls of the farmhouse and the confines of his obsessions. When asked if he was lonely, Ed seemed puzzled by the question. How could he be lonely when he had mother's rooms upstairs and his collections downstairs? The house was full of presents: Augusta's spirit, the dead women's remains, memories, and objects that filled every space. Loneliness required absence, and Ed experienced no absence. The house was full, perhaps too full, with the dead and their remains. By early December 1957, the psychiatrists had reached preliminary conclusions. Ed Gein was severely mentally ill, suffering from some combination of schizophrenia, sexual identity disturbance, and profound personality disorder. Whether he was legally insane, unable to distinguish right from wrong, or unable to conform his behavior to legal requirements was a more complex question requiring additional evaluation. While the psychiatric evaluation proceeded in relative privacy, the media descended on Plainfield with voracious intensity. The story broke nationally on Monday, November 18th, when wire services picked up initial reports of the discoveries at the Gain farm. By Tuesday, reporters from Chicago, Milwaukee, Madison, and beyond were flooding into Plainfield, population 857, overwhelming the tiny community. The story had everything that fed mid century American media: murder, mutilation, a house of horrors, and a killer who defied easy categorization. Ed Gein wasn't a gangster or an obvious psychopath. He was a quiet little man from rural Wisconsin who had created nightmares in a farmhouse. Early newspaper coverage focused on the sensational details: the skin lampshades, the skull bowls, the furniture made from human remains. Headlines screamed variations of House of Horror and Mad Butcher of Plainfield. The coverage was lurid, detailed, and often exaggerated. Reporters interviewed anyone in Plainfield who would talk. Neighbors described Ed as odd but harmless, expressed shock and disbelief at what he had done. Store owners recounted their interactions with Ed, retroactively finding sinister meaning in conversations that had seemed merely strange at the time. The national fascination with the case grew rapidly. Ed Gein became a household name, synonymous with a particularly American brand of horror: the monster next door, the ordinary seeming person who hid terrible secrets. Photographers tried repeatedly to access the Gein farmhouse, hoping to capture images of the crime scene. Law enforcement refused, maintaining the scene for evidentiary purposes, and recognizing that publishing such photographs would be gratuitous and disturbing. But the embargo on crime scene photos didn't stop the media speculation and description. Newspapers published detailed written accounts of what was found, creating vivid mental images for readers across America. The case became a cultural phenomenon, discussed in homes and workplaces, a story that simultaneously repelled and fascinated. Public reaction combined horror, fear, and a kind of morbid curiosity. People wanted to know everything: what Ed had done, how he had done it, why he had done it. The psychological puzzle of Ed Gein consumed public attention. There was also fear, particularly in rural Wisconsin. If Ed Gein could hide such horrors in plain sight, who else might be doing similar things? How could you trust your neighbors when Ed Gein had seemed trustworthy? The case shattered assumptions about safety and community knowledge. Families of the women whose graves Ed had robbed faced particular anguish. Learning that a mother or wife had been dug up, dismembered, and violated was traumatic in ways that matched or exceeded the trauma of murder victims' families. The dead were supposed to be safe, beyond reach, at peace. Ed had violated that fundamental assumption. Some families demanded that all remains be returned for proper burial, but identifying which specific remains belonged to which specific woman was often impossible. Ed had so thoroughly mixed and repurposed parts that reconstruction was impractical. This added another layer of horror. Even in death and discovery, the victims couldn't be made whole again. The question of victim count continued to plague the investigation and public understanding. How many had Ed killed versus how many had he robbed from graves? The official count settled on two murder victims, Bernice Worden and Mary Hogan. These were confirmed through Ed's confession, physical evidence, and clear documentation. The grave robbing count was less certain. At least 9 specific graves were verified as violated through exhumations. Ed claimed more, but couldn't or wouldn't provide exact numbers. Investigators estimated the total at somewhere between 12 and 40, an enormous range reflecting the uncertainty. The total number of individuals whose remains appeared in Ed's collection was estimated at 15 to 20, based on skull counts, bone analysis, and examination of skin items. But precise counting was difficult due to the fragmentary and mixed nature of the remains. Public fear focused on the possibility of additional murder victims. Was Ed telling the truth about killing only two people? Or were there other bodies buried on the farm property or disposed of in ways that prevented discovery? Search teams combed the Gein property and surrounding areas. They found scattered bone fragments, some confirmed as human, but nothing suggesting additional murder victims. The fragments appeared to be discarded remains from grave robbed bodies rather than evidence of other murders. Missing persons reports from across Wisconsin were reviewed. Several cases of missing women from the appropriate time period and demographic were examined closely, but none could be definitively linked to Ed. The women were either found alive, confirmed dead from other causes, or remained mysteries unconnected to the Gein case. The consensus that eventually emerged among investigators was that Ed had indeed killed only twice, Mary Hogan and Bernice Worden, and that the vast majority of his collection came from grave robbing. This conclusion was based on Ed's consistent statements. The physical evidence of embalming and burial, the verified grave robberies, and the absence of evidence suggesting other murders. But absolute certainty was impossible. The question would linger: were there other victims, secrets Ed kept, murders never discovered? The answer was probably no, but probably isn't certain, and the uncertainty added to the case's disturbing legacy. By late December 1957, the investigation was essentially complete. The evidence was cataloged, the confessions documented, the crime scene processed, the graves exhumed. Ed Gein would face trial for the murder of Bernice Worden, the most recent and clearly documented case. But the investigation had revealed something beyond a simple murder case. It had exposed a decade plus reign of horror, a secret life of grave robbing and necrophilia and creation of objects from human remains. It had shown how profoundly damaged a human being could become, how completely a person could descend into madness while maintaining a facade of normalcy. The question now was what the legal system would do with Edward Gein. How do you prosecute a man who is clearly insane? How do you apply normal legal categories to actions that defy comprehension? How do you achieve justice when the perpetrator seems to exist beyond normal moral and psychological frameworks? These questions would dominate the legal phase of the case as Wisconsin's courts struggled to process the unthinkable and determine the fate of the man who had become America's most notorious killer. The investigation had documented the what and the how. Now came the more difficult questions: why and what should be done about it. The complete inventory of items found at the Gein farmhouse was never released to the public in full detail. Authorities deemed the complete list too disturbing, too graphic, too likely to cause unnecessary trauma. but the general categories revealed enough to shock the nation. The human remains fell into several categories: skulls and skull derived items, 10 complete or partial female skulls, 4 bowls made from skull tops, sawed horizontally at the cranium, 2 skulls mounted on bedposts, several skulls simply stored in boxes or on shelves, cleaned of soft tissue but otherwise intact. Skin items: multiple facial masks, each created from the face skin of a different woman, a vest made from female torso skin with breasts attached, leggings fashioned from leg skin, a pair of lips used as a window shade pull, lampshades created from skin stretched over wire frames, bracelets made from skin strips, chair seat covers woven from skin strips, a wastebasket covered in skin. Organs and soft tissue: a heart in a saucepan, multiple hearts, livers, and kidneys preserved in jars, intestines in various states of preservation, 9 vulvae preserved and wrapped separately, 4 noses in a cup, nipples attached to a leather belt, tongues in jars. Bones: femurs used as bedposts, various bones fashioned into utensils or tools, boxes of bone fragments sorted by type, vertebrae and rib bones in storage containers. Complete remains: Bernice Worden's decapitated and eviscerated body in the summer kitchen, Bernice Worden's head in a burlap bag, Mary Hogan's head among the preserved skulls, various other body parts stored in different locations throughout the house. The condition of these items varied enormously. Some were fresh, preserved through refrigeration. Ed had a refrigerator, or by Wisconsin's cold November weather. Others were ancient, dried, and leathered, clearly obtained years earlier. The preservation techniques Ed used showed considerable skill developed over time. The skin items were properly tanned using salt and chemicals treated to prevent decay and prepared in ways that preserved flexibility. The organs were stored in appropriate preservatives. The skulls were cleaned professionally. All soft tissue removed through boiling or chemical treatment. This wasn't crude butchery, but methodical processing, suggesting Ed had studied his craft, practiced his techniques, and refined his methods over years of work. The farmhouse was a workshop, and Ed was a craftsman of death. Among the debris and human remains, investigators also found Ed's reference library: books on anatomy, taxidermy manuals, medical textbooks, detective magazines featuring crime stories and autopsy details. Ed had educated himself in the skills he needed, learning from published sources how to skin, preserve, and work with organic materials. The mixture of human remains and everyday items was particularly disturbing: a skull bowl sitting on a shelf next to canned goods, skin lampshades on functional lamps, the vest made from human skin hanging in a closet with ordinary clothes. Ed had integrated death into his domestic life so completely that the boundaries between home and charnel house had dissolved entirely. Investigators processing the scene reported psychological distress that lasted years. Several developed PTSD symptoms, nightmares, flashbacks, avoidance behaviors. The images burned into their minds during those days in the farmhouse would never fully fade. One investigator later described the moment he realized a lampshade was made from human skin. I was examining it in the light and I could see the pores, the texture. It wasn't leather from an animal, it was human. I had to step outside and vomit. I've seen a lot in this job, but that moment, realizing I was looking at someone's skin made into a household object, that broke something in me. The question of what to do with the remains once the investigation concluded became difficult. Ideally, each set of remains would be identified and returned to families for proper burial. But Ed had so thoroughly dismantled and mixed the bodies that identification was often impossible. Dental records allowed identification of some skulls. Mary Hogan was identified definitively. A few other skulls were matched to women whose graves had been robbed, but many remains couldn't be connected to specific individuals. Eventually, all remains were collected and buried together in a group grave, a mass burial for the violated dead. The location was kept secret to prevent curiosity seekers and to give the victims some measure of final peace. The media coverage of the Ed Gein case in late 1957 and into 1958 was unprecedented in its intensity and national reach. This was before the era of serial killer celebrity, before cases like this became regular features of news coverage. Ed Gein was something new, or at least something newly visible to American media and public consciousness. Reporters descended on Plainfield like an occupying army. The town's single hotel was overwhelmed. Reporters rented rooms in private homes, slept in their cars, or commuted from larger towns nearby. The population of Plainfield effectively doubled with the media presence. Local businesses experienced this as both opportunity and invasion. The restaurant saw increased business but struggled to handle the volume. The gas station ran low on fuel from all the media vehicles. The general store's payphone had a constant line of reporters waiting to call in their stories. Residents of Plainfield had mixed feelings about the attention. Some welcomed the chance to tell their Ed Gein stories, to be interviewed and quoted in newspapers. Others resented the invasion, the transformation of their tragedy into entertainment, the reduction of their community to that place where Ed Gein lived. The hardware store where Bernice Worden was killed became a particular focus. Morbid curiosity seekers wanted to see where the murder happened, to stand in the space where Ed had shot Bernice. Frank Worden, Bernice's son, was besieged by reporters wanting interviews, photographs, any details he could provide. The Gein farmhouse itself became the subject of intense interest. Law enforcement maintained security, preventing unauthorized access while the crime scene was being processed. But photographers with telephoto lenses captured images from a distance. The dark, sagging structure appeared in newspapers nationwide, visual representation of the horror within. When the crime scene was finally released and security removed, the farmhouse became a macabre tourist attraction. People drove out from Plainfield and beyond to see the house where Ed Gein had lived. Some took photographs, others collected souvenirs, pieces of wood, shingles, anything they could remove from the property. This souvenir hunting escalated to vandalism and eventually to arson. On the night of March 20th, 1958, the Gain farmhouse burned to the ground. The fire was clearly arson, though no one was ever charged. Plainfield residents generally approved. The house needed to go, they said. The physical reminder was too disturbing. The burning of the farmhouse became its own news story, extending the media coverage. Photographs of the structure in flames appeared in newspapers, and editorials debated whether destroying the house was appropriate or represented destroying historical evidence. National magazines picked up the story. Life, Look, and other major publications ran features on Ed Gein, the House of Horrors, the small town traumatized by discovery of a monster in their midst. The coverage was sensational, detailed, and widely read. Television was still relatively young in 1957, but TV news covered the story extensively. Network news programs featured segments on Ed Gein. Local Wisconsin television stations provided ongoing coverage, interviewing townspeople and following developments. The case became part of popular culture almost immediately. Jokes circulated, dark humor attempting to process the horror through laughter. References to Ed Gein appeared in comedy routines, though often to uncomfortable audience reaction. The psychological impact on Plainfield was profound and lasting. The town became known for Ed Gein, defined by him in the public mind. Residents traveling elsewhere would mention they were from Plainfield and immediately encounter recognition. Oh, that's where Ed Gein lived. The association was inescapable. Children in Plainfield were teased by children from other towns. Your town grew a monster. Do you dig up bodies too? The cruelty of childhood amplified the community's trauma. Economically, the notoriety had mixed effects. Some tourists came out of morbid curiosity, providing business to local establishments. But many people avoided Plainfield, viewing it as tainted, cursed, a place to stay away from. The media coverage also affected the legal proceedings. The intense publicity made finding an impartial jury difficult, if not impossible. Everyone in Wisconsin had heard of Ed Gein, had read the details, had formed opinions. How could he receive a fair trial when the entire state knew his name and his crimes? This question would complicate the legal phase significantly, with Ed's attorneys arguing that the pretrial publicity had made a fair trial impossible and seeking changes of venue or dismissal. The coverage also affected psychological understanding. Psychiatrists and psychologists across the country read about Ed Gein with professional interest. Here was a case that challenged existing frameworks, that demonstrated psychological disturbance of unprecedented type and depth. Academic papers began appearing in psychiatric journals analyzing the Gein case, debating diagnosis, discussing what his pathology revealed about human psychology. Ed became a case study, a teaching example, a subject of professional fascination. The combination of media coverage and professional analysis began creating the profile of Ed Gein that would persist in American culture. The isolated loner, dominated by his mother, sexually confused, obsessed with death, creating horrors in secret while maintaining a facade of normalcy. This profile would become a template, a cultural reference point for understanding subsequent killers. But in late 1957 and early 1958, as the investigation concluded and legal proceedings began, Ed Gein was still singular, unprecedented, a case that defied easy categorization or understanding. The media could report what happened, the psychiatrists could offer theories, but the central mystery remained. How could this happen? How could a human being become Edward Gein? The investigation had revealed the what. The coming legal and psychiatric proceedings would attempt to answer the why and determine what society should do with a man who existed beyond normal moral and psychological categories. On January 6, 1958, Edward Theodore Gein was formally charged with first-degree murder in the death of Bernice Worden. The charge carried a potential death penalty under Wisconsin law, though the state had not executed anyone since 1851 and had formally abolished capital punishment in 1853, making Wisconsin one of the earliest states to do so. Ed faced life imprisonment if convicted, but first, the court needed to determine whether Ed was mentally competent to stand trial. The question wasn't whether Ed had committed the acts, his confession and the physical evidence made that undeniable, but whether he possessed the mental capacity to understand the proceedings against him and assist in his own defense. Judge Herbert Abunde of Waushara County Circuit Court ordered a comprehensive psychiatric evaluation. On January 8, 1958, Ed was transferred from the county jail to Central State Hospital for the criminally insane in Waupun, Wisconsin, for examination and evaluation. Central State Hospital was Wisconsin's primary facility for housing and treating individuals found mentally incompetent or criminally insane. Located in Waupun, about 90 miles southeast of Plainfield, the hospital was a large, forbidding structure that resembled a prison more than a medical facility. High walls, barred windows, locked wards, the architecture reflected the dual purpose of treatment and security. Ed arrived at Central State in January 1958 and was immediately placed under observation. A team of psychiatrists would evaluate him over the coming months, conducting interviews, administering psychological tests, observing his behavior, and attempting to understand the mind that had created the horrors found in the farmhouse. The psychiatric team was led by Dr. E.F. Schubert, who had conducted preliminary evaluations in December, along with Dr. Robert H. Levitt and several other staff psychiatrists. Their task was to answer specific legal questions. Did Ed understand the nature of the charges against him? Could he distinguish right from wrong? Could he assist his attorneys in preparing a defense? The evaluation process was extensive. Ed underwent multiple interviews, sometimes lasting several hours. He was asked about his childhood, his relationship with Augusta, his daily life, his actions, his thoughts and feelings. The psychiatrists probed for understanding of his mental state, his motivations, the psychological mechanisms that had led to his crimes. Ed was generally cooperative, even eager to talk in many sessions. He seemed to enjoy the attention, the focused interest in his thoughts and experiences. He spoke extensively about his mother, describing her in idealized terms, explaining how she had protected him from the wicked world. When asked about the murders, Ed's affect remained disturbingly flat. He could describe shooting Bernice Worden without apparent emotion, discussing the act as casually as someone describing a trip to the grocery store. He showed no remorse, no empathy for his victims, no real understanding that he had caused terrible harm. The grave robbing was discussed at length. Ed described his nocturnal expeditions matter of factly, explaining his techniques, his selection criteria, his purposes. He seemed puzzled that others found these actions shocking. The bodies were already dead, he would say. He wasn't hurting anyone. He needed the remains for his projects. When pressed about what projects required human skin and bones, Ed became evasive and embarrassed. He acknowledged creating the masks and suits, but resisted explaining why. The psychiatrists pushed, and gradually, haltingly, Ed revealed his confusion about gender and sexuality. He had thoughts about being a woman, he admitted. He wondered what it would be like to have a female body. The skin suits allowed him to explore these thoughts, to temporarily inhabit femininity. He would wear the suits and look at himself in mirrors, experiencing transformation. Whether this represented genuine gender dysphoria or something more pathological, a confused response to Augusta's teachings about women, was debated among the evaluating psychiatrists. Ed's explanations were confused and contradictory, suggesting he didn't fully understand his own motivations. The psychiatrists also explored Ed's relationship with reality. Did he experience hallucinations? Did he hear voices? Did he have delusional beliefs? Ed's responses suggested some dissociation from reality, but not full blown psychosis. He didn't hear voices commanding him to kill. He didn't believe he was receiving messages from God or aliens. His delusions, such as they were, centered on Augusta, a belief that she was still somehow present, still watching him, still the center of his existence, even 12 years after her death. The dissociative episodes Ed described, losing time, finding himself in places without memory of how he arrived, suggested a fragmented psyche, a mind that had developed compartments to manage conflicting realities. Day Ed, who worked odd jobs and interacted with townspeople, existed separately from Night Ed, who robbed graves and wore skin suits. Psychological testing revealed average intelligence, no cognitive impairment, and intact memory for most events. Ed could understand complex ideas, follow logical arguments, and engage in abstract thinking. His intellectual functioning was normal, but his emotional functioning was profoundly disturbed. Testing suggested severe personality disorder, possible schizophrenia, sexual identity disturbance, and what would later be understood as attachment disorder stemming from his relationship with Augusta. By November 1958, after 10 months of evaluation, the psychiatric team reached a conclusion. They prepared a detailed report for Judge Bundy, outlining their findings and offering their professional opinion on Ed's competency. The report, filed on November 18, 1958, concluded that Edward Gein was mentally incompetent to stand trial. The psychiatrists found that while Ed understood the charges against him intellectually, he lacked the emotional and psychological capacity to properly assist in his own defense. His grasp on reality was too tenuous, his thinking too disturbed, his mental state too unstable. The diagnosis listed in the report was schizophrenia, chronic and severe. The psychiatrist believed Ed's mental illness had developed over many years, likely beginning in childhood under Augusta's influence and progressively worsening through his adult life. The report recommended continued hospitalization and treatment at Central State Hospital. Ed required intensive psychiatric care, medication management, and long term institutional supervision. He was dangerous to others and unable to function in society. Release was not recommended for the foreseeable future. Judge Bundy accepted the psychiatric evaluation and, on November 21st, 1958, ruled that Edward Gein was incompetent to stand trial. Ed would remain at Central State Hospital indefinitely, to be held and treated until such time, if ever, that he was found competent to face trial. This ruling meant Ed would not face a criminal trial, at least not immediately. He would not be convicted or sentenced. He would exist in legal limbo, accused but not tried, confined but not imprisoned, a patient rather than a prisoner. For the victims' families, this outcome was frustrating and unsatisfying. Bernice Worden's son, Frank, wanted Ed to face trial, to be formally convicted, to receive the punishment the law allowed. The ruling that Ed was incompetent felt like an evasion of justice, a technical loophole that prevented proper accountability. But the psychiatric evidence was clear and compelling. Ed Gein was genuinely mentally ill, his grasp on reality fundamentally impaired. Putting him on trial in his current state would have been legally and ethically problematic, a violation of basic principles of due process. So Ed remained at Central State Hospital as the months became years, as the 1950s gave way to the 1960s, as the media attention gradually faded and the case became history rather than current news. Life at Central State Hospital followed institutional rhythms. Ed lived in a locked ward with other patients deemed criminally insane or mentally incompetent. His days were structured around meals, medication, therapy sessions, and recreational periods. He was generally a compliant patient. He took his prescribed medications, antipsychotic drugs that helped manage his symptoms, but never fully resolved his underlying disturbances. He attended therapy sessions, both individual and group. He participated in occupational therapy, learning crafts and skills as part of his treatment program. Staff reports from his early years at Central State described Ed as quiet, cooperative, and even likable in a strange way. He was polite to staff, caused no disciplinary problems, and seemed content with institutional life. In some ways, the hospital was not unlike the farmhouse, a place of isolation and routine where Ed could exist without the demands of normal social life. He was allowed visitors, though few came. Ed had no family. His mother and brother were dead. He had no wife or children, and distant relatives wanted no association with him. Occasionally, attorneys or investigators would visit regarding the case. Otherwise, Ed existed without connection to the outside world. The media occasionally tried to gain access for interviews, hoping to get Ed's perspective on his crimes or his current state of mind. Hospital administrators consistently refused these requests. Ed was a patient entitled to medical privacy, not a public figure available for media consumption. Inside the hospital, Ed continued to speak about Augusta with the same reverence he had always shown. Mother was perfect, he would tell therapists and other patients. Mother had been right about everything. The world was wicked. Women were dangerous. Only mother could be trusted. Therapists attempted to help Ed develop more realistic perspectives on his mother and childhood. They gently challenged his idealization of Augusta. suggested that perhaps her control had been excessive, pointed out the ways her teachings had damaged him. Ed resisted these suggestions completely. His identity was so thoroughly built on Augusta's teachings and his relationship with her that questioning her meant questioning himself at the most fundamental level. He couldn't or wouldn't do that. Augusta remained perfect in his mind, a saint, the only good thing in a corrupt world. The years passed. The 1960s brought social upheaval to America, civil rights movements, Vietnam War protests, cultural revolution. But inside Central State Hospital, Ed's life continued unchanged. The same routines, the same locked ward, the same disconnection from the outside world. Periodically, Ed would be reevaluated to determine if his mental state had improved to the point of competency for trial. These evaluations consistently found the same result. Ed remained mentally ill, still schizophrenic, still unable to properly participate in his own defense. The trial was postponed again and again. By the mid 1960s, there was discussion of simply dropping the charges. Ed had been hospitalized for nearly a decade. He was now in his late 50s, institutionalized and medicated, no longer the same person who had committed the crimes. What purpose would a trial serve? But the legal system couldn't simply forget the murders of Bernice Worden and Mary Hogan. Justice delayed was still necessary. The charges remained in place, waiting for the day Ed might be found competent to face them. That day came in 1968. After 10 years of treatment, medication, and therapy, Ed's mental condition had stabilized to the point where psychiatrists believed he could understand the legal proceedings and assist in his defense. His thinking was still disturbed, his personality remained profoundly disordered, but he met the minimal legal threshold for competency. A new evaluation was conducted in early 1968. Dr. William Zeller and Dr. Robert Leavitt examined Ed extensively, reviewing his history, conducting new interviews, administering fresh psychological tests. Their report, filed in April 1968, concluded that Edward Gein was now competent to stand trial. Judge Robert H. Gulmar, who had taken over the case from the retired Judge Bundy, reviewed the evaluation and agreed. On May 7th, 1968, Judge Gulmar ruled that Ed Gein was competent to stand trial for the murder of Bernice Worden. The trial was scheduled for November 1968, almost exactly 11 years after Bernice Worden's murder. Ed was assigned public defenders. He had no money for private attorneys. His legal team consisted of William Belter and Edward Gein's court appointed counsel, who faced the difficult task of defending a client whose guilt was unquestionable and whose crimes had been documented in excruciating detail. The defense strategy was clear from the beginning: plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Ed had committed the acts, but he was insane at the time, unable to understand the wrongfulness of his actions, driven by mental illness beyond his control. Under Wisconsin law, if the jury found Ed insane at the time of the crime, he would be found not guilty and remanded to mental health custody rather than prison. The prosecution was led by District Attorney Robert Sutton, who had taken over from Earl Killeen. Sutton's task was simpler in some ways: prove that Ed killed Bernice Worden and that he understood his actions were wrong. The evidence was overwhelming. The challenge was countering the insanity defense. The trial began on November 7th, 1968, in Washara County Circuit Court in Wautoma. Due to the extensive pretrial publicity, finding an impartial jury had been difficult but not impossible. 12 citizens of Washara County were seated after extensive questioning about their knowledge of the case and ability to be fair. The courtroom was packed with media, observers, and Plainfield residents who had waited 11 years to see Ed Gein face justice. Security was tight. Authorities worried about potential violence against Ed from those seeking revenge or outraged by his crimes. Ed sat at the defense table, now 62 years old, grayer and thinner than in his photographs from 1957. He wore a suit provided by his attorneys, and his appearance was neat and clean, a stark contrast to the disheveled figure who had been arrested 11 years earlier. The medications and institutional life had changed him physically, though what changes had occurred internally was less clear. The trial lasted 7 days. The prosecution presented its case methodically and efficiently. They established that Bernice Worden was dead, that Ed Gein had killed her, and that the evidence from the farmhouse demonstrated the killing was not an isolated incident, but part of a pattern of deeply disturbed behavior. Frank Worden testified about finding his mother missing, about discovering the blood and the receipt that pointed to Ed Gein. His testimony was emotional, his grief and anger evident even 11 years later. Law enforcement officers testified about the investigation, the search of the Gein property, the discoveries in the farmhouse. They described the crime scene in clinical terms, avoiding the most graphic details but making clear the horror of what had been found. Photographs were entered into evidence, crime scene images that had been kept from public view. The jury examined them, their faces reflecting shock and revulsion, despite knowing what to expect. Medical experts testified about the physical evidence, the autopsy findings, the cause of Bernice Worden's death. The testimony was technical, professional, but the substance was clear. Bernice had been shot in the head, killed instantly or near instantly, then decapitated and butchered. The prosecution rested after 3 days, having established beyond any doubt that Ed Gein had murdered Bernice Worden. No one disputed this. The question was what it meant legally and morally. The defense presented its case focused entirely on Ed's mental state. A parade of psychiatrists took the stand, each offering expert opinion on Ed's psychological condition. Dr. E.F. Schubert, who had evaluated Ed extensively in 1958 and subsequently testified about Ed's schizophrenia, his profound personality disorders, his complete break from normal reality. Ed didn't understand right from wrong in the way normal people did, Schubert explained. His moral compass had been destroyed by Augusta's abuse and his own mental illness. Dr. Robert Levitt testified similarly, describing Ed's dissociative episodes, his confused sexual identity, his obsession with his dead mother. These weren't the thoughts and behaviors of a sane person, Levitt said, but of someone profoundly mentally ill. Other experts discussed Augusta's role in Ed's psychological development. They described a childhood of abuse, not physical abuse necessarily, but psychological and emotional abuse that was equally damaging. Augusta had isolated Ed, twisted his understanding of sexuality and women, created dependencies and fears that destroyed his ability to function as a healthy adult. The defense also called witnesses who had known Ed, who could testify to his strangeness, his obvious mental problems, his childlike qualities. Neighbors from Plainfield described Ed as simple, confused, someone who clearly wasn't right in the head. The testimony painted a picture of a man who had been damaged beyond repair, whose crimes flowed from mental illness rather than evil intent. Ed couldn't be held criminally responsible, the defense argued, because he lacked the mental capacity for criminal responsibility. The prosecution countered with their own experts, psychiatrists who had examined Ed and reached different conclusions. Yes, Ed was mentally ill, they conceded, but he understood that killing was wrong. He had hidden his activities, concealed evidence, lied to investigators, all actions that demonstrated awareness of wrongdoing. Ed's comment about Mary Hogan, she isn't missing, she's at the farm, was cited as evidence that Ed knew his actions were wrong and enjoyed the secret knowledge. His careful planning of the murders, his efforts to avoid detection, his maintenance of a normal appearance in town, all suggested someone who understood the wrongfulness of his actions and took steps to avoid consequences. The legal question was narrow. At the time Ed killed Bernice Worden, did he understand that his action was wrong? The defense said no. Mental illness had destroyed that understanding. The prosecution said yes. Ed's behavior demonstrated clear knowledge of wrongdoing. Both sides rested after 6 days of testimony. On November 14th, 1968, the case went to the jury with instructions from Judge Gulmar on the legal standards for the insanity defense. The jury deliberated for less than 1 hour. They returned to the courtroom at 3:47 p.m. with a verdict. Edward Gein was found not guilty by reason of insanity in the murder of Bernice Worden. The verdict was not a surprise. The evidence of Ed's mental illness was overwhelming, and the insanity defense had been well presented. But hearing the words not guilty brought mixed reactions in the courtroom. Frank Worden stood and left immediately, his face set in grim lines. The verdict might be legally correct, but it felt wrong emotionally. His mother's killer would never be punished in the conventional sense, would never face the consequences truly proportional to his crimes. Ed showed no visible reaction to the verdict. He sat quietly at the defense table, perhaps not fully understanding what had just happened, perhaps understanding but not caring. His fate, continued confinement in a mental hospital, was essentially unchanged. Judge Golmar accepted the verdict and immediately issued an order committing Edward Gein to Central State Hospital for the criminally insane for the rest of his natural life. Ed would return to Waupun, to the locked ward where he had spent the previous 10 years, and remain there until death released him. The trial for Mary Hogan's murder was never held. With Ed found insane and committed for life, prosecutors saw no purpose in a second trial. The outcome would be the same, and the expense and trauma were not justified. The Mary Hogan case was officially closed without trial. On November 15th, 1968, Ed Gein was transported back to Central State Hospital. He would spend the next 16 years there, fading from public consciousness, becoming a historical footnote, a case file, a name occasionally mentioned when discussing American criminal history. The trial had provided a form of closure, though imperfect and unsatisfying to many. Ed had faced justice after a fashion. He had been judged, found wanting insanity, and removed from society permanently. It wasn't the punishment some wanted, but it was resolution. The physical destruction of the Gein farmhouse occurred years before Ed's trial, but its burning marked an important moment in Plainfield's attempt to move beyond the horror. On the night of March 20th, 1958, flames engulfed the farmhouse on the hill. The fire was visible for miles, a orange glow against the dark Wisconsin sky. By the time firefighters arrived, the structure was fully involved, the interior completely consumed. The firefighters made no real effort to save the building. They contained the fire to prevent it spreading to nearby woods and let the farmhouse burn to its foundation. By morning, only blackened timbers and the stone foundation remained. The fire was clearly arson. Investigators found evidence of accelerant use, multiple points of origin, clear signs of intentional setting, but no one was ever charged. The investigation was, by most accounts, perfunctory. No one in Plainfield really wanted the arsonist caught. The house needed to go, and whoever had done the community this service deserved silence rather than prosecution. Rumors circulated about who had set the fire. Some said it was volunteer firefighters who had been at the crime scene and couldn't bear knowing the house still stood. Others claimed it was family members of one of Ed's victims, seeking to destroy the place where their loved one had been violated. Still others suggested it was town officials acting unofficially, eliminating a problem through extra-legal means. The truth was never definitively established and probably never will be. The fire remained officially unsolved, and Plainfield was content to let it stay that way. With the farmhouse gone, the property sat empty for years, the foundation gradually filled with debris and overgrowth. The land returned to nature, the junk in the yard slowly rusting and decaying, the outbuildings collapsing from neglect. Various owners purchased the property over the decades, but none successfully developed it. The stigma was too great. Who wants to build on land where Ed Gein lived, where Bernice Worden was butchered, where horrors beyond imagining occurred? The property changed hands multiple times, usually selling well below market value for comparable rural acreage. Some owners tried farming it, others simply held it as investment, but the Ed Gein Association never faded. The land remained marked, tainted in public consciousness. Tour buses would occasionally drive past, guides pointing out the location. That's where Ed Gein's house stood. Curious individuals would trespass, looking for souvenirs, pieces of foundation stone, anything connected to the infamous case. For a while, the property owner posted no trespassing signs, but they were ignored or stolen as souvenirs themselves. In modern times, the exact location of the farmhouse is known mainly to local historians and true crime enthusiasts who research such things. The site itself is unremarkable: overgrown land, some subtle depressions where the foundation was, nothing to distinguish it from thousands of other abandoned farm sites across rural Wisconsin. But for those who know the history, the land retains its dark significance. This is where it happened. This is the ground where Edward Gein created his House of Horrors. The physical structure is gone, but the memory persists. Plainfield itself struggled with the aftermath of the Ed Gein case for decades. The town's name became inseparable from the horror, a permanent association that residents couldn't escape. In the immediate years following 1957, Plainfield experienced an influx of what locals called grief tourists, people who came not out of genuine interest, but morbid curiosity, wanting to see the place where such terrible things had happened. These tourists would drive through town slowly, gawking at the hardware store where Bernice Worden was killed, asking directions to the Gain farm, requesting details about the crimes from uncomfortable locals. Some wanted to visit the cemetery to see Augusta's grave or the graves Ed had robbed. Local businesses had mixed feelings about this attention. The tourism brought money, people needed gas, food, sometimes lodging, but it also brought a kind of shame, a feeling that Plainfield was profiting from horror, that tragedy had become entertainment. The hardware store where Bernice Worden died remained in business for some years, though under different ownership. Bernice's son Frank couldn't continue operating the place where his mother was murdered. He sold it and left Plainfield, unable to remain in a town that would forever remind him of loss. The store eventually closed, and the building was repurposed for different businesses over the years. But locals and visitors still knew. That's where it happened, where Ed Gein shot Bernice Worden, where the horror began to unravel. Plainfield Cemetery, where Augusta was buried and where Ed had robbed graves, became a target for vandals and souvenir hunters. Augusta's headstone was stolen repeatedly. People wanted a piece of the Ed Gein story, and the mother's grave marker was a tangible connection. Cemetery officials eventually stopped replacing the stone. Augusta's grave remains, but unmarked, hidden among other graves, location known only to cemetery records and those with specific knowledge. The graves Ed robbed were restored and resealed, but families of the violated dead carried a special kind of trauma. Their loved ones' eternal rest had been disturbed, their remains violated and desecrated. Even after the remains were returned and graves restored, the knowledge remained: Ed Gein had been here, had touched these bones, had done unspeakable things. Some families left Plainfield, unable to remain in a place that held such terrible memories. Others stayed but never spoke of what had happened, refusing to acknowledge any connection to the case. The children who had been babysat by Ed Gein carried their own particular burden. They had been alone with a man who, they later learned, was living among the dead, who was wearing human skin suits, who would soon murder Bernice Worden. The retrospective horror was intense. What might have happened? Why were they safe when others weren't? Parents who had trusted Ed with their children experienced profound guilt. How could they have been so blind? How could they have left their children with a monster? The fact that Ed had never harmed a child, that he had been by all accounts a gentle and appropriate babysitter, didn't alleviate the guilt. They had welcomed evil into their homes and never recognized it. Plainfield's recovery was slow and incomplete. The town couldn't change its name or relocate its geography. It had to simply endure the association, wait for time to dull the edges of memory, hope that new events and new stories would eventually overlay the Ed Gein narrative. By the 1970s and 1980s, the intense media attention had faded. Occasional magazine articles or television programs would revisit the case, bringing brief, renewed attention, but the constant spotlight had moved on. Plainfield became a normal, small Wisconsin town again, or as normal as it could be, carrying the weight of its history. New generations grew up in Plainfield with different relationships to the case. For young people in the 1970s and beyond, Ed Gein was history, a story from before they were born, less immediately real than it was for those who had lived through 1957. But the older generation, those who had known Ed, who had been present when the discoveries were made, who had seen their community transformed by horror, they never fully recovered. The trauma was permanent, a scar carried for life. Modern Plainfield is a quiet town, population slightly smaller than it was in 1957, struggling with the same issues facing rural Wisconsin generally: declining population, aging demographics, economic challenges. The Ed Gein association persists, but has become more distant, less defining. Some residents embrace the history as a point of interest, if not pride. True crime tourism is a real phenomenon, and some acknowledge that people interested in the case bring business to the area. Others resist any mention, refuse to discuss the case, want Plainfield known for anything other than Edward Gein. The debate continues about how to handle the legacy. Should there be historical markers, acknowledgement of what happened as part of the town's history, or should the events be allowed to fade, unmarked and undiscussed, consigned to history books rather than physical memorials? Most residents prefer the latter. Let it fade. Let time do its work. Don't memorialize horror. Edward Gein lived in Central State Hospital for 16 years after his trial, from November 1968 until his death in July 1984. Those years were quiet, institutional, unremarkable. He remained on the locked ward for criminally insane patients, though over time his privileges expanded. He was allowed more freedom of movement within the hospital, permitted to participate in more activities, given greater access to recreational facilities. Staff reports described him as a model patient, compliant, polite, causing no problems. He took his medications without complaint. He attended therapy sessions regularly. He participated in occupational therapy, learning various crafts and skills. Ed seemed in many ways content with institutional life. The hospital provided structure, security, and relief from the demands of independent living. He had regular meals, medical care, and a defined routine. For someone as damaged and dependent as Ed, the institution was perhaps the only environment where he could function comfortably. He spoke rarely of his crimes. In therapy sessions, when asked about his past actions, he would become vague and evasive, claiming not to remember clearly, suggesting the medications had affected his memory. Whether this was true or a convenient excuse was unclear. He continued to speak of Augusta with reverence. Mother remained perfect in his mind, the organizing principle of his identity, even decades after her death. Therapists long since gave up trying to help Ed develop more realistic perspectives on his childhood and mother. His identity was too thoroughly built on Augusta for any fundamental change. Ed had few visitors during his hospital years. Occasionally, researchers or writers working on books or articles about the case would request interviews. Hospital administrators usually denied these requests, maintaining Ed's privacy and protecting him from exploitation. He received some mail, mostly from people fascinated by his crimes, true crime enthusiasts, amateur psychologists, occasionally disturbed individuals who felt some identification with him. The hospital screened his mail, blocking anything inappropriate or potentially harmful. Ed was allowed to send letters as well. He wrote occasionally to his attorney, to hospital administrators about minor issues, sometimes to people he had known in Plainfield. The letters were mundane, discussing small matters, showing no insight into his crimes or their impact. As Ed aged, his physical health declined. He developed various conditions common to elderly institutionalized patients: heart disease, respiratory problems, general deterioration. By the early 1980s, he was in his 70s and clearly failing. In 1984, Ed was diagnosed with cancer. The disease progressed rapidly, and by mid July, he was clearly dying. He was moved to the hospital's medical ward, where he could receive palliative care in his final days. Edward Theodore Gein died on July 26, 1984, at the age of 77. The official cause of death was respiratory failure due to lung cancer. He died in his sleep without apparent pain, attended by hospital staff but no family or friends. The death certificate listed his occupation as none and his marital status as never married. His life, reduced to bureaucratic facts, showed only institutionalization and isolation. Ed's body was claimed by a funeral home, cremated, and the ashes buried in Plainfield Cemetery in an unmarked grave near his mother Augusta. Even in death, he returned to her, the relationship that had defined and destroyed his life, finding its final expression in adjacent graves. The burial was conducted in secret to prevent curiosity seekers and media attention. Only the funeral director and cemetery staff were present. No service was held, no prayers said, no mourners gathered. Ed Gein left life as he had lived much of it, alone, isolated, connected only to the memory of his mother. News of Ed's death was reported briefly in Wisconsin newspapers and mentioned in national media. The articles were short, obituary style notices that recounted the basic facts of the case. There was little analysis or reflection. Ed Gein had become historical, a case from decades past, no longer current news. Some victims' families expressed relief that Ed was finally dead, that the chapter was finally closed. Others felt nothing. Ed had been institutionalized for so long that his death changed nothing, resolved nothing, brought no particular peace. For Bernice Worden's son, Frank, who had waited 27 years for Ed to face trial and then watched him be found insane, the death brought complicated feelings. Justice had never really been served in the conventional sense, but at least the killer was now gone, no longer living at state expense, no longer occupying space in the world. The families of the women whose graves Ed had robbed experienced their own complex reactions. Some felt relief that the violator of their loved ones was dead. Others felt anger that Ed had lived to 77, while their mothers, wives, and sisters had been denied full lives. Still others felt nothing. The violations had occurred so long ago, the trauma had been processed or buried, and Ed's death was simply a footnote. With Ed's death, the legal case of Wisconsin versus Gein was finally completely closed. The man who had shocked the nation was gone, leaving behind only records, memories, and a legacy that would persist long after his death. The Ed Gein case had profound impacts on criminal psychology, law enforcement practices, and popular culture that persist to this day. For criminal psychology, the case represented a watershed moment. prior to Ed Gein, the field had limited understanding of the type of psychopathology he represented. Serial killers existed, but weren't recognized as a distinct category. Necrophilia was discussed in psychiatric literature, but rarely encountered in practice at this extreme level. Ed provided a case study that would be analyzed in psychiatric journals for decades. His combination of grave robbing, murder, creation of objects from human remains, sexual identity confusion, and maternal obsession didn't fit existing diagnostic categories cleanly. The relationship between childhood abuse, particularly psychological and emotional abuse, and later violent crime became a subject of intense study, partly because of the Gein case. Augusta's control and the specific content of her teachings could be directly linked to Ed's pathology in ways that were clear and traceable. The concept of the organized versus disorganized killer, later developed by the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, drew partly on cases like Ed Gein's. Ed was organized in some ways, planning his grave robberies, maintaining a normal facade, but disorganized in others, the chaos of his house, the confused motivations. Law enforcement learned important lessons from the case. The failure to connect Mary Hogan's disappearance to Ed Gein for 3 years highlighted the need for better information sharing between jurisdictions. If Sawyer County and Washara County had communicated more effectively, patterns might have been recognized sooner. The case also demonstrated that outward normality could mask extreme pathology. Ed had seemed harmless, had passed background checks for babysitting, had been trusted in the community. Law enforcement learned not to rely solely on surface appearance or community reputation when evaluating suspects. The processing of the Gain crime scene became a teaching example for evidence collection in complex cases. The meticulous cataloging, the extensive photography, the careful documentation all became models for handling overwhelming crime scenes. But it was in popular culture that the Ed Gein case had its most visible and lasting impact. In 1959, Robert Bloch, a Wisconsin writer who had followed the Gein case closely, published a novel titled Psycho. The book featured Norman Bates, a man dominated by his mother who kills women and preserves his mother's corpse. The parallels to Ed Gein were obvious and intentional. Bloch had been inspired by the case to create his fictional character. Alfred Hitchcock adapted Psycho into a film in 1960. The movie became a cultural phenomenon, establishing many of the tropes of modern horror cinema. Norman Bates, with his split personality and mother obsession, became an iconic character, and behind him stood the shadow of Ed Gein. In 1974, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre was released. Director Tobe Hooper created the character of Leatherface, who wore masks made from human skin and lived in a house decorated with human remains. The film's marketing claimed it was based on a true story, and while the specific events were fictional, the inspiration from Ed Gein was undeniable. In 1991, The Silence of the Lambs introduced the character of James Gumb, known as Buffalo Bill, who killed women to skin them and create a woman's suit from their remains. The direct connection to Ed Gein was explicit. Buffalo Bill was doing exactly what Ed had done, wearing the skin of women to transform himself. These cultural adaptations spread Ed Gein's influence far beyond true crime enthusiasts. Millions of people who never heard Ed's actual name encountered versions of him through Norman Bates, Leatherface, and Buffalo Bill. He became, in a sense, the template for fictional serial killers, the real life case that inspired countless imitations. This cultural immortality had mixed effects. It kept the crimes alive in public consciousness, preventing the story from fading into obscurity. But it also transformed Ed from a real person who caused real harm into a pop culture figure, entertainment, a character as much as a criminal. The victims, Bernice Worden, Mary Hogan, the women whose graves were robbed, often disappeared in these cultural adaptations. The focus was on the fascinating killer, not the people he harmed. This represented a kind of ongoing violation, the crimes endlessly recycled for entertainment, while the victims faded from memory. Some victims' families objected to the cultural exploitation of the case. They argued that making movies inspired by Ed Gein's crimes was disrespectful, that it glorified a killer and traumatized families who couldn't escape reminders of their loss. Others took a more resigned view. The cultural adaptations were going to happen regardless of family objections. At least the movies were fiction, one step removed from the actual events, and the films never used the real names or specific details. There was plausible deniability, a gap between Ed Gein and the characters he inspired. The debate about exploitation versus education, about appropriate ways to discuss and depict real crimes, continues in discussions of the Gein case and others like it. Where is the line between legitimate historical interest and morbid entertainment? When does discussion of crimes serve a social purpose? And when does it simply sensationalize suffering? These questions remain unresolved, contested terrain in the broader culture's relationship with true crime as a genre and phenomenon. For law enforcement and criminal psychology, the educational value of the Gein case is clear. It taught important lessons, advanced understanding, and improved practices. Students of criminal justice and psychology study the case not for entertainment, but to understand pathology and improve their ability to prevent and solve similar crimes. For popular culture, the value is more ambiguous. The Ed Gein inspired characters have generated billions of dollars in box office revenue and become icons of American horror. But this commercial success is built on real tragedy, real violence, real trauma. The tension between these perspectives, educational versus exploitative, historical versus commercial, defines much of the modern discussion around the Ed Gein case and true crime generally. What remains clear is that Ed Gein's impact extended far beyond Plainfield, Wisconsin. His crimes influenced psychology, law enforcement, legislation, and culture in ways that persist decades after his death. He became, for better or worse, a significant figure in American criminal history, a case that changed how we understand violent crime and the damaged minds that produce it. As the decades passed and the 21st century arrived, the Ed Gein case took on new relevance in discussions of mental health, criminal justice, and the causes of violent crime. The question of how to handle individuals like Ed Gein, clearly mentally ill but also dangerous and harmful, remains contested. Should they be in prisons or hospitals? Should they be punished or treated? Can they be rehabilitated? Or should they be confined for life, regardless of mental state? Ed's case illustrated the inadequacy of binary thinking: insane or sane, responsible or not responsible. He existed in complicated middle ground, mentally ill but also culpable, deserving compassion for his damaged mind, but also accountability for his actions. The role of childhood trauma and abuse in creating violent criminals became better understood partly through cases like Ed's. The direct line from Augusta's psychological abuse to Ed's crimes was unusually clear and traceable. This supported arguments for early intervention, for treating childhood abuse as a public health issue with implications for public safety. But the case also raised uncomfortable questions about determinism and responsibility. If Augusta's abuse created Ed's pathology, was he truly responsible for his crimes? If his mental illness was the product of his upbringing, could he fairly be punished for actions flowing from that illness? These philosophical questions don't have clear answers, but they remain relevant as society continues wrestling with how to understand and respond to violent crime. The Ed Gein case also became relevant in discussions of media coverage and its effects. The intense publicity surrounding the case in 1957 to 58 was unprecedented for its time. Did that coverage serve the public interest, or did it sensationalize tragedy? Did it help understand the crime, or did it simply frighten people unnecessarily? Modern true crime media, podcasts, documentary series, online discussions face similar questions. The Ed Gein case is regularly featured in these media, introduced to new generations, analyzed and discussed endlessly. Is this education or exploitation? Are we learning from history or consuming it as entertainment? The answers likely depend on how the coverage is done. Respectful, factual presentation that centers victims and treats the case as a tragedy can serve educational purposes. Sensationalized coverage that focuses on the lurid details and treats the killer as a fascinating character crosses into exploitation. The line between these approaches is not always clear, and different people draw it in different places. But the discussion itself about appropriate ways to engage with real crime is important and ongoing. For Plainfield, Wisconsin, the legacy remains complicated more than 60 years after the discoveries at the Gein farm. The town has moved forward, built new history, created new identity, but the Ed Gein Association persists, a permanent part of the town's story. Modern residents have varying relationships to this history. Some embrace it as an unfortunate but undeniable part of Plainfield's story, something to be acknowledged and learned from. Others wish it would simply disappear, that the town could be known for literally anything else. The debate about memorialization continues. Should there be a historical marker acknowledging what happened as part of the historical record, or would such a marker be inappropriate, a celebration of horror rather than education? Most residents still prefer to let the history exist in books and documentaries rather than physical markers in town. The events happened, they're part of history, but they don't need to be advertised or commemorated. The Ed Gein case ultimately stands as a dark chapter in American criminal history, a story of profound damage, terrible crimes, and lasting impact. Edward Gein was a product of abuse, mental illness, and isolation who became something monstrous, creating horrors that shocked the nation and changed how we understand violent crime. The victims, Bernice Worden, Mary Hogan, the women whose graves were robbed, deserve to be remembered not as footnotes to Ed's story, but as the central tragedy. They were the ones harmed, violated, denied peace and dignity. Their suffering and their families' trauma are the real story. Even as Ed's pathology draws the attention, the case taught important lessons about the dangers of isolation, the long term effects of child abuse, the need for mental health intervention, and the limits of community knowledge in preventing crime. These lessons remain relevant, and the case demonstrated something about human nature that we struggle to accept. Monsters can look ordinary, evil can hide in plain sight, and the person next door might be harboring secrets beyond our darkest imaginings. Edward Gein lived and died, and his story became history. But the questions his case raised about madness and responsibility, about justice and mercy, about how to prevent such horrors from recurring, remain with us still, unresolved and perhaps unresolvable, part of the ongoing human struggle to understand the darkness within and among us. The small town of Plainfield endured its nightmare and survived, changed but resilient. The victims' families carried their trauma but moved forward with their lives. Law enforcement and psychology learned from the case and improved their practices. And the rest of us, looking back across the decades, struggle to understand how such things could happen and what they tell us about the human capacity for damage and evil. In the end, the Ed Gein case is a reminder that evil is real, that terrible things happen, and that understanding why requires looking at uncomfortable truths about family, mental health, isolation, and the sometimes fragile boundary between sanity and madness. The farmhouse is gone, burned to ashes. The killer is dead. buried beside his mother. The victims rest in their graves, their violation a permanent scar on history. And Plainfield, Wisconsin continues on, a small town that endured the unthinkable and carries that knowledge forward, a living memorial to a dark chapter in American crime. As the final shadows fall on this story, if you found yourself drifting away or simply appreciate a quiet mystery, consider subscribing to Midnight Narrative. Gently tap that like button to help more quiet seekers find us. And for more stories to help you unwind, explore our other videos right here. Don't forget to ring the notification bell if you wish to be softly alerted when a new narrative begins. Until next time, may your sleep be deep and your mysteries shallow.